Angry Aussie. Aussie. Angry Aussie. Angry.
Last minute cable entanglement, just undoing their deep breath. It's a Saturday night and we're back in lockdown in Melbourne, which sucks. Notice some people taking it really hard, which is worrying. But anyway, nobody. Megaleech, Harry Nick, howdy. How is Saturday night treating you all? Let's see how it is. I say cheers. That's pretty good. Needs to chill a little bit more. Wow, it's got a weird taste. Anyway, so yes, I didn't do my normal Friday night party night last night because I was actually out with humans, something that had been planned for weeks, and luckily we were still able to do it. Because the lockdown didn't come into effect until Mitternacht. And also because, it's when I turn into a pumpkin, so I make sure to get home by then anyway. So I went out and visited a couple of distilleries with friends and friends of the show, in fact, regulars from the stream, Kirsten, who's visiting Melbourne, and Abigail and Annette, who live in Melbourne, and we went out. We went to the Patient Wolf distillery, and then we went to the Starwood distillery. So Patient Wolf is a gin distillery, small boutique one, very nice people. Starwood is a comparatively larger, as in much larger, whiskey distillery. And I say comparatively because compared to big known brands, your various scotches and big name bourbons around the world, Starwood's tiny. So it's kind of like in terms of orders of magnitude, Starwood's the same amount bigger than Patient Wolf than, say, Jack Daniels is compared to Starwood, and there's about 9,000 barrels of whiskey in the warehouse where we visited, and that was that's their actual distillery, and it's their smaller storage space. They have another storage space west of Footscray that apparently has twice as many barrels in it, and it's just barrels. But then, of course, that all pales in comparison to Johnny Walker or Jim Beam and those sorts of things. They're probably 1,000 times bigger, at least 100 times bigger. I don't know. I'm guessing. I'm making shit up. But yes, Megalich, you ate out at a Japanese restaurant for lunch. Nice. Leftovers for dinner. I actually had fish and chips for dinner. Went for a walk with Mrs. Angry, and there's a really quite good fish and chip shop locally. So walked around the park and then came back via the fish and chip shop and picked up fish and chips for everyone. It was good. Celtic King, I'm fine. I assume AIDS is okay. He contacted me last night to say, we're doing a live stream. I said, no, I'm out socializing. So he might show up tonight because he was keen to show up last night, but I, of course, did not do a live stream last night. So he may or may not show up tonight. Megaleech, we have the tough lockdown, 5-kilometer radius, no guests in the house, everywhere fun shut. Supermarkets are still open, bottle shops are still open. That's about it. I think schools are going to be shut. And you're not meant to go to work either. Work from home, unless there's a job you have to do and you have to be there. Celtic King, even before midnight. Now it's masks everywhere. If you're just outside, you have to wear a mask. But before midnight, if you were in an indoor venue, you're supposed to wear masks. So when we were just going into the venues, we had to have a mask. But when you're sitting down, drinking and eating, of course, it's mask off. But sort of entering and walking around the venue, you're supposed to wear a mask, which we did. So that's why the actual thumbnail I posted for this stream is me at the Starward Distillery last night with all the barrels. And yes, Celtic King, cocktail outfit, because I didn't do it last night. So I've got to do this coming week's cocktails. And I still have to make a final decision on what this coming week's cocktails are going to be. Yeah, I've got a good idea. What day was it? Trying to think what day. Oh, Christ. I'm really lethargic as well. Sort of hit it a bit hard last night. And so I'm not entirely sure how much stamina I have this evening. I think after having this little tasty taste of my latest clarified cocktails, it's a nice sort of peachy pink color. Quite a nice color. I have some water after this, I think. And then maybe make a cocktail. Hey, Salumi, how are you this fine day? I hope it is a fine day for you. Trying to remember, was it Thursday? I'm going to assume it was 2 nights ago. No, it wasn't. So maybe it was 10th. Scholastica Day Riot. That's it. I thought that was just such a funny story. The St. Scholastica Day riots. Uni students fighting with townies. Some stories never change. So Scholastica, founder of the Benedictine nuns. What was the Monte Cassino? That's what I wanted. There's a cocktail named after that. Monte Cassino cocktail. I just want to tell the story of the St. Scholastica Day riots because I find it fucking hilarious. See, I mean, nothing wrong with lazy days. For day one of lockdown, had a little bit of walking out in the world. Clearly, a bunch of people not taking the mask thing seriously. I think Celtic King Toby's going to get language apps and record himself learning Portuguese as a YouTube series. Why the hell not? Why not indeed? So what's in a Monte Cassino? Rye whiskey, Benedictine, yellow chartreuse, lemon juice. That's pretty classy. What's this recipe? Benedictine, yellow chartreuse, rye whiskey. Okay. There is agreement on the date. Sorry. I'm going to be vague, or I have no idea how long I'm going to last. I'm going to be vague all night. Yep. I really don't know what's going to happen tonight. If I'm going to get it together at all. We shall have to see what happens. So So there's going to be big pauses at the end of sentences, in the middle of sentences, for no apparent reason, simply because I think my brain is going to stop. I'm really tempted to have caffeine, like either I still got Mountain Dew, or did I drink it all? Pepsi, maybe. Fucking maybe even I had an energy drink today in the afternoon. I rarely have energy drinks in the afternoon, so and it's funny about yes, Abigail, you're the ones who loves lockdown. I have to admit, I've been seeing on the socials people in Melbourne really, really fucking taking it hard, which I'm finding a bit weird. Because I don't know, I think it's a walk in the park. But some people, it's just like they've been re-traumatized by it. It's just like, and I mean, like, these are not stupid people. Like, this is not the anti-mask, anti-lockdown fuckwits who I wish would just walk into the sea. These are just people who are having trouble coping, and this, what seemed like a really mild thing to me, a 5-day lockdown, they're fucking losing it and taking it really hard, which worries me that people have been that affected by it. Oh yeah, Abigail. No, my exhaustion is like Abigail was out with me last night. Yes, your chronic fatigue into overdrive. Yeah, we went a bit hard. And yeah, I am quite tired as a result of last night. So you went into the city, and I thought I want to visit one of the venues I like in the city and have a drink while I'm there. I went to Bar Americano, and they'd already shut, which I assume means they didn't have customers, which is mildly surprising. And then I was just going to Tram, and I saw, oh, wait, there's a tiki bar just there. I wonder if it's open. And it was jumping. There was a lot of people in there. It was very loud. I'm going to have a tiki drink. And I got their zombie, which I think had a fuck ton of rum in it, which is what a zombie normally has. And then I got a tram home, and like I think I got more drunk over the next hour as this zombie worked through my system. And so by the time I got home, I was really fucked. Nobody, you have a mate who's some friends who are anti-vax, showed him a video about man still living on an iron lung from polio. Yeah, well, the weirdest anti-vaxxers have explanations for why all the various diseases that have been eradicated by vaccinations went away, and they have this deranged thing where it's not because of vaccination. It's really weird. Oh no, Abigail. No. I didn't want to drag you anywhere else. It was very clear you needed to go home. And hello, Kirsten. How did Henry's live stream go, Kirsten? Because I saw a bit of it, and he seemed to be having a lot of technical problems. All right, so us road warriors from the outing last night are all a bit tired. Oh, yes. Yeah, I don't even know if we'll see Nettie. Nettie was with us as well, and we'll have to see what shape she's in today. So I just got to get this thing about Monte Cassino right. What was in Monte Cassino? Benedictine tradition holds that Scholastica established hermitage near Monte Cassino. Okay, so that's where the Benedictine order was reputed to have started, near Monte Cassino. So now I can make a Monte Cassino cocktail with Benedictine in it. Once he got going, he's fine. Oh, good. His girlfriend's cute. Well, that's cute. She read the back of the chartreuse bottle in French. Is she French, or she just speak French? Oh yeah, no, nobody. Tech problems are anxiety inducing. No, Shieldsy, I am not a young one anymore. So we'll have to see how I go tonight. So I'm going to make a Monte Casino just so I can talk about the Saint Scholastica Day riot, which I think is fucking hilarious. And let me see. What else? That's a shaking. Oh, because it's got lemon juice. So of course we shake it. So, oh yeah, I was going to use some of my orange cordial. So we need this one that's about the horse race. Because I did do a test of it like a week or two ago on a stream. Belmont Breeze. It was nice. So that's whiskey, rye whiskey. Sherry. I've got some sherry. And lemon juice again. And simple syrup and orange juice and cranberry juice. So instead of simple syrup and orange juice, I'm going to do my orange cordial, which should be good. So a splash of orange. I should put a splash of cranberry because it's meant to be a bit red. So I should still put a splash of cranberry in there. Oh, okay. So Henry's girlfriend is French. Oh, ho, he, ho. And hello, Chris. Okay, you had tech problems on live stream, broadcasting for a live show. Well, we're getting paid for it. Yeah, no. When there's shit riding on it, that is the worst of the anxiety inducing. As nobody said, if you're doing it for a group, like his church group, and the instant something goes wrong, they all look to you. Or if you're doing it as a paid gig, the instant something goes wrong, everyone looks at you. And there's like fucking so many things that can be the cause of the problem with a live stream. It's so hard to troubleshoot because there are so many things that could cause a problem. Chris, down under. Well, here in mighty Melbourne, we are on the first day of a 5-day lockdown outbreak from one of our quarantine hotels, like 14 or 15 confirmed cases so far. And we are squashing it like a little bug by doing a fairly hard lockdown for 5 days. And it should be okay. Just lock down for 5 days. It's nothing. Robotman Greg, hello. Kay, that's okay. And I'm probably pronouncing that completely wrong as well. If you're a friend of Efe. Yes, I know. Efe moved to America, if I remember right. Is Efe Adel as a Turkish dude I made friends with in the very early days of YouTube, 14 years ago. We did some collaborations together. And yeah, he would be one of the most popular Turkish YouTubers. I think he moved to America. So okay, you're saying he's recognized as the leader of atheists in Turkey. And you are doing exceptionally well. I can understand if English isn't your first language. You're doing really well. Oh, Chris, yeah, okay, you manage and produce live streams. The vaccine is probably going to be distributed a reasonable amount by mid-year this year. But yeah, I've got Shields. This is nothing. This hard lockdown. Our last one lasted 3 months. This is 5 days, and as much as some people are freaking out, I don't think it's going to go beyond 5 days. I think doing this really sort of stomp on it action and really contain the spread of the more infectious strain. Okay. Oh, Efe went to America, but he's back. Abigail, we had some sort of lockdown over a 6-month period, but we had the really hard lockdown for about 3 months. We had restrictions for long. Time means nothing. I don't remember a goddamn thing. Dibin85 in Canada, hello to you. Kirsten, you are going to stay in Melbourne for the next week, which would be really nice. You're getting 5 extra days with husband. Okay, if he's shooting a movie in Turkey. Nice. Apparently there was like Abigail and I actually saw a few of these clowns were still hanging around in the city. Like, what these people got Australian flags? What are they fucking doing? And it turned out they were anti-mask, anti-lockdown protesters, self-absorbed, delusional, paranoid fuckwits. Apparently at its peak, there was hundreds of them, like 300 or 400 of them sort of wandering around like between Fed Square and Parliament and the tennis. So they're such pieces of shit. Nothing but contempt for these fucking losers. I dislike them intensely. So, yes, I'm really glad it sort of didn't end up in the middle of their shit. I'm just going to get some water. Water might revitalize me. Then again, it might not. Who knows? We shall take it as it comes. All right. I'm going to do water and then maybe a cocktail. So I'm going to make a Monte Cassino, Dale de Groff's Belmont Breeze. Whew. Anything else? What else could I do? Oh man. No, water's actually good. I might drink much more water, actually. Yes, Kirsten gave us presents last night. I get some gin, and Abigail got some vodka, and the vodka's apparently amazing, which is good. I bought some Patient Wolf gin as well, and Mrs. Angry made herself a gin and soda. Used the cucumber soda from. Actually, maybe I'll have a drink of that. Just the soda rather than a gin and soda. But I got the particular Patient Wolf Summertime gin because Kirsten recommended as the best one as a gin and tonic. And Mrs. Angry agrees. She thought it was very good. But she kind of free poured her gin and then she said she felt a bit drunk afterwards. And that's what happens when you free pour. That's probably enough. And then you drink and you, whoops, I'm smashed. So it was a good night out. Hairy Nick, you and a couple of friends had to leave a D&D group because the DM was the anti-masker. God damn. It was really confronting to deal with, but I'm glad you did. Yeah. I find the attitude quite bizarre. Yeah, there's something intrinsically wrong with people like that. And I think it's going to manifest in a whole bunch of different ways. And you say, as much as it's confronting to deal with it, you will shot at them. It's just there is something wrong with people like that, and their wrongness can come out in so many different ways. So it's rarely just one thing. Usually, other bits of wrongness will come out. So, oh hell. Kirsten, the Archie Rose vodka won best vodka in the world. Nice. Australians kicking goals, all the little and not so little distillers winning awards around the world. It's fucking good. Can be a little bit expensive because of the taxes in Australia and the cost of production and the fact we're a small market, blah, blah, blah. But it's worth it because you get really fucking good product from Australian distillers. Nobody can safely say some people are mineral deficient. Yeah. No, I think they have too much lead, like they ate lead paint when they were children or something. That apparently has a developmental effect. Yeah, see, Harry, Nicky, in retrospect, when you deal with someone like that, you think about it and go, yep, I had a weird vibe from the start. There was just always something there. And it came out. And I'm not joking, this comes out repeatedly. It's rarely one thing. They'll usually come out with hideous racist shit or misogynist shit or like anti-Semitic or homophobic or transphobic. It's rarely one thing. Sometimes it is. Sometimes they're just fixated on this sort of anti-vax stuff. But it's rarely one. It's kind of like it's like where you see these real sad fucks on the internet, the men's rights activists, almost without exception. You scratch the surface and you'll find out they're really fucking racist as well, almost without exception. It's ridiculous. Well, yeah, Abigail, but speaking of impressive vodkas, we've got to do this outing to the whiskey bar near your place. And if they have a vodka or a very small number of vodkas, it's going to be really interesting to see what they have, like what they've regarded as the one or the very small number of ones they would have. Big bad ads. You think the Alex Jones supplements causes smoothing of the brain? Yeah, there's always a chance. I mean, yeah, the most likely thing is like they're nothing but sugar pills. But yes, there's always the chance that he's actually poisoning his audience. He's that type of guy. Oh, you had a real summer day, did you, Shieldsy? We had a couple of days in the 30s this week. Yeah, Lucky Lockie, hello to you. You reckon this Friday, Abigail? Maybe. We'll pencil it in, as they say. Oh, and I have to say, with our lockdown stuff, I think the person who won the internet for lockdown commentary is someone on Twitter said, this sudden lockdown sure is a get out of jail free card for all the blokes who had no preparation for Valentine's Day. They're all of a sudden saying to their significant others, I had the most romantic evening planned. I'd booked us into blah, 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 and we can't go. Damn it. I reckon there'd be people really doing that too. I just noticed Lucky Lucky is on Twitch. I thought you were on YouTube. So hello in Twitchland, Lucky Lucky. Hey, Stella. Hey, we haven't seen you for a little while. Nice to see you again. Oh, it was a humidity one, Shieldsy? Yeah, we haven't had bad humidity this summer. I mean, nothing compared to yon tropical north ever happens here. But we do get real humidity sometimes. But we have had a very mild summer down here, probably milder than anywhere else on the mainland. So, not boasting, just saying. Anyway, I don't know if anyone wants to join in, do the Angry Bunch, because I haven't done it for what feels like a very... Oh, no, Kirsten, that's what husband said to you. Very suspicious. He says he's got a couple... That's AZ. He says he has a couple of things to do. So I will email him the link. But from the sounds of that, it will be a long time until we see him, and, you know, like we may well just not. But I will send him the link. We shall see how that goes. Chris, you're watching with your lady as she hacks into her old laptop. Nice. Okay, yep, Big Bad Ads confirmed sticky in southeast Queensland. Yeah, I'm not a fan of humidity at all. Reut, Belmont Breeze, St. Scholastica Day, right? What national days are coming up in the next week? Anything tickle my fancy? 13, 14. So I've got to start from the 15th. Monday's the 15th. Gumdrop Day? Singles Awareness Day, the day after Valentine's Day. Singles Awareness Day. Yes, I'm aware of singles. Almond Day. Do a Grouch a Fever Day. Fat Tuesday. It's my day, clearly. Fat Tuesday, hey? Day before Ash Wednesday. Oh, geez. What do I do for Fat Tuesday? So let's just be myself. Random Acts of Kindness Day, Ash Wednesday, Battery Day, Crab Stuffed. That is really specific. Crab Stuffed Flounder Day. And the 18th is Drink Wine Day. That seems unnecessary. 18th is Thursday. I could do something with vermouth for Drink Wine Day. Chocolate Mint Day, Lash Day, Caregivers Day, Tartar Sauce Day. Sure, why not? Weird days. Yes, Shrove Tuesday. I remember it being called Pancake Tuesday. It's called Fat Tuesday in some areas because it's the last day before Lent is before you give stuff up, so you fucking stuff yourself stupid, hence Fat Tuesday. Is it YouTube's 15 years? Let's look that up. YouTube launch date. December 15th. I didn't know it was December 15th. 2005. It was a beta in May 2005. So we actually just passed the 15th anniversary of YouTube. Yeah, so if it's YouTube's 15th year, it'll be my 14th year on YouTube because I joined it about a year after it was a boot. Ooh, nice. You want a chocolate mint cocktail, creamy chocolate with mint. I've got creme de menthe. I've got chocolate liqueur. Oh, I've got cream liqueurs. Anything else on the national days? Just see if anything kind of leaps out at me. What did I say? The 15th I want to start from. Family Day, Gumdrop Day, Nova Scotia Heritage Day, President's Day. Screw that. Oh, yeah, okay. And Tuesday is also Mardi Gras Day. Fat Tuesday, Mardi Gras Day. Pancake Tuesday. That's what I grew up calling it, Pancake Tuesday. Tug of War Day. Ooh. Rihanna's birthday. Sticky Bun Day. Ooh, Margarita Day, 22nd. Really? What day is the 22nd? Well, that'd be for the following week. Margarita. Got to have the margarita. Right. So nothing really leapt out there. I really want to do one for Fat Tuesday or Ash Wednesday. Deferreds. What are their cocktails of the day? Yeah, Chris, that's another time thing, I think. Like YouTube having been around 15 years, it's like that's a long time, but also YouTube just kind of feels like it's always been there. So it seems both a long time and not a long time, if that makes any sense. Shieldsy, you joined 8th October 2006. Not sure exactly when I joined. I have to look it up. So 13th, 14th, 15th. What does Diffords say for the 15th? That was right. Canada Flag Day. The Maple Leaf Day. Yep, Monday, 15th February. Maybe, because it's Maple Leaf Day, National Flag of Canada Day, you could just do something with maple syrup, like an old-fashioned with maple syrup. Is that a cop-out, just doing an old-fashioned? I don't know. I don't have any Canadian whiskey. Chris, you've been uploading videos for over 15 years to the site. Yeah, it's pretty wild. Shields, the SMP was your first sub and I was the second. I was apparently one of the first people SMP Film subscribed to, because I did a response to one of his early videos and he liked it. So I still have no fucking motivation whatsoever to make pre-recorded videos for Yon Angry Aussie channel. I do enjoy making them for the cocktail channel, but things are change, I guess. They just change. Because if we don't change, we die. So I could do that. I could do like a maple old-fashioned for Canada Flag Day. I like the description, actually. Like, because there's 11 points on the maple leaf, and they don't stand for anything. Like, the points on the star on the Australian flag stand for something. They stand for the states. The final composition apparently resulted from wind tunnel tests, which showed what design was the least blurry in high wind conditions, which I find intriguing. Shieldsy, Corey's been doing something all along. Like, he's just been doing the family vlog stuff for a couple of years. But yes, he has occasional surges of doing sort of old school SMP films stuff from time to time as well. Yes, Big Bad Ads, we should absolutely follow Canada's example and get rid of the fucking Union Jack from our flag. Have a national flag, but you just get this bogan racist argument about it all the time. But who knows? Who knows? It's really funny, again, how the flag bogans reject reality a lot. My favorite one, they say, is can't get rid of the flag. The Anzacs fought under that flag and died under that flag. It's disrespectful. And I'm going, they fucking didn't. The Australian flag never flew at Gallipoli. They fought under the British flag. The Australian flag never flew. And the flag bogans will fucking lose their minds if you point that out. They're a weird bunch. They are such a weird bunch. Chris, your first subs were me and Philip DeFranco and Asian filmmaker Mark Long. Philip DeFranco has proved very good at sort of constantly reinventing himself and keeping rolling on over the years. Oof, I think I need more water. That water was just really good. It's amazing how refreshing water is. Abigail, you like the term flag bogans? Use it freely. Well, they are bogans and they're obsessed with the fucking flag. As like these fuckwits who used to go around at the music festivals, shirtless, wearing an Australian flag cape, and accost people and sort of shove it in their face saying, "You kiss it or I'll punch you." And it's just like, fuck off, you fucking weirdo. Chris, you thankful me and Phil are still around. Yeah, and relatively normal. A few people did lose it, didn't they? A few people went right fucking off the farm. They, there's. I've been witness to some very strange stuff on YouTube. I mean, like I stopped taking it seriously and trying to compete on the platform like 10 years ago, and I've just been having fun since then. I never did any of the things you meant to do to maximize your presence. Yeah. So obviously you hate that Anzac fought under the flag argument. Ignoramuses. I believe that is the correct plural, Stella. Yes. Was it nobody noticed a long time ago? Flag waving patriots often tend to be ignorant, and the flag bogans especially. Yep. They tend to be fucking idiots. Oh wow, Chris, your birthday is staring at you. Is getting slammed with nostalgia. Yeah, it's weird the things that can make you remember stuff. Like I was talking about just the other day about how flicking through channels and Donnie Brasco was on, and I was watching it. It's a good gangster movie, and I was just going, Jesus, Johnny Depp and Al Pacino look young in this. And so I checked, and like the movie was shot 25 years ago. I was like, fuck. Okay. That seems both too long and not long enough ago. It's just 25 years. Oh my God. Safa, last night's drinks were very good. Abigail and Kirsten and myself are tired. I don't know how long I'm going to last. I'm really enjoying water at the moment, though. And I have drunk some water today. I maybe should have drunk more. I drank quite a bit in the morning when I woke up. Always tend to, after a big night, get a bit of hydration happening in the morning. But I also had drunk some Pepsi and an energy drink, like a 500 ml monster. So I maybe should have drunk more water, but at the moment I'm drinking water and it tastes fucking fantastic. Yeah, Safa, we almost had to cancel it because of COVID. We just squeaked in. Stella, ignoramuses is a weird word. Yes, yeah, Abigail. The option would be ignorami. Oh, but I'm with you. I'm pretty sure it's ignoramuses. But yes, I don't know. But also, English is fucking weird. We've had this conversation so many times. English has a bunch of contradictory rules because sometimes you're following the rules of French. Mostly you're following the rules of German. And sometimes you're following the rules of Latin. And sometimes you're following the rules of Middle English. And it's just like, whatever. So let me sweet potato and kidney bean hot pot. Nice. That actually sounds really good. Shieldsy, I'm a baby. Oh, sorry. No, you're saying Chris is a baby because he's 32. In your prime, buddy. You're in your prime. It gets better from there. I mean, look, honestly, it varies from person to person. But I have, thus far in life, always been happy with where I am. I don't really look back and go, oh, I wish it was this thing. I was like, then was then, now is now. There's good and bad in both. And I'm not going to tie myself in knots about where I want to be. I'm just going to enjoy where I am. Although, mind you, the way my knees were playing havoc with me today, I could do without that. I could absolutely do without my knees going, you don't fucking work. So exhausted, want someone to cook dinner. Well, I got takeaway tonight. I got fish and chips, but it did work for it. Went walking. No, but you're 35 feeling old. I mean, sometimes you feel old at 21. Oh, God, you're going to make his 38 with terminal cancer. Yeah, that happens. Happens to people much younger as well, which is disconcerting. Annette, hello. Okay, the party gang's all here now. Abigail, yeah, well, see, you have the chronic pain, fibromyalgia. I just have old age and occasional joints playing up. And I have had, ever so much fun with my knees and hips today, getting up off the lounge, chairs, and just like, okay, I don't think I'm going to fall over, but I'm worried I might fall over. So I've been really cautious today. Safa 29. All right, glad we've got a birthday stream happening for you, Chris. That's excellent. Safa, your birthday's on Good Friday this year. Sometimes my birthday is on Easter because the date of Easter varies so much. But sometimes my birthday's on Easter, like as in Easter Sunday. Kirsten's husband made delicious pizza. Nice. Taking for a walk, get ice cream. Going to is that from the bougie IGA we were talking about? Shields, your hips and knees and back. It's sometimes back, particularly lower back. See, Salumi, that shows how long I've known you. You're turning 30. I still think of you as a baby. So it's a little bit disconcerting to me that you're turning 30 because that just tells me how long I've known you. Oh no, Safa, your 18th was on a Good Friday. You could only buy beer at pubs. Not happy. Well, Chris, another time. Would have been fun if you could have a birthday stream. Stella, you were supposed to go to the pain clinic on Monday, and they cancelled it because of COVID. Yeah. Also, because AD's been going to the pain clinic for years. And I always thought that sounded hilarious. Like, it's the clinic that gives you pain. And AD completely agrees with that. Just imagine it being really dimly lit and then creepy mad scientists types lit from below come and go, welcome to the pain clinic. And then they strap you down and attach electrodes to you. AD says that's what happens. Salumi, bigger boobs cause back pain. Yeah, that's a thing. Yes, you saw a photo of us from like 10 years ago. Yeah. Yeah, and it threw you because it's so long ago. Yep, that 10 years flew by. Shields, are you looking for the big Thor? Oh, last year. That always, I mean, it's no, in one level, it's no different to any other year. But your last year in a particular decade always feels a bit, ooh. With your 19, 29, 39, 49, whatever. Still, the pain clinic's a pain in the ass in a different way. Cancelled 4 times. God damn. So, for what time do the last shops to buy booze in Vic close? 7 p.m. Saturday, New South Wales. Oh, was that those stupid fucking lockdown laws? Jesus. It's probably midnight. I don't know. Search Dan Murphy's opening hours. That's just become, I guess it's getting a bit repetitive. But that's become my go-to joke. Anytime anything a bit stressful happens, type in Dan Murphy's opening hours. So it looks like 9 p.m. Dan Murphy's are open till 9 p.m. Because in the first lockdown, some older public servant who was appearing in the press conferences, sort of just after he'd ended, he's like a health public servant, and just after he'd been in the public eye on his Twitter feed, it was just one thing, Dan Murphy opening hours. And it's this classic boomer thing to do, to accidentally type into Twitter what you meant to put into Google. And I have no idea how you do that because the sites are so fucking different. But yeah, so it just popped up on his Twitter feed, Dan Murphy opening hours. And so it's become a running joke that if you're a bit stressed by COVID things, and like if there's a new lockdown or new cases or whatever, I always just I just put on my Twitter feed, Dan Murphy's opening hours. It's a sign of stress, wanting to know when the Dan Murphys are opening. Yes. Yes, I did see that they are ditching those lockout laws in an attempt to stimulate the economy a bit more. Oh, Stella, you illegally procured CBD oil. That I think it doesn't work for everyone, but it really works for some people. So I hold out hope for you that the CBD oil proves effective, because some people swear by it. It doesn't work for everyone, but it's promising. So I really hope it works for you. Okay. Diffords actually have some interesting suggestions for Canadian Flag Day. It's a maple leaf. Yeah, it's like an. Actually, I like that. A maple leaf is halfway between a sour and an old fashioned. It's bourbon, whiskey, lemon juice, and maple syrup. I might just make that. What's that? A Toronto cocktail, Canadian whiskey, Fernet Branca, sugar syrup. I don't have Canadian whiskey. Quebec is Canadian whiskey, French aromatase. Well, I might make a maple leaf cocktail. Just as an excuse. And I think that's also just something I would like to drink at the moment. So for it's a joke, the tennis players are essential workers. Well, it's worth a lot of money, basically. And I don't think that makes them essential, but it's worth tens of millions of dollars for the tennis to happen. So is that true, Salome? CBD oil is legal over the counter at pharmacies. I did not know that. Yeah, and it may well work for anxiety and migraines. Wow, I did not know that. Chris, you're moving towards Canadian freedom? Nice. Did I yawn? See, I didn't even know I yawned. Right. So I'm going to make a maple leaf cocktail. I'm sure we've got maple syrup in the cupboard. Pretty straightforward. Whiskey, lemon juice, maple syrup. Only 10 mils? I might do 15 mils. Yeah, I'm going to do half an ounce. All right. I'm going to make a maple leaf cocktail, and you get to watch me make it. Kirsten booking flights to Adelaide. Yeah, I wonder if they'd pick it up in your luggage if you bring it back. Who knows? Annette ordering garlic bread because you're not seeing anyone for 4 days. Nice. Except the kids, and they have to love you anyway. Oh man, there's a Italian takeaway place, Etto pasta. They make really good pasta, and they do this really good garlic bread. It's like this square sourdough loaf, and They do garlic bread and cheesy garlic. I love the cheesy garlic bread. Oh my God. So unhealthy, but tastes so good. Right. I need to get... Now, I've just got to decide which whiskey to use. Will I use bourbon or will I use an Australian one? Will this be actually maybe an excuse to use up some more Australian so I can buy some more if I use some up? Shieldsy, you reckon the dogs... This shows I've not travelled in airports in ages. How prevalent are drug dogs on domestic flights is a big question. Oh, yeah, Annette, Sizzler's cheesy bread. As I said when we've brought that up before, there's a pretty good approximation that you can get at supermarkets. Wow, I just keep coming up with these waves of fucking lethargy. I'm going to soldier on. Let's see how we go. Knees. Did I mention my knees are playing up today? Right, so whiskey. Nova. I think I'll go Nova. Getting through the Nova. Yep, Nova. I'm going to do Nova. Check. I think I've got maple syrup. I've just got to check over here. Keeping up the soundtrack while I go looking. There's imitation maple. Oh wow, is there any imitation maple? Probably upset the Canadians if I use that. No, that's just blowing my plans out of the water. Oh, okay, I'm gonna have a look. It might be in the fridge. Oh, I'll ask Mrs. Angry. She always knows. Did we run out of maple syrup last pancake day? The fridge. Okay. Clearly, I just had a boy look. Now I've been told it's there, so I'll have a proper look. Moving things because I'm looking thoroughly. Okay. I think I'm having a oh, no, there it is. Oh. 100% pure Canadian maple syrup. Woolworth's own brand. And lemon juice. Lemon juice. I'll squeeze some lemon juice. All right. That's my first cocktail ready. Okay, actually, quick vote. Oh, no, Abigail, boy look is a real thing. I am so fucking guilty of it. So guilty. She has a Euro shops, walk past it 10 times before you find it. Yeah, I hate it when you're looking for something really specific. So CBD's been hard across the board. Chemists in Adelaide have hard trouble getting legal stuff, and your dealers have been looking since before Christmas. Well, hopefully, everyone gets fixed up at some point. Yeah, the real fucking breakthrough is the experiments happening with hallucinogens, treating severe trauma, anxiety, and depression. And there are very interesting, promising studies in examples of hallucinogens helping people who have seemed beyond help for many years. But I've got everything I want. Got to set stuff up. I think I'll just use this glass. I will get rid of this little bit of ice. Oh yeah, I'll use sexy ice. I haven't used sexy ice for a while. All right. So I'll get some. I'll test. I'm going to test which sexy ice is the right size. This one, maybe? I think this one might be right. Let me see. Yep, that looks like a good size. Now I'm just going to put that in the freezer for a bit, so the ice will freeze to the glass. Over there, over here, over there. It's the same everywhere. Just giving you a soundtrack as I walk around. I'm gonna set up my camera. Need like a producer, director. Having to do. No, I set it to 4K. Good job. Good job, that man. Now, I think that might be right. Do that. Now, come back where you all can see me. I'm going to start. Maybe it just needs to be a tiny bit. Tiny bit wider. I've got to do a little adjustment here. Try that. How does that look? I think that looks good. I'll do this so you can see me while I do this. Hey, Invisible Chicken. Might move to Victoria. Cool. Absolutely nobody. We should... cannabis should be 100% decriminalized. Should be promoted as a therapy. You like nose cam? Straight up the nose. Okay, all right, so I've got that. It's just 2, 15, 15. All right, so I'm going to have a big pro-Canadian spiel here, because I do actually like that they changed their flag, and I think we should in Australia as well. Okay, so oh wait, I'm going to rinse my jigger because I made Mr. Angry a drink just before I started. Raspberry vodka. Right, got my jigger. Where my jigger's at? Oh, I need a mixing glass. I'm going to put this in a mixing glass. I'll put it in the... because I don't need to shake this one. I will put it in the sexy mixing glass. The sexy mixing glass. All right, and my camera just went into power safe mode, so I left it on for too long. All right, just make sure that's ready. All right, I think I'm ready to go. So here I go. Gotta switch my... Speaking of things that have been around for over 10 years, my faithful Zoom recorder with its sexy stereo mics. Good and faithful servant. I don't even remember when I got it, but I'm quite sure it's over 10 years ago. It's got a lot of scuffs on the... like those bits, the silver bits, or the mic's metal, but the rest of these silver bits are actually plastic that's painted silver. Has a lot of scuffs on it. It's had a lot of use. Right. And we are ready to rock and or roll. Let's go. Whoop, no, got to stand here a bit. G'day, cocktail lovers. I hope you've been keeping well. I, myself, as I record this, am in a little short, sharp lockdown. I'm hoping it's short, 5 days of being really quite restricted, because we've had a little outbreak in one of our quarantine hotels. I think there's 14 or 15 cases as I go there. I know in a lot of places in the world, people are going to you, you're freaking out because of 14 or 15 cases, when there are places around the world that are getting thousands of deaths a day. But yeah, we had it to zero. We've been across the country so close to zero for the last 3, 4, 5, 6 months. It's freaky when it rears its ugly head, because we saw in Melbourne particularly how quickly it spreads if you don't stomp on it. So we stomp on it. So I'm lucky. I'm always at home making cocktails anyway. So here I am, and I'm making this one. This one's for my Canadian pals. I'm thinking particularly of Rob from Rob's Home Bar and Dave from Booze on the Rocks. I'm sure I have other Canadian friends out there, because Monday, the 15th of February, is the anniversary of Canada changing their flag to the famous maple leaf. Now, this sort of touches me as an Australian, because both Canada and Australia, part of the British Empire that they tried to gussy up by calling the Commonwealth after a while, but it's basically ruled by a foreign head of state, and we had the Union Jack in the corner of our flags. Canada said, I'm going to stay on the Commonwealth, but we're just going to have this completely independent flag, which I'm so on board with, and I think Australia should do as well, but it's not even close to happening here, maybe one day. But anyway, it's the anniversary of the old maple leaf, and as I was researching this, there were 2 facts I found interesting. There's 11 points on the maple leaf, and that means nothing. See, things like that on flags often mean something, like the points on the Federation Star are for the number of states in the original Federation of Australia. So that means something. But the 11 points don't mean anything. Apparently, the design was finalized after wind tunnel tests. It looked the least distorted in high wind conditions. It was the least blurry. So I found that weird little bit of trivia quite fascinating, honestly. So a maple leaf cocktail. Of course, there's a maple leaf cocktail. It's a simple cocktail. It's kind of halfway between an old-fashioned and a whiskey sour. Honestly, 2 of my favorite drinks. So I'm on board with it. So let's get down now with a maple leaf cocktail. It's a pretty simple cocktail, starting off with 2 ounces of whiskey. Whiskey of your choice. Most recipes I saw said to use a bourbon. I was surprised they didn't say use a Canadian whiskey. I don't actually have any Canadian whiskies, and I'm just going to celebrate our Commonwealth brethren with an Australian whiskey. This is one of my favorites. Starward. Actually visited their distillery and had a tour the other day. I really hope to do a video of it at one point, but very nice. This is their single malt Nova. It's really good. And I'm going to start with 2 ounces or 60 mils of whiskey. It's a shaken cocktail. It's got lemon juice in it. Of course it's shaken. I'm an idiot. All that stuff I was saying before. I'm an idiot. I'm an absolute idiot. Yeah, of course I shake it. I'm a fucking tool. Jesus. This is just for you. Me berating myself. Ugh. My shaker. Shake it like a Polaroid picture. Which incidentally has no effect. That weird tradition that somehow got started of shaking Polaroid pictures doesn't help the developing process at all. And here's why we call it a maple leaf. Our sweetener is going to be maple syrup. The real stuff, 100% pure Canadian maple syrup. The real deal. But it's just 15 mils, half an ounce of the maple syrup going in. Ooh, it's a little bit thick and goopy. Oh, wow. That really landed with I am a nice thick syrup. The final touch is 15 mils, half an ounce of lemon juice, which I squeezed some earlier. So now we will add 15 mils of lemon juice. I think that's too much. Christ, I'm getting fixated on a couple. Although I did a little experiment once, and a couple of mils actually makes a difference. You can taste the difference. All right. That's that. And now I'm also the YouTube channel is not going to see my half-assed attempts to crack ice because it's usually a disaster. So only you guys get to see that. Oh, I did it. We were having this whole thing about those terms aren't gender neutral, and guys is the one I find really hard to break. Call back to the other night. Which spoon will I use? This will do. This will do. So, gang, fam. All right. Cracking some ice. Well, that was remarkably trouble-free. Now the trouble started. See? Okay, that bit doesn't want to break. Fuck it. Goes in. As soon as I said trouble-free, trouble started. All right. Bang, shang-a-lang. Put that ice in. Okay. Some more for the floor. I want my finger, my Dale DeGroff finger. No, it's a shaken. I don't need the finger, it's shaken. Christ. I'm off with the pixies, honestly. All right, put this back. The magic of editing. All right. We add ice to our shaker, put it together, bang it in hard, give that a good solid shake for 10 or 15 seconds. Always paranoid I'm going to break it when I do that. Oh. All right. Got to get my glass. I should have taken it out a bit earlier to temper the ice a little. Oh. All right, I'm just going to give that a minute. Let me talk to you guys. How you guys doing? How y'all going? What's happening? Oh, speaking, I fucking knew you'd fucking show up when I was doing that.
Yeah, I knew I would too, because I was going, you know, he's doing things with ice. I've done things with ice.
Yeah.
Now that sounds like a non sequitur.
No, it doesn't. It sounds like a sexual innuendo, is what it sounds like.
Oh, I don't innuendo.
Single entendre.
Innuendo, but I don't innuendo. Yeah. I'm single entendre guy. You know, I'll come up to a nice lady who's got breasts and things and go, "Hello, I think you're pretty. May I put bits of me and bits of you? I mean my penis." And she'll usually go, "Oh," and the guy behind the counter is going, well, did you want this? And she's like, "Oh." And then he turns around and says, "You've got to pay for it." And I go, "Would you like me to put my penis in you?" And he goes, "Oh," which surprises me because I'm really good at it.
Yeah.
Especially when they're tied up.
Yeah.
And
I just want to answer a question Abigail asked about, do I have a green screen that I could put up? Because those blinds do look really shit behind me. The short answer is no. The slightly longer answer is yes, but it would be incredibly awkward to set up. And from experience, trying to do stuff with cocktails with green screen is fraught with danger because some cocktails are green or blue. And also the glassware tends to refract light. So the glassware picks up some of the green or blue of the green screen behind you. It's fraught with difficulty on a number of levels. So while a more fucking consistent background rather than that gap tooth blind behind me would actually be good, it just has some practical differences. So difficulties, I should say. Anyway, look, what?
You could key out a wholly different colour. You could go, all right, we don't want to mess with the red of my skin tones. Oh, yes, I've done my Photoshop. We don't want to mess with the blues of my white balance. which is, lots of reasons why they use green. But we could go a misty brown and say that's my key colour, and it's rare in cocktail spirits of this kind. But then you could turn around and go, I'm just going to up the mist if it's like a brown spirit cocktail.
Yeah, but there are other technical problems. Anyway, I'm not finished. I was actually taking some time for this glass, the ice to temper a bit, so it maybe won't
finish up, matey. Finish
but
up.
I'm going to turn the speaker off and my mic off, so you can talk to the people for a couple of minutes while I do this. Tell them what your life's been happening. So
I'll tell them a funny story, and then they can tell you. His mic's off now. I can't hear a bloody word. It's all good. Am I interrupting your no, I'm clearly not interrupting his. So, all right, I went down the shops today to get food, right? And I was wearing my mask, and I've got an example here. I've just got to get it off its little pegs. So I'm wearing my mask like this, and now it's on the floor. Some bloody corona stopper it's going to be now. Anyway, so I'm like this, okay? I like to call this your gay camouflage. If you're going to do an op in a gay club, this is how you do it. Because you mix in with everyone else who's fabulous. So I'm down the shops in my mask, yeah? And I'm standing outside of Baker's Delight, and there's this white kid and a black kid and this white girl. And I think the white girl was with the white guy, I think. Anyway, the white kid says to the black kid, hey, and really loud, right? Obnoxious loud. So we're waiting outside the Baker's Delight, and like really loud. And he goes, hey, is you being black just a result of you not washing at all ever? Is that what it is? You're just really dirty? And the black kid's gone, fuck you. And then he turns around and says, yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is. It's the same as, and he's not being really loud. He's just like talking. Right. He says, it's the same as you being really smelly because you don't clean your dick and it all crusts up and you have to shoot pellets of sour milk swelling crusty chunky bits down the throat of this undeserving lady. And he turns to her and says, it's got no nutritional value, and I just think you should go to the doctor every time you have the relations with him. And so the white guy's laughing, and she's going, I know what you mean. Oh, you should see the scarring in my throat. So they're all about to laugh. And then this woman comes over, right? She's like bowls up, and grabs the white guy by the ear, right? And so, like I said, I'm all masked up, yeah. Grabs the white guy by the ear, like yoink, and says, "What did you say to him? What did you say to him? It's unbelievable. How outrageous that in this time, in this time and place, that you can be so bigoted and racist as that." And then the black guy goes, "Yeah, ma'am, I've been bullied and hassled by this guy for weeks and months now, and I don't know what to do." The girlfriend is shitting herself laughing, right? And this woman's going, "I've half a mind to take you down the cops." And the black guy goes, I don't know how to press charges, but I think I would. And so she's dragging him up. The white guy's going, fucking, he's like going, fuck. You know? And I'm behind my mask, pissing myself. And the one guy's like, look at his mate going, please help me. And then she gets out on the phone and says, yes, police, please. And finally the black guy goes, miss, ma'am, no, stop. And so he basically takes us through. It says really, really he was just really horsing around. And then she's just into him saying, well, it wasn't very funny and it wasn't very nice and it demeans everyone. He said, and white guy's going, yes, 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 yes. And she goes, oh, and takes the children and goes away. And like black guy's like crying, laughing. Girlfriend is crying, laughing. And white guy goes, you'll keep, motherfucker. You will keep. And everybody around is just laughing because it was like perfect. In these corona times, fun can still be had. Angry, Hazy, can I get a birthday hello from my favourite Aussie? Chris W443. Happy birthday to you and my top bits. You'll see that the mask goes all the way down.
I think Annette's calling that a gator, I think, and wants to know where you got that. Where did you get that mask?
Oh, I got that from my chemist.
It's from a chemist.
They started to get serious about the masks, and I thought, I'm not wearing these fucking paper ones and chucking them away every day because A, they hurt my ears, and B, I can't breathe through them. And then they had these ones, and I thought I could wash that. And they have inserts, and they breathe through better. And people forget that the masks aren't to protect me; they're to protect everyone else.
Correct.
The idea is when I cough and sneeze, it's not getting on you. And then you get these fucking idiots going, maskless, going, I'm not wearing a mask because they don't work anyway. It's like, yeah, well, they actually do. So I just got them from the chemist. And now these are harder now to get, right? These ones, because the government came in and said it has to be a fitted mask with ear loops. Well, this is a fitted mask with ear loops because what people were doing was simply wrapping scarves around their head. And when this is on, it just looks, the ear loops disappear. But I just tuck it in down the front and it looks like it's stays on. And when I move my head around, yes, you can see the ear loops. And so I've been stopped by the cops a couple of times and they say, oh, you've got to have ear loops. Well, here's the ear loop. And it's got to be fitted. Well, you can see that it's fitted. Oh, yeah, you're right. And they go away and they hassle the guy with no mask at all. And he says, oh, I don't have to because I've got rights. And they go, you're coming with us because you are too stupid to live and we're going to beat you up outside the back of the police station to death.
This thing I do. I think it's one from Defensive Wounds asking, did Dan take too long? I don't think so. I actually think McGowan in Perth overreacted to quite an extreme degree in Perth. They basically, it was a period of 3 days. It was like, something's loose. It's kind of more loose. Okay, it's definitely loose. And but we stomp on it now. It might have stopped. Dan even said it. Look, we might already have it under control. This is what we're calling a circuit breaker. This is stomp hard and go be really sure that we've contained it. So no, I don't think he went too fast. I think McGowan overreacted to one case. But yes, Sejuk in Germany saying yes, it took the German leaders 2 months of very light and somewhat medium lockdowns that didn't work at all to then finally do a hard lockdown when it was way too late.
Yeah, it's awkward. Yeah. It's awkward when people start dying and shit, and you start digging trenches in Central Park, New York, for mass graves.
Yeah.
Oh, that screams plague pits.
I know, plague pits. It's really thing. It's kind of like one of the weird things that come out of it. LA had to relax the laws about the number of cremations that were allowed as an air pollution law.
Yeah.
And they had to say no limit on cremations just because of the amount of people that were dying. And that's Jesus. Okay. Chris
The
asking,
idea that you've
like
got a limit
having
on
a mildly
cremations
functioning
because air
government.
pollution's so bad is bad. The
Yeah.
idea that then you say, "Oh, don't worry about it. Just stick them in, nuke them up, get them out, crush up the dust, throw it in the urn." Oh, is this Uncle Charlie's ashes? Fuck yes, we guarantee it.
Yeah, probably.
There you go. You know, could be someone else's ashes as well. Could be none of Uncle Charlie at all, but there is plenty of ash in that urn.
Yeah.
Trust me, you can.
The
scatter
official
it
line
everywhere
is
you
it's
won't mind.
ash.
It's
Yeah.
fucking ash. It's been all pounded up because that's what happens. Oh, I seen a crematorium. Fucking amazing. So you do the service up the top, and everyone's going, "Oh, it's sad. The motherfucker's dead. Oh, it's bad." Everyone's crying, and then it either sinks down or goes into the, and then the curtains, right. And then what happens is there's guys that walk in and they knock all of the fittings, the brass fittings off the coffin.
Yeah.
Right. And there's no lead lining in the coffin. It's just wood. And then at the request of relatives, they'll open up the coffin and get particular jewelry or photographs out of the pockets and the fingers of the deceased. Sometimes, I'm going to go here anyway, sometimes the deceased has had arthritis and the fingers are too big to get the rings off.
Yeah.
So it's bolt cutters, snip, ring.
Yeah. It's ask no questions, get told no lies. Like, oh, Grandpa Jake could never get that ring off. Oh no, your fingers get skinnier.
Techniques.
Your fingers get skinnier when you die, and
we have special techniques and lubricants. And trust me, it's cleaned thoroughly before you get it back. And so then they slip it into the gas. I'm not going to say oven because it's not actually an oven. It's a gas
like
firing
a
kiln. Yeah,
like a kiln.
And they swirl the gas oxygen mix. It is oxygen. It's not just air. They pump oxygen.
Well, because that's what burns. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and they swirl it so that it becomes that the carbon becomes its own fuel source. So it burns sort of 2-3 times at once and really hot. So it burns down. And within, I shit you not, 9 minutes, the whole entirety of the mass of the coffin and the body is down to ash with bone lumps in it. Then it goes through a roller crusher. And they smash, and then they tap all of the ash into effectively a box, like it's usually a plastic box, out of a plastic bag, and they very, very careful about it, and it cools amazingly fast because as soon as all the burning has stopped, all the fuel has gone, and the heat just goes because there's nothing to burn anymore. The reason black fire wood is still hot is because there's still fuel in there and it's still actually burning. But if there's no fuel in there, and the cremators make sure of this, then it's not hot. And so crush into the box, and then they give it to you, and they will give it to you before everyone else has actually left the service. Mate of mine died, good bloke, and when we left the cremation, his family had grabbed most of the flowers that were given to the service and scattered the ash, most of the ash, onto the flowers, and then gave everyone a flower, which was really sweet. And then they put another little bit of ash in one of the memory bricks that they have in the wall, the memory wall.
Mm.
And that was really lovely. But yeah, it's a fascinating process. It's really quick. The energy use is incredible. The technology is incredible. Hate to tell you where it was perfected.
No, let's not go there. I think, yeah, I think we can get. And also, my favorite bit of trivia is the last thing to burn is the heart. The heart outlasts bones because it's pure muscle and it's the toughest muscle in the body, and it's the last thing to break down in the fire.
Isn't it amazing? The last thing to go. And you think of all your bodily functions, and you go, your heart's the one that really puts in. Like if you did this with your arm all day, every day, even while you were sleeping, you would get tired.
Yes.
Your heart does not get tired. It only gets tired once. And doesn't get tired anymore after that. Gets a nice.
Oh, well, sometimes they wake it back up. It gets really sleepy, but they wake it up.
I can attest to that.
Exactly, right? Exactly.
I can attest to that. And I am grateful for that. So yeah, but you know, these people, I was once at another funeral, and this guy's girlfriend was being asked, what ornaments do you want on the coffin, on handles, and she went, just whatever's cheapest, I don't care, you're going to knock it off anyway. And they're going, oh, well, what? She said, don't. I know. You're going to just, as soon as he goes behind the curtains, you're just going to whack it off with a bloody crowbar and stick it in the use it again pile. The tech screws that they use to put in to the coffin are only that big, and they come pop straight out. And these guys just whack, get it off straight away. There's it's just such a process. If there's like a big crucifix on it or something, they just whack it off.
All right, we're being asked to change the topic because people don't want to talk about death this much.
Fair enough.
Which I think is perfectly reasonable.
Well,
I think Kirsten's just changed the topic to ice cream. Kirsten's come back from an outing to gather ice cream, and
it's hardly
ice cream acquired, which is a good thing.
It's hardly fucking essential shopping, is it?
Oh, I think it is. Pursed lips of disapproval.
Pursed lips of disapproval.
Yeah. But I think, yes, ice cream, chocolate, booze, obviously. Literally, the bottle shops got included in the necessary things to stay open. What if you want real political suicide in Australia? You shut the bottle shops.
The bottle shops.
Yeah.
No, don't do that.
Yeah, you're not getting far if you do that.
Boss of the house has a work permit to go to work tomorrow.
Nice. Why? Yeah. So
because it's an essential service to have TVs come up out of car seats or backs of lounges or out of cupboards.
Making little motors. Yeah.
Yeah. They do all of the engineering of those things.
Yeah.
And he's been asked to design some new things because he's very
That's
clever.
right. He's working in robotics. Yeah.
And he's very clever and special. Except that he was very nasty to me today.
Oh, no. I'm not going to say you probably deserved it, but read between the lines, everyone. But, so.
I'll go to the only solace I have.
What is that? Oh, I can tell that just means, all right, prescription medication.
Yes.
Defensive wounds. Oh, no, I'm
now.
not doing that. Okay, yep. I got asked not to do that. Okay. Votes for ice cream. Invisible Chicken likes Mars bar ice creams. I do tend to get little treats from the supermarket. You get a box of the ones that normally cost like, $4 or $5 from
a 7-Eleven, and then you get a whole box of them for $4 at the supermarket. I like those. Or at least when they're on special, they're like $4 or $5 for a box of 4. Kirsten's gone for dairy-free Magnum flavors. Trying the salted caramel. Nice. Should you reckon the bottle is like milk bars for the 50s?
I reckon
Corner
it's
shop.
fucking awesome that there's really cool chockies and that on sale because, it's a cool time for that. But I went through some other stuff that I need to get. And there was these products that were $8. Yeah?
Yeah.
And they've gone, get 2 for $9 each. And I've gone, hang on a fucking minute. That's gone up. And they said, no, normal price $9.50. And I've gone, wait a fucking minute. They've raised the price, then made a sale. And I've gone, you cheeky bastards. And they've got it down, prices are down. I'm going, not that fucking down. It's fucking up, prices have been jacked up. And now we're telling you down, prices are down.
Yeah. Yes, they're very cynical.
Bye, because we know you need fucking diapers.
Yeah, they're very cynical. Very cynical.
Mind you, there is a new blood orange chocolate egg that is in the we're chucking them out aisle, and I'm going to get some for boss of the house's Valentine's Day present tomorrow, using effectively the last money I have in the world. And
says they're bringing out golden gay time Easter eggs. So then if they're those little, if they're like the cream eggs, and they're this big, you could make all sorts of fun jokes about gay time balls in your mouth. But
there's no golden about gay time.
No,
nothing golden about gay time.
I just remember how hard it is to have a gay time on your own. But,
it's the ice cream that dare not speak its name.
Yes. While we're talking, I just remembered something. I just actually have to look outside the back door, which is, again, not a gay thing.
Yeah.
No backdoor shenanigans, thank you.
Righto.
I just got to look out here. I think it's a mint.
What are you fucking doing?
Look.
I think he's fucked off, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's all been too much for him.
I'm looking for mint. I just realised I needed mint for a drink, and I think we've got some out there. So
your torch is still on. It's off now.
Yeah, I know. Thank you. Hang on. I just got out some scenery.
Yeah, it's all become too much.
Mint
you just can't handle the pressure of the camera anymore.
Okay.
Well,
okay.
I would ask you if you liked my story that I seen down at Baker's Delight, but obviously I can't know. Pretty fucking funny though. Watching this kid nearly get charged with being a racist, bigoted bastard, and his mate fucking letting him. I thought that was fucking hilarious. And the way his mate, the black kid, was just going, yeah, I've been bully blamed for months, and it's been really bad. Like, you bastard. Right, really fucking nailed it. Did you get that story I was telling? Did you?
I got most of it. Don't tell it a second time.
No, I'm not telling it a second time. I was just asking if you caught up.
Oh, I caught the end of it, but so that's all good.
And I was just saying to the folks, I fucking thought it was the piss funniest thing when his mate, the black kid, was just going, oh yeah, I've been bullied for months, and just fucking dropping him right into shit, and he's going, don't. You know? I only shut it down when she called the cops. Anyway.
So I'm also being asked to be barman, so because it's Saturday night.
You're asked to be barman.
I've been asked to make a drink for the lad.
Yeah, so, fair enough. It's Saturday night.
Saturday night.
Fucking make the man a beer. Fucking you hog the kitchen.
I know, right? So I made some. I'm actually guinea pigging him, giving him the flavored vodkas I made. So
Did you give him that little vial of plasmids that I cooked up?
the what?
He
What?
can't hear us, can he?
No.
Oh, good.
What are you
Because it's
talking
supposed-
about?
You know, that little vial of green stuff that I said, give it to him in a drink and you'll get hair around his ears.
I have no idea what you're talking about. So that may be something you imagined.
Shit. I've mailed it to someone else. I'm not going to dox you, but I've clearly mailed it to the wrong address.
Thank you.
Fuck. I'll get the police around my place anytime now.
Ugh.
Oh, I'll have to get rid of the fucking lab.
All right.
Shit.
Sorry. I'm going to make him a coconut vodka drink.
You like coconut?
And maybe
Send him to a special school.
oh, tequila. Sorry, what?
You like coconut?
Yeah.
Send him to a special school.
Special school. I like coconut.
Yeah. Anyone who likes coconut needs to go to special school.
No, coconut's good. You're weird.
No, coconut's bad. Have you seen the government of Fiji? Thank you.
They seem happy. Is all I'm going to say.
As long as they're fucking... Oh, they have actually stabilised a lot in the last few years.
Yeah. They seem fine.
And President
It's
for Life
fine.
actually gave up President for Life and they had elections and everything. And he was fine. I thought it was all a bit rude and racist until I met a Fijian and he said, actually, there's a bit more to it. And he sort of took me through it. And I went, oh, I see. And it turned out that there was a situation where native Fijians weren't getting the top jobs.
Yes. Indian
it was
people were.
a real thing. And
Yeah.
I went, no, that's just perception. You went, no, it was a real thing.
Yeah.
And they were giving it all the same old boring shit like, oh, they're lazy, they're stupid, they're uneducated, they're, all the same old bullshit. But it was all the Fijians who joined up for national service and for the army. And so the army said, you know what? Enough is enough. And they were actually accepting government from the Council of Chiefs. And that was the final straw, that the government in place said, oh, we're not going to listen to the Council of Chiefs anymore. And the army went, yes, you are. And it all got very awkward and sticky from then on in. But I just thought it was a like a straight out coup for, ugly reasons. And I got fucking schooled, as in, there was a bit more to it, mate.
Yeah.
Another side of the story. And he said to me, if it was straight out ugly, nasty coup, Australia would have been fucking straight in there with the Anzac and fucking there would have been troops everywhere, fucking shooting motherfuckers, and the government would have been put straight back in power. And there would have been no question. It would have been like that. Because Australia puts in 65% of their budget. And so they get to have a bit of a say. And it didn't go like that. It didn't go like that. There was a lot of very delicate talking. There were troops there, and there was UN police force there. And in fact, they sent federal police more than they sent troops. But it wasn't your traditional you're right and you're wrong. It was much more a little bit of let's have a balanced response here. And they did.
Yeah. I'm thinking we invite some people in, see if anyone wants to join.
Sounds like a fine idea to me, mate.
Angry Bunch style. There is the link for anyone who is in El Mood to join. And I'm just getting myself ready to make a Belmont Breeze. Where I got lemon juice, honey macera, got cranberry, and some bourbon whiskey.
Bourbon. There is a moon over Bourbon Street tonight.
And no more gay stuff, but we've got Knob Creek.
Knob Creek.
Knob Creek. And
It is not gay if penises do not touch. If penises do not touch, it's not gay. That doesn't look good.
I always love the jokes when that stupid phase happened with guys unironically saying no homo. And she's like, what does that even mean? And it's like, how far do you take it? It's like, while you're in the middle of deep throating, just come up for air, go, no homo. And
I got put on it. You know how I used to do, they used to drop me into tours that had failed or were about to explode.
All right, just kidding. Hi, Abigail.
Dr. Abigail.
Speaking of gay stuff.
Speaking
Hello.
of gay, it's getting awfully gay up in here, is all I'm saying.
Gay stuff, you're talking about me.
And I did actually see your line, Abigail, how you'd been outside my back door, which is a true thing.
Which is the least gay thing ever.
I know, really. And so
I'm so
Hi.
fucking jealous. I've never been close enough to fucking Angry's back door to be outside it.
I know, really.
Fucking always back to the wall when I'm around.
At your end, Saju.
Oh,
It's
sorry.
ridiculous.
I
I'll come into the fucking Angry studio, and all the staff will be boom backs to the wall, and they'll just like around in a, counterclockwise circle to get through doors. I was gonna say, what was I gonna say? It was really interesting too. And
That's okay. We'll just go back to the gay stuff.
Esprit d'escalier, it'll be fucked off, and it's your fault.
I'm
Henry.
all for gay stuff.
Yeah.
Who's not for gay stuff?
Only boring people. Yeah. Defensive
Everyone's
wounds.
like,
Called
everybody is X number of drinks away from being gay.
Fucking oath. That's what I
Yeah.
found in the Blue Mountains. Let
Yes.
me tell you.
Oops, Silumi's trying to join. Oh, there we are.
Hello.
Hey.
There you go.
How's it going?
Sajik
Yeah.
Sanitator Scar. I've got to get my glasses on for that. I'm just going to call you Sajik. Does that work for you?
that works fine for me.
Sweet.
I mean, no, I never. I may have attempted to say the full one once, but that's it. Ooh, Silumi, is that ice cream or like Cocoa Pops or something?
This is my hot pot. Hang on.
Oh, that's your hot pot.
That's the hot
Nice.
pot.
Yeah, no, that sounded good.
Sweet potato, capsicum, kidney beans. And although normally you would serve rice on the side, I just throw it all in. Tomato, garlic, chili, paprika. So good.
It's good.
Nice.
I like that.
I mean,
And
you had it
slow
up for the
cooked,
AZ killing chili, but you
lamb
know.
or
so-
pork in there as well.
I don't eat a lot of meat, but you could definitely put some lamb or pork in here. Probably go really nice with some tempura if you're wanting not tempura. Oh my god, tempeh.
No,
Same,
anything
but-
goes nice with tempura. Trust
Yeah.
me.
Yeah, some fried
and,
chicken. Yeah.
It's tempura is a beautiful thing.
Mm.
I seen a Japanese woman was at our table and she was making the tempura with like chopsticks that were this long.
Oh
And
wow.
she's like gently doing the whole fucking tea ceremony with the tempura and putting it on the and it was a cloth, fucking a fabric, grease pad. And I'm thinking you could do that with fucking napkins, but no. It's this fucking Japanese presentation, and you're thinking fucking they're gonna throw that out later. They're not gonna wash it. And yeah, she was all being very geisha about it, and we ate it, and it was gorgeous. And we had it with ice cream, prawns and ice cream. You go,
Ooh.
really?
Ooh.
And you go, yeah, actually,
Yeah.
yeah,
That's salty and sweet. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. So you guys were making me
Oh.
crave ice cream before, but I have not had ice cream in the house for months because if it comes into the house, it doesn't last.
Yeah.
So I
yeah,
think
no, I
tomorrow-
know that feeling.
Yeah,
Why
tomorrow.
should it last?
Shops.
Why should it last?
Every now and then I buy a treat. There's always like snacks in the house. Every now and then I buy a treat. And Mrs. Angry goes, please don't buy that one again. And I go, why not? Because I had one and then I couldn't stop. It was irresistible. So I can't, don't bring
Well-
that in because I can't stop myself.
I saw your latest cocktail video, and all I wanted to do was go out and buy ice cream and ice magic. Just,
Yeah.
just to have like a little bit of ice cream and just cover it with ice magic.
Yeah.
And then just
Ice magic's
eat the
best.
chocolate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know
Yeah.
the trick with ice magic is to nuke the shit out of it first.
I'd take a
open
step
up.
back from nuke the shit out of it because it will burn. You can nuke it for a little bit. If you nuke the shit out of it, it will burn.
No
because it's
one
got
said
sugar.
you put
Yeah,
it in
the
for
sugar
half
will
an hour,
burn, yeah.
Angry. A minute and a
Yeah.
half's enough.
a minute and a half will burn it to a fucking toffee. You put a big bowl of hot water and sit it in that.
Yes.
And that liquefies it
better.
without burning it.
Fine.
I speak from
Fine,
experience. I have
listen
burnt
to
it.
your foolishness.
I've burnt
There you
it
go.
too
Whatever
often
you need,
in
mate.
microwaves.
I mean, I know what I'm doing for my Valentine's Day now. I'm just going to go buy some ice cream and some ice magic and eat my
Yeah.
feeling.
Yeah, just
Yep.
and you make the ice cream into a little heart shape, like a couple scoops. You make a heart, and then you absolutely bury it in ice magic. And then when it goes hard, you hit it with a spoon, and you go, "Yes, just like my
Yes.
heart." Cold and hard.
Yep.
There's a lot of that action.
Angry, what was your question from before? You asked me a question and I had two tabs open, so I had YouTube
Oh.
and StreamYard going at me at the same time.
Fuck knows. I've got the attention span of a goldfish, but
Cedric, I thought you were going to say I had 2 tabs and I was just fucked and I couldn't understand a word.
now that's something we haven't done on
And
video for a
you
while.
know,
But
we've done
anyway,
that here before. You know, I've looked off into space and everyone's going, "Are you taking the piss, having a seizure, or are you just fucked?" And I'm going, probably all 3.
yeah.
Wow. Well, truth be told, I do actually take amphetamine for my ADHD, so there you go.
Yeah.
You know, Cedric, I have been known to have the ADHD. If you've got any spare, throw them my way.
I
Yeah.
don't know.
I'm not diagnosed.
I'm trying to get my
as
son
such.
on. I'm trying to get my son on those meds as well because he has ADHD. But like, if I play it up a lot, maybe he'll get a double dose, and I can go halves with him.
I do love
Cedric,
those.
have you
Have
noticed
to,
how much worse your fucking condition has gotten lately, mate?
Me?
Yes. So much worse.
I must say, like, it's I don't know, like before I took medicine, like it just got during the lockdown type of during the pandemic. You mean, or
Anytime that I've got money, it's got fucking very bad. And
Oh.
you've got to go back to your doctor and give it a bit of, mate, if we don't triple, quadruple the dose, I don't know what I'm going to do. I think
Well-
I'm going to run around with signs painted on me, naked. I'll help with the signs. And, you know, I think, because look, really, your doctor folks have got a chest full of amazing fucking pills that they lock jealously. And then when they unlock them, you got a healthcare card and you can get really cheap fucking hardcore drugs and you go, yes.
yeah,
And then remember your mates. That's all I'm saying. Remember your mates.
I long for the day to return when doctors would freely prescribe Duramine as an appetite suppressant, which is an amphetamine and was a very effective appetite suppressant. I want it for 2 reasons. It's a really effective appetite suppressant, and I'm a hideous fat bastard, and that would help. And second, holy cow, you take it before 10 a.m. or you don't take it because you ain't sleeping that
I'm not
night.
sleeping that day.
Anyway, so I got the stage where it's like you're meant to take 1 a day. I was taking it like on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday because A, it would last twice as long, and B, that was all you needed, and preserving your sleep was good. And then plus you'd have extras for Saturday night sometimes.
Saturday
so,
night, Dexy's Midnight Runner, baby.
Exactly.
like, we haven't really gone that far from you've got Ghost in Your Bloods do cocaine about it because it's your brain does this weird thing that we don't really understand. It's a meth.
Yeah. Have these amphetamines. Yeah, it's like
the ones I take is called Vyvanse, which is apparently doctors don't know about this too much. Even my best friend down Traralgon Way, he's a GP, and he asked me lots of questions about it because he's never had anyone be prescribed that he knows for it. And it does work for 14 hours or so, and it doesn't stop there. It just like it peters out after that, and so my sleep is a little fucked from it. But
yeah.
I've lost weight. I think I've lost weight. I don't know if you guys can tell, but I think I've lost weight. Like, I have to wear a belt on my jeans now.
Yeah, you probably know that.
Yeah. If you have to wear a belt, you've lost weight, mate.
Yeah.
And
I'm
I'm
okay
okay
with
with
that.
a cocktail.
Noted.
So I'm leaving it all to you again. So first, is my microphone
no.
off? Is my microphone off?
No, it's on,
No.
mate.
No. What?
It's off now, mate.
Now it's off. Yeah.
Good.
So, righto, folks. I've got here my electric telephone, right?
Ooh,
and
fancy.
I'm gonna open it up. Yeah, I know it's fancy.
Ooh.
I put it on a plan.
Ooh.
And now Telstra keeps on ringing me up every month, going, pay me. The fuck?
I
Anyway,
hate that.
I'm opening up the clock, and I'm going to the timer, No, it went the wrong way. I'm going to the timer, and I'm going, because I'm going to give myself a fair go here. I'm going 3 minutes, right? So when I start speaking about anything, I'm going to hit start. And when the timer goes off, I'm going to stop speaking, because I keep on getting shit off people, and I won't say who, but their initials are Dr. Abigail. For,
Well, those are some long initials.
yeah, it's an acronym. So, you know, you guys have a chat about something, I'll jump in and I'll hit start.
So who's excited for the new Amazon Prime Lord of the Rings TV show set in the Second Age?
I
gonna
did
have
not.
Numenor.
I'm going to have to look this up.
Yeah,
Second Age?
the Second Age. Yes, it's going to have Numenor. It's going to have the rings, the rings of power, their creation. Yeah, it's going to
So
be
is this a bit like a prologue?
amazeballs.
It's kind
Well,
of,
it's
go ahead.
a prologue to the Lord of the Rings novel, maybe, but for those of us who are Lord of the Rings nerds, it's like a sequel to the First Age. If you read the Silmarillion, like there was very few details that he wrote about in the Second Age, and there's a lot of scope for the writers of this TV show to fill in some blanks.
That's
Oh,
so
It's going to be
read
very exciting.
Silmarillion, and
Sorry?
I was disappointed, because you'd read a whole bunch of shit about the son of Gunther, who was the uncle of Blubberblue, who was the cousin of Gliggle Gliggle, who had the horse, which his fiery mane was Yibba Yibba Yibba. And then a big battle occurred. Then on the next day, they went, and it's like, hang on, I've gone through fucking 480 fucking names to get, and a big battle occurred. It's like, Tom Cruise, tell me a fucking story. Then I was watching Lord of the Rings Mark II, or Movie 2, and it was two fucking hobbits go for a walk in a park that's dark. Fuck off,
Okay,
tell me a story, you cockhead.
the problem with that and the tales in the Silmarillion and the First Age is that he never published that. That was published posthumously by his son Christopher, based on notes.
Cashing in. This is cashing in.
Well, no, not.
Cash.
It was a passion for
there was
Christopher
fandom
as
up.
well.
Yeah, passion. Lot of passion, Dad.
So,
You didn't give me fucking money for the first three, so I'll fucking passion it up for you, son, mate, dad, whatever.
So yeah, like he had to fill in a few blanks here and there,
Blanks.
and that's
Well,
why
there was
you
fucking
don't.
Blanks. What was blank about it? Tell me the blanks, Dr. Abigail. What was blank?
You
Hey,
have to read
Flags
the-
every time
like
you
the unfinished
hang on.
tales, the letters of Tolkien, all the stuff that Christopher Tolkien published. There's the blanks.
It's
I love the
like
idea.
fucking reading the Apocrypha of the fucking Bible, mate. You know, on one of them, Jesus is gay. On another one, he's black. On another one, he's fucking doesn't know what he's doing. On another one, he was 26. You know, it's like, you know, pick and choose. It's like, oh, is this really real? Is it? Yeah, it's like, sounds like a mass. The Lord of the Rings sounds like a fucking massive retcon to me. The whole fucking lot. Every page is like, nah, it didn't happen like that. Nah. Because really, the Klingons had to stop because their moon exploded. And
Praxis. The moon was called Praxis.
You know what Praxis
Love
means
your work,
in theatre?
Abigail.
Sorry?
Do you know what praxis means in theatre?
What does it mean?
It means the art of rehearsing or practicing with your intent in mind. So the intent of your performance and the performance's meaning and effect in mind. So you're learning to juggle, and the praxis of juggling is learning how to juggle by going, my juggling will make the emotion and feeling and the doing in my crowd of this. So you use praxis to hone and solidify your poetics, which is your reason for doing art and your politics of doing art and your aim for doing art. And that's my 3 minutes.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I haven't really kept like I knew there was I'll talk about that in a second. There's a Lord of the Rings thing coming out.
Yep.
But I can see why they're doing the Second Age because it's a bit more marketable. Because Sauron's in it, and Sauron's a character that we all know.
That we all know, yes.
Yeah.
Except for the first part of it, he's Anatar. No, sorry, the second part, the second half of the Second Age, he's Anatar, Lord of Gifts.
And if
so he starts as Sauron, then he goes to Anatar, then he goes back to Sauron.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. He's a big deceiver.
Darth Vader, Anakin, Darth Vader, Anakin.
I think
no,
it's
he was
the other way
always
around.
evil.
Yeah,
he was always evil.
Yeah,
Anakin was good.
And
come on, he was perfect.
Sauron was only considered good before the Discord of Melkor happened before the creation of Arda, of Earth, like during the Song of Eru Ilúvatar, and then all the Valar joined in and all the Maiar joined in, and then Melkor wanted to make his own music, and then he recruited others to make music for him, and then Eru created the world based on that music.
Yeah. I can see why they didn't do it on the first age, because that's really depressing. The first age is really depressing.
Depressing, long, and so many people just like I would love to see a TV show based on Gondolin, just Gondolin. Give me Gondolin, and what was his Thingol? Was it who married Melian the Maiar and Doriath? And it wasn't Gandalf.
Oh,
I don't know Gondolin. I'm reading it up on Lord of the Rings.
Gondolin is the hidden city of Gondolin was like one of the chief cities of the Noldor in the First Age that fought against Morgoth.
I see.
Is Mordor named in honor of Morgoth?
I don't know.
Oh,
that's a good question.
Maybe, they're going, Morgoth, great bloke, knew how to fuck up an orc, knew how to befriend an orc. I reckon this desolate piece of shit land should be named after him, because it's a bit like New Zealand.
I'm just looking it up in my favorite website of all time, the Encyclopedia of Arda.
Wow.
Okay.
Fuck me. Of course, it's the internet. Rule 32, bro. I have been to New Zealand, and it's beautiful. It's actually gorgeous. And they said when they were looking for locations that they sent their locations scouts out for a year, and the location scouts came back in 3 months and said, can we have our money because we found everything? And Peter Jackson said, yes, you can have all your money for a year because you found everything. because you found fucking things I didn't know were there, and that's excellent. And the scouts actually found places that you could drive to. You didn't have to climb mountains and shit. You could get helicopters. You could drive there, and you could drive craft services. And there were inns and B&Bs and accommodation for everyone. And Peter Jackson was fucking stoked to make the scouts part of permanent staff. And now they're tasked with going around the world. Check this for a job. They go around the world on Peter Jackson's ticket, finding places that are cool in case he wants to shoot a movie. And what's your job? I fly around the world first class looking for cool shit.
Oh, there you
I
go.
want to work for him.
Cool. Well, Mordor means the Black Land in a language. I'm not sure, probably the Black speech.
That's
racist. And he settled there. It was already there. It's not all desolate. Just the plateau of Gorgoroth,
Which is where Barad-dûr is.
Barad-dûr and Orodruin, which is the mountain, the volcano. But like South Mordor, there's like a sea, there's rivers, that's like where they get their food from.
See what I'm saying? If you don't have the Black Land in a sea, racism. It was the trouble with fucking Tolkien, racist.
Well, he was a little bit racist, yes.
I mean,
really,
particularly a lot of
he was,
authors
yes,
of that period
of
were,
that time, yeah.
Sadly,
No,
it was
okay,
much
if you think about it, Easterlings and Southrons were the enemy, and Southrons were from Africa, and Easterlings were from Asia or Persia.
Oh.
And they were recruited by Sauron, and thus evil.
Oh.
And that's like, even within D&D, they've had to call out the fact that orcs who, and there's my brain's gone blank. I was listening to a Pathfinder, so my brain's not in D&D today. But there's been other races within even something like that where there is racism within that, and now the universes are saying, yeah, we hear you, and we're going to have to rewrite things and change things. It's really problematic, and we're sorry. It's like, good growth, but also let's acknowledge that was shit.
Yeah, because a lot of D&D was based on Tolkien. Like, you can see it a mile away.
And you can, and if you don't know, you don't know. And then once you do know, you go, fuck, I've just written 15 books on this. What am I going to do?
Yeah.
Can I retcon the whole fucking lot?
But yeah, like Tolkien was a product of his age. He wasn't like outwardly racist. He was just racist because of his age. Yeah.
Like Australia.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's hard to not be racist when you come from that time period.
Yeah, I remember watching a thing about the Trouble in Ireland, and there was this Irish guy talking about when the British troops first turned up, and the Irish were going, see, this was going to be different because it wasn't going to be like normal. It wasn't going to be like the Scotties were off fighting niggers. They're going to be fighting white people this time, and that was going to be a problem. And I was just going, Jesus, mate, slow down. And he was like totally cool with it. And I'm going, mate, maybe if you just, maybe just back the fuck up a bit. And this was in the 1990s. He was saying this shit. And just going, things have moved on, brother. And we have like this peace thing going on. Maybe we should try and hold on to that. Okay, so Tolkien was a lazy racist.
Unfortunately, yes.
Is there, because as I understand it, and I could be wrong here, and tell me when I'm wrong, as I understand it, I know the whole Narnia thing was all about the massive retelling of the
Jesus.
The New Testament, but I understand Tolkien was a little bit of your epic god work as well. Is that fair, or am I just really off base?
No, like he designed the pantheon to resemble Catholicism. There's one god, and the Valar are demigods, so to speak. The Maiar were angelic figures, but there was always one god, Eru Ilúvatar, and he created everything.
Right.
I know who we're talking about. I want to throw in. I think it's funny that Tolkien thought C.S. Lewis's writing was shit, like The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. Tolkien
They
just
were
thought
good friends.
They were very good friends, but he told him he thought The Lion, Witch, and the Wardrobe. It's like, for fuck's sake, dude, we get it. The lion's Jesus, okay? You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
He just thought Lewis's writing was real. He thought The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe was so obvious. And he told Lewis that, like, yeah, dude, really? Is that what we're doing? Okay.
Well, wasn't
That's how Oxford Dons of that is literally how Oxford Dons of the mid 20th century sounded. They just go, dude, really?
For real? For real, bro?
We're doing this now, dude. Come on.
Yeah, I know, so go and
Get
fucked.
a clue.
I'll see you in fucking Matins, prick, and then after that, we'll go to fucking chapel and fucking have a food fight.
See, I put a little forest in my drink. See, that's
Nice work, bro.
so Mrs. Angry went out and picked that mint for me from the
that's
garden.
so nice. I'm going to say nice work, brah.
Brah.
Oh.
Cedric,
My son
you've,
uses that term.
My cousin uses
He's
that
a
all the time.
He's a Zoomer, so
Yeah,
What?
Zoomers.
My cousin turns 18 this year, so
Yeah,
I think he does.
Yeah, that's
My
awkward,
youngest-
isn't it?
My youngest siblings are
They've all of a sudden got the power to go to big person's jail, but don't realise they're going to big person's jail.
Sorry,
It's
Silumi,
always
what
a
you're saying?
tricky Conversation. No,
AZ, quiet for a
Yeah.
second. Quiet for a second.
we need
Silumi,
quiet rules.
wasn't me.
I had a minute and a half. I'm timing myself. Okay, that's it.
I was trying to say my younger siblings are like 12 and 15 now, and that's really weird because particularly the last year of being in lockdown, they've really had access to social media a lot more just because they're at home. My younger brother's one where he will just smash out all of his schoolwork in like 2 hours and spend the rest of the day gaming.
Efficient.
But like
nice.
they're so freaking aware of stuff now. Like I was not that switched on to shit that was happening in the world when I was 12 or 15. Well, probably more when I was 15, because once I was 15, I was into like the punk alternative scene. And the elders of that community were like, shit's fucked, here's how. And I was like, okay. Yeah, just amazing.
For me, like when I was 16, I think I started visiting Slashdot, and which was, for those who don't know what that is, you know, it's like tech Reddit basically, and that got me into it. Yeah, and it's like Dig or something, and I was kind of like, that's how I got it, but got into like not politics, but that was my own thing, but but that was pre-Reddit days, and then Reddit has just expanded a whole bunch of other things for me since 2011. So yeah, which is why I have that flag right there. I can't do fingers. So that's my Reddit test alliance, EVE Online flag. So yeah, and nowadays, yeah, I think you're right, Salome. It's I think they're a bit more clued in if they want to be.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing, is if there's a push. And I know, like, particularly my younger sister, who's 15, she's always questioning things. And I think part of that is always like, I've always been like, I'm the black sheep in the family because I'm like the non-binary pansexual who lost their religion really early and is always just like, isn't church just like a cult? And they're like, stop asking this. What are you doing? Don't we only have trees because the pagans brought them inside? Look at this historical fact. And they do. A lot of my family didn't know how to deal with that. So having younger siblings who had no choice but to be raised around that, they kind of just, now they question things a bit more, which I think is a good thing. But yeah, like I'd put up a TikTok of one of my favorite TikTokers. He talks about mental illness and over incarceration of mentally ill people in the US. But just like a cute clip of him in a maid's outfit dancing because it was cute and he's queer. And I was like, yay, queerness. And she goes, oh, I didn't know you followed Zach. And I'm there like, he's got a lot of mature content. You're 15. I mean, okay.
What are you gonna do?
I was doing a lot of mature content when I was 15. Like, you know. And so there's got to be a point to where you say, yeah, you know, if they're doing it with other 15-year-olds, then maybe. Maybe they shouldn't be videoing it, like I found to my detriment. But you know, there's like, you can't. I have a problem with and I'm timing properly. I have a problem with my youngest nephews, and they've been denied. They can't have any guns or make this gesture with their hands. That's out. Can't talk about, see, or experience any violence of any kind. And they can't talk about something else. I can't remember what it is. And their books and TV watching is seriously monitored. And you go, oh, okay, that's good parenting. But then you go, all right, that's also breeding in a kind of resilience that will tear under wet paper. So where do you get off? I mean, I remember as a kiddie, one of the actual good things that happened when I was a kiddie was my folks decided there was no book, TV show, movie, or piece of art or anything that I could not see, think about, or ask questions about, which was good because when I went to school, the library was totally stacked with things that they'd selected very carefully. So what do you do about mature content? You know, what is damaging and what is not? And what is damaging to not know and then find out at a time when you're actually in a vulnerable position? Because I've seen so many, especially young ladies, get into cars with rugby players that they really fucking shouldn't be, going, oh, honey, you shouldn't be doing that. And being involved in parties where we're going, Sandy, come and have another drink with us now. Get out of the car. Because, you know, she has no idea what's going to happen next. Because she's just, you know, blah. And now I'm stopping.
That's all
I
right.
have 5 seconds to go.
You can
also, you know, you can have actual conversation.
We've lost
and then other people might have reflections on that sentence rather than timed monologues. That's another option. I'm just throwing out there.
I'm just disciplining myself.
All right, that's good.
It's okay. I have the same problem. It's okay. It's not really a problem. It's just like it just happens.
It is what it is. It's a thing. It's fine.
Yeah.
And it's harder on streams because the audio doesn't cope with multiple people talking. Whereas if you're in a group conversation, you can have that overlapping dialogue and it's not a huge deal. But I do find it interesting when, like, because I'll be 30 at the end of this year, and I had friends who were like, oh, we could go out because tonight the gay bar in Adelaide, Mary's Poppin', is doing like singles night, anti-Valentine's Day. And had friends going, oh, let's go out. And I was just like, I could. And I could deal with people telling me I'm not queer enough, and with straight guys coming into a queer bar and hitting on women who they assume are attracted to them, or people they perceive are women and they're getting offended when they're not, and that they're not interested. Or I could stay at home. And so I'm staying at home because, like, going out as a female who's not a female. Like, I'm non-binary, but, like, I often present femme when I go out because I feel comfortable in that. And I'm less likely to get threatened or stalked if I dress feminine because I can hold my ground. If I look at all butch or mask, I get stalked and threatened with physical violence or sexual violence a lot more, which is not a fun time. So, but yeah, and it blows my mind that people, when you say to people, I don't want to go out because they don't feel safe, they're like, what do you mean? Because I exist in a town that should not be a capital city. We're a small country town that just happens to be a small country town in the fucking state.
Yeah. That thing
Can
that
I
the
ask
straight
Salumi,
guys
what
who,
capital city are you talking of?
Adelaide.
Yeah, Adelaide.
just a big country town. Just a big
Ah.
country town.
I was
That
gonna say
that
something
that
supportive,
straight
but I'm not
guys
now.
straight guys in gay bars you're talking about. Someone was telling me a story recently. Some of the queer bars have the designated bear who is on the alert for guys like that, and it'll be this huge hairy guy there, the jock strap, who if guys are sort of leaning in, he'll just basically mirror their behavior. He'll just dance
Like
on
the-
over and go, yeah,
The
are we
Gay
down?
Avenger.
Yeah, and
Gay Avenger. Yep.
oh, it apparently calms down quite. There's some girls who, what are you doing? He goes, I don't know, man. What are you doing? I'm not doing anything you're not doing. What are you? Well, maybe you shouldn't be doing. If this doesn't feel good, maybe you should stop. And
Yeah.
There was a gay bar in Canberra when I was a young guy, and my friends used to take me there all the time because they said, you need a root now. Why? Because you're stressed and you're giving us the shits. And I go, well, I could root one of, no, you can't. Come on.
it's like a Snickers bar.
So they take me to the gay bar, and there were 3 of them actually. And they take me to this one particular gay bar, and they were known for letting in the young guys, right? And we all kind of looked of age because we had a rough childhood. And we get in there and they say, are you just here to fucking persecute puffs? And I'm going, well, actually, I'm here to pick up a root. So that's my kind of call. And they're looking around and they go, righto, pash me. And I'm going, all right. And so free tongue pash before we start. Sweet. And they go, all right, lads, in you go. And that always
Now that's
because I would do
that's
that.
the kind of gatekeeping I can get behind.
Yeah.
And in we'd go, and then they'd see, you know, us all skanking through the door, and they go, "Oh, fresh meat," and that we would sit at a table because somehow magically a booth was available for us. Somehow magically, in the middle of the bar where everyone could see us, and we noticed. My friend was much better at noticing the eyes on us, and then we'd see eyes, and then every now and again I'd see my friends pointing at me. And then magically, all these fucking really hot guys would come and fucking talk to me and buy me drinks, and I would go home with someone. Sometimes I'd be just not drunk, but really fucked up. And I had my first cocaine, and I had my first speed, and I had my first amyl. But that happened before something else that I had my first of, and great nights. So yeah, all my mates are like, and it's like, and then my fucking friend had the audacity to say, "Oh, be kind to him. It's his birthday." And this one went, "Wee, it's his birthday," and then fucking, it was, you know, it's Princess's birthday then, and this prick did it like 4 or 5 times a year. And then one time this other guy comes up and says, again. And my mate laughs. Yeah. And he goes, why not? It's Princess's birthday. You know, we were all very
Passed
young.
him around as a party favour. Yeah,
And I did find out that 2 of my other friends didn't mind going home either when they were plied with enough drug and booze. So, yeah, they could have. Well, I mean, I suppose if you're going to a gay bar just to support my friend, right?
Might as well sample
You
something.
don't need 6 of you to do that. You don't
No.
need 6 of you to do that. You only really need 2 or 3 to do that. But you know, they were always there just to support my friend.
Bit of
anyway,
support.
that's my 3 minutes.
Oh wow, that was a good 3 minutes. Sorry, Suzuki, you go.
I was just gonna say, I was just gonna point like to you, Salumi. Yeah, you think Adelaide's small, but it's actually bigger than Berlin. It's and Berlin's probably one of the biggest European cities.
I think
Yeah.
when I talk about it being a small country town, it's the mindset and the culture in Adelaide. So,
Yes.
like when the same-sex marriage survey happened, it wasn't a vote, it was a fucking survey, it wasn't binding.
Yeah.
I reverted back to dressing more hyper-feminine because I was less likely to be stalked and threatened and harassed. It has taken me years to be able to be comfortable being myself again. And that's just like, even so, going to work, I only get a 10-minute bus ride down the road. I'm very fortunate I live close to work. I still get oldies on there who will give me shit because I look fucking queer. And it's like, no shit, mate. Trying to. I want to be the fucking weird queer person that if anyone else was growing up in our shitty little capital, looked at me and went, that's a functioning adult, and they've managed to fucking survive it, because I didn't expect to get to nearly 30. I was going to die as a teenager, but here I am. So let's help the others survive, because we fucking need it.
Fucking A.
You did.
Sorry to bring it
Fucking
back
A.
to there, Abigail. I'll avoid that now.
So, Duke, when you're saying as big as Berlin, did you mean geographically? Because
Yes, right,
population-wise, Berlin's about 3 times bigger than Adelaide.
That's right.
And
It is.
also,
Yes.
The mindset of Berlin is light years away from the mindset of Adelaide.
It is
Yeah.
light years more left wing than Melbourne, even.
Yeah, very much so. The history of Berlin is fucking
Incredible.
wild.
Incredible.
Yeah. They're one of the 3 cities that didn't vote for Hitler in the 1933 election.
And where a lot of people got fucking purged because of it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yep. He
So
demolished.
that was where all the Bohemians and the lefties and the queers were all in Berlin. And so that's where the brown shirts came and fucked people up. And
Oh,
they
the
got-
Weimar Republic was a fucking amazing place in Berlin. It was just fucked up. It was
Mm.
really cool. You know, go to the Dresden Dolls and all. Oh, fucking. Anyway.
Anyway.
Yeah, sorry, I was just like, small country town. Then like I've been living here, and like, oh yeah, could add in that.
Fucking,
Oh yeah.
I always start my jokes with, yeah, there was once this nightclub in Berlin, I remember, when someone says something really weird that they did know. I remember one time at a nightclub in Berlin, because I did do a few things in a nightclub in Berlin, which is like, Jesus.
And it's probably very standard behavior, let me tell you.
Bloody oath. Bloody oath. I had
can't
some fucking
wait.
eye-opening moments in Berlin, I can tell you that much.
I
Having
can't wait
sex on-
till stuff's controlled enough that we can look at traveling internationally again in however many years, so that I can actually go to Germany as an alternative queer person and get to experience an actual not bullshit culture, because that would be great.
No. Well,
Yeah, you can go to Melbourne and do that.
Yeah, hit and miss. Depends where you are.
Come to the brave and fair city of Darebin, where the shock troops of Northcote live, survive, thrive, and vogue. You'd like Northcote. You can be what you are, do what you want to be. Yeah.
that entire area up there, yeah.
Thanks, Sandra.
Yeah,
I
like,
knew you were the only one to get that.
We're the only ones old enough to know
Brunswick.
that song.
Brunswick area, Fitzroy, Northcote, are queer havens.
Not Thornbury, right out to Thornbury.
Thornbury,
And
yeah.
even Reservoirs a little bit. Oh yeah, whatever you need, mate. You'll find a lot of your Lebesians out at Thornbury Plain Pool, and when you come down through down through Thornbury, down through Northcote, over to East Brunswick, which is a little sleepy town, and then into Brunswick itself, down through North Fitzroy. Carlton, you've got to understand the culture change there is all union. Carlton, South Carlton, to an extent North Carlton, but Carlton, South Carlton, union. That's where they own a lot of property. So it's all very political left there, not sexual left. And then you've got your city where anything goes, and fucking anything goes, because the people in the seats are just not interested because they're on the tram because they need to get from there to there. And if you want to get on in a rainbow tent, it's fine with them as long as you get out the fucking door when they have to get off. and yeah, it's I've always loved Melbourne for that. Now there's someone on the roof, and I'm gonna go and check it out.
Oh no.
I'll,
AZ's got a drama.
I'll see you in a bit.
All right, AZ's got a drama to sort out.
I'll just turn the mic off, just because it
right.
might be noisy, but I shall return.
It might be noisy. AZ might be like bouncing people's heads off walls or something.
Chainsawing a body in the bath.
Yeah.
So,
What happened with AZ?
There's a roof on the apartment block he's on that you can go up to,
Yep.
and he can hit someone up there later than they should be, being louder than they should be, and so he's got to go
Fair
and
enough.
sort them out.
I mean, it's lockdown. You're going to get that.
Yeah. So, like, it's funny, like, Abigail, you and me, and I think Nettie probably agrees to agree. We're like, yeah, lockdown. I don't like people anyway. But
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
I've seen a lot of people on social media, like people I know in the online sense, who are taking it hard. Like Melbourne people.
Yeah, same.
And it's like flipped a switch in their head, and they're just like, I can't cope. And I'm like,
Yeah.
Jesus. You've been
Yeah, I don't understand. It's only 5 days, and
No, it's a trauma response.
It's
Yeah,
just
I guess,
straight up
yeah.
trauma.
No. Geez, like we haven't, like, Berlin's a big clubbing city. There's no clubs. Hasn't been clubs for 12 months almost now.
wow.
Yeah.
And I think people
Yeah.
are losing their shit left, right, and center. And then the winter here in Berlin is fucking awful. If you're
Yeah.
not- like it's like 6 hours of daylight coming up to Christmas. Then when Christmas is over, that's it. It's fucked. You don't want to.
Okay.
And like it's just cloudy every day. And it's like you go outside and it's a bit cold. Now it's blisteringly cold at -10. But
Oh,
yeah, we've had snow. We've had the first snow in 10 years or something. But what I mean is that, like, yeah, it's affecting everyone across the world, and 5 days lockdown is probably enough to just mentioning the word lockdown. This is enough to trigger that type of response in someone, I think.
But we had that
Okay,
in Adelaide
yeah.
when we had our lockdown towards, what was it, end of last year? I can't remember what month it was. At some point when we had our Parafield Gardens outbreak, and then someone lied about going to a pizza shop, and so we went into a stricter
Yes,
lockdown
I
than we needed
remember
to, and then they realized that he'd lied because it didn't line up, and so they repealed it back. But like going into that more strict lockdown, there were people in Adelaide, and like we barely had fucking lockdowns. They were going, I can't cope with this, and we're like, yes, you can. Telehealth guys, get your mental health referrals. We have so many different coping strategies. We can all do this together. And I think like it was nice to see that side of Adelaide where people were just like, look, here's all the mental health assistance you can get. Here's all the good stuff that we can do for you. But like, yeah, people weren't coping. And that was a really short lockdown. And it was our first big one to that degree.
Yeah. It's. Sorry, go ahead.
No,
Yeah,
just Grant Gregory's asking, does it mean more streams? Dude, I'm doing it 5 nights a week most weeks. So
You're a busy person.
it will be the same number of streams.
Yeah.
Yes. And tonight's not a date night. Yeah, I tell you what, it felt really weird. Last night there wasn't a stream because it was a rare going out night. I was out with Abigail and Nettie and Kirsten. And hello, Kitty.
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 I want to pat that cat so much.
Pat Kitty. But because Saturday night's usually my going out night. The vast majority of times I go out, it'll be a Saturday. So going out on a Friday night, I spent all day today thinking it was Sunday because I was recuperating from last night. And that's a real Sunday feeling, going, man, oh, Jesus. So I spent most of the day thinking it was Sunday. And then I was gearing up to, oh, wait, and it's not a date night tonight. So I'm doing a live stream. So it's like the Friday night party on Saturday night instead. So, it's actually mentally, it was quite weird for me. But it was, we had such a good time. It's the thing, wherever you are, if you can find
Yeah, it was great.
local distilleries that will give you tours and tastings and shit, do that because it's fucking awesome. And they were so nice to us. Like when I paid our bill at Starwood, like I paid the whole bill just because I looked, and I thought they were just giving me my bill, and they're saying that's Kirsten's just going like they're not charging us for the tour and the thing, and I was just looking at that.
Yeah.
That amount is close to what I expected to pay for the number of drinks I had. So I just went, oh, fuck it, I'm going to make it easy. Here's a card. Let us go now. And it was just like,
yeah, that was like I expected at least double that amount.
Yeah, I was just stunned. Like because when he was showing it to me, I was just going, "What's that for?" I was going, "Okay, fair. I might have drunk that much." And then he's like, "That's the whole bill," and I'm going, "Are you joking?" And it's like, "Okay, just do it. Just do it. I'll do it. And we'll get out before someone changes their mind." And it was just like,
Yep.
Oh, but yeah, we did the one sort of baby distillery, the Patient Wolf. And that was fun having the whole rundown of how their real Doctor Who steampunk looking worked. I swear it looked like a prop. It didn't look like a working thing. It looked like a prop. And Abigail,
I gotta say, like that was more fun than seeing the Starwood Brewery because
it was more fun, definitely.
The guy who did the Starwood tour was not into the technical side of it, and he didn't display that same passion that the guy at Patient Wolf did at all.
The guy at Patient Wolf was awesome.
Yeah, and that really showed. And yeah,
well,
I was just going to say, I think the tour, the sit down tasting and demonstration was so much better at Patient Wolf because you could see that passion come through.
Yeah, that was really good. And yes, as Annette says, they were so nice. She bought a $70 bottle of slow gin. Yes, I bought a $70 bottle of summertime gin, which Mrs. Angry has already sampled and gives thumbs up to. Cool. And they foisted on me, said, "Oh, you're buying a bottle, have these little bottles of soda as well." And I got the cucumber Cappy soda. And I just said to Mrs. Angry, it'd probably go well with that. Like, it's not a tonic, it's a soda. And so she made a gin and soda, and she said it was fucking awesome. So, yeah, big thumbs. And also, I think the guy's name's Blake. Kirsten's back. She can correct me if I'm wrong. But Kirsten told the guy at Patient Wolf about my YouTube channel. So he immediately subscribed, which was cute. And then he was like,
nice.
oh, you got to come in here and make a video. And I'm like, I will come in here and make a video. This would be a very cool location. And in fact, even just to hand off, because they've got such experienced bar staff, to just have them go, here's a specialty cocktail we make, and have Blake do the whole spiel about the distilling as well. I reckon that would make great videos. So yeah, if he's serious about that, I'm definitely doing that. Maybe do a live stream from Patient Wolf. I don't know how good that is.
Oh, yeah.
Just get progressively really scuttered on gin cocktails, and this is like, yeah, this is good. I like this. I don't know. I'd do it anyway. Yeah.
I'd do it.
Yep. Well, it was Kirsten. It was on your recommendation. I got the summertime, and I might have got the slow gin as well. Except I've got the equivalent from two other Australian distilleries. Neither of which actually use slow berries. The Patient Wolf actually use slow berries. People often get confused when they hear the term slow gin. They think it's SLOW, but it's about slow berries, SLOE.
That's exactly what I thought. It was somehow SLOW and like kitty. Yeah, like I didn't get it, but I'd just sampled maybe 4 or 5 shots worth of gin at that point. So
we were being generous.
Didn't want to say anything.
I got the equivalent from Brookies, the Cape Byron distillery. They actually call it SLOW gin. They call it slow gin because they use Davison plums, not slow berries, and they're just kind of making it clear what it is. It's like our version of slow gin. And I've also got the cherry gin from Anther in Geelong. Same deal, but they don't use sloe berries. They use cherry, but it's in the style of a slow gin. And oh my God, just straight over. Speaking of, Annette, have you had a crack at the slow gin yet? And which preparation method? Because we was asking, how do you have it? And he gave a couple of descriptions of how to drink it, which sounded really good to me. But I'm going to do it 50-50 with whiskey, definitely, because that sounds really good. A fruity gin and whiskey in a 50-50 measure. I'm like, yeah. Or I might even do it in a tall glass and top it off with the soda. What would I call that? Okay, Brains Trust. Slow
Snosberry.
gin. A snosberry. There you go. No, it's a snosberry. That is it. It's a snosberry fizz because it's going to have bubbles in it.
Yep.
Abigail wins. Maybe I'll make it now. Like make a cocktail and say this. I was literally just talking to people, and the declaration has been made. This is called the snosberry fizz.
I was just thinking of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, and I thought, what about a snosberry?
Yeah.
Kirsten, Shane was our tour guide from Starwood, yeah? I assume that's who you mean. He wasn't a wretched disappointment at all. He knew what he was doing. It was just like on the back of like super excited, passionate tour guide versus tour guide. It was.
He paled in comparison. But
you can't compete with that.
Yeah, no. Kirsten is giving the no holds barred reviewed there.
Yeah.
Okay, and his name is Blake. Yeah. Okay. So So I hope Blake was serious about shooting a video or two there because A, they were very photogenic people, and B, it's a very photogenic location.
As long as that the bar stuff was the same.
Yes. I'd be disappointed if they have less attractive bar staff if I go there.
Tell me about it.
So where are the hot ones?
Yeah, no, we definitely had the cuties behind the bar while we were. Oh dear.
So it sounds like where I want a tour.
Yeah. Annette had the slow gin with lemonade. Slow gin fizz. I was going to make a Monte Casino, but it can wait. I feel I want to. Oh yeah, Kirsten, Shane and I are not friends. Okay, yep.
Oh, okay. He was a disappointment.
He was a disappointment. There's no two ways about it.
A little.
I'm going to make a snosberry fizz now. And to go on, and I'm going to do it as a video. So keep talking. That means I actually have to get a couple of things ready while I do it.
Does that mean?
No, they literally just said, he just said 50-50 gin and the gin and the whiskey. So yeah, I'm just going to do that. I'm not going to put any lemon juice or anything in it. Just make it a highball. Yeah, okay. I'm just making up shit as I go along. I love it.
Well, those were certainly all words.
Those were all words. They really.
Yes.
Oh dear. Okay, back to you guys. I'm sorry.
Well, I'm too introverted and tired to carry a conversation, but I'll help maintain it.
I'll just tell you what I was just grimacing at. We're doing so I just started my new job about 5 weeks ago, and I finished my probationary period because I used to work with this company.
Cool.
And they're pretty cool people, but they're migrating the Jira stuff. The Jira, you gotta help me out here. What's Jira? Abigail, you know what Jira is, right? Atlassian stuff.
Jira, it's a kind of project management
that's version control software, yeah.
So
like your GitHub kind of front end.
Yeah, so we have my company got acquired by this other company last year, and now they're doing a migration from our Jira stuff to their Jira stuff to the entire Atlassian server. and
shit.
Yep.
and I had a thing for my testing department, which I made up, and it was fully organized, had a roadmap, had like epics and everything planned out for the next 3 months until the end of March, because that's what we do by quarters. And they, I told them to make a copy before you do the migration, so then I can see what's going on and see like comment. And they didn't do that. They just moved all the issues over to this copy, and now my roadmap is deleted, and now and it's Saturday, and I'm about to explode like an atom bomb.
No.
I'm not even meant
Didn't
to be
have a
working.
backup? Didn't
No.
have a backup? Oh.
Oh.
Well, I mean, fair's fair. Atlassian is supposed to be your backup. Like,
Yeah.
that is what version control is supposed to be for. So
They're moving
Yeah.
to they're moving from my company's .atlassian.net to they have their own Atlassian, like it's not on Atlassian's cloud, it's on their own cloud, and so they don't support
oh, okay.
the next gen software project, because I use the like the Trello like interface to deal with issues
Sure.
and the roadmaps. So and now it's all gone.
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 Ooh. Ouchies.
Ugh.
Ouchies. Oh.
And we're in the middle of a
Oh.
quarter.
Oh, you hate to see it. Oh dear.
It's okay though. It's most of it.
And you didn't have like a copy on your local machine?
No. I don't know how that would happen. It was just like, it's because like my boss, he's like a pretty he doesn't really like Confluence that much, because he wants everything in one place, and the documentation is all over the place. And
Okay.
and like for engineering, this is pretty bad, because then you have different forms of information storage, and I get that. I really get that. And so he doesn't like Confluence that much, because it's not organized. People don't organize it, and that's okay. Like they're basically doing things as they go along, I guess. Whereas I can understand that he wants everything in one place, and we have one place. I don't know if it's backed up or not. I hope it is. And
God damn. That is, yeah, I work in IT too, not on the technical side, but that is your class A nightmare story. That one. That is.
Yeah.
Jesus.
I don't know how to react to this. I don't know if I should just send him an email with just a sad face.
Yeah. just a few random emojis and just like that.
Oh man. And like, there's nothing I can really do that will get my boss on side, because he doesn't really like it anyway. So, like, he doesn't really like the whole, like, because he's at the director of operations level, so he doesn't really. He just wants stuff in one place so he can see it all. But,
okay.
yeah, and we are trying to like become more integrated in the company, so we're not seen as like a dead weight. So, yeah, it's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay. Just
you want to send an email with a bunch of eggplant and peach emojis in it, and when they say what's that, and they go, well, I wasn't saying we're fucked in the ass. I was just saying let's have a fruit salad.
Yeah.
If anyone took that to mean we're fucked in the ass, I didn't mean that at all. So
just have a very healthy meal.
yeah, just eat. I'm looking after everyone's nutrition needs at this point.
Oh man. Oh well. Doesn't matter. I saw this because I just looked on Slack, or because I was doing meetings, and I saw my Jira bot, not like work meetings, but like social meetings, because we're organizing a whole bunch of people across Europe and America, like the Tech Workers Coalition. I think maybe you might have heard about this, Angry.
Yep.
Abby. Yep. So I'm part of that in Europe, and I'm just watching. Just the people just want to talk to me about my experiences so far, because I have somewhat interesting. So I don't know if it's that interesting, but yeah. And then I saw the Jira bot stuff, and it was 70+ messages. And I go,
Oh dear.
no.
No.
Software were busy on Friday afternoon between the hours of 4 and 8.
Jesus.
Oh dear.
Oh no. Oh goddamn. I'm just reeling with pain for you, Sajuk, at this point. It's just
Yeah.
To be fair, it's not too bad. Like I don't feel like it's basically I just use it as a roadmap to if I could have like Microsoft Project or something going on, that would also be that's pretty much what I'll use that for. It's pretty much what I use the roadmap for. And the issues are nicely organized in the Trello like board, which is kind of cool. But it doesn't really matter. Like it's like the Trello board gets very clunky after 150 issues being loaded up anyway. So
Yars.
and yeah, so it's not too bad. And that, Abby, is how you have run a conversation.
Okay.
Oh,
Yes.
just got shit going on there. That is no. I mean, oh god, it's so. I don't know if you're permanent, Cedric. I've worked as a contractor for most of the last 20 years, so I get all these different environments, and yeah, the one consistent thing through banks, insurance companies, utilities, government departments is everything's held together with like blue tack and wishful thinking, and it's just like, and it's just this house. To mix metaphors, it's this house of cards that no one A wants to take responsibility for, and B wants to invest the money to make more stable.
I have been doing a rewatch of The Office lately, and all my nightmares are just represented in that show, and a few actual experiences. Of just like employer incompetence. And
I mean, I work in a state government department that some of our database is literally a DOS interface. So.
Nice. Oh, a DOS interface.
Fantastic.
I work on a database older than me.
Yeah.
What? That's DB2, isn't it? That's going back many, many years now.
We have one person who knows all the ins and outs of it. So he wants to live in a bubble. Nothing is allowed to happen to him.
He's basically got his fingers in the entire pie, basically.
And I don't think he's that far off retirement, so I don't know what the strategy is when he wants to retire. In theory, we've had budgetary approval for electronic case cards, but to set up the infrastructure for that and the development and to transition over is going to take years. And it should have already happened. We're the last state, so we're
wow.
Yeah, that's and like I agree with like all of you. Like it's testing and documentation is something that is and the means to store that information is seen as
and particularly privacy, because ours is patient safety. Like we can't have that information getting out to people. We can't have it be hackable. And we've looked at what other states have done, and some people don't like this interface and some don't like that. Does it fucking work? Awesome. I don't care if it's pretty. Does it do the fucking job? Can we save lives? Because at the moment we're not. We're currently going through a coroner's court because people are dying. Ambulances. I feel like whether or not the interface is pretty enough for you shouldn't fucking matter. But I'm mad right now.
God damn.
Wow.
That's
I think the worst story I heard was Vic Poll about 10 or 15 years ago and people were leaking all of this to the media because they were freaking out. They hadn't updated the crime database since the 70s. It was running on hardware and software from the 70s, right? And it was all in one location in the city, and it was basically reasonably widely known where that location was. And there was no backups. So this was the complete police records of criminal activity was in one place on grossly outdated hardware and software with no backups. And they'd been lobbying to obviously update it forever and kept getting blocked. So they just started leaking to the media how bad the situation was. And my favorite bit was when the boss of their IT, their CIO, Chief Information Officer, fronted like this big all hands meeting because people had raised the concerns. And she said, I don't know why people are so worried because modern IT systems don't fail. and to which the floor just kind of
Since when?
exploded at that point, and the shouts could be broken down into point the first, yes they do. Point the second, this is not a modern system. Point the third, there's no backup. It's in one physical location. If the fucking building catches on fire, that's not an IT failure. It's like the building on fire and it's all gone. You're insane. Why are you saying it's not a problem?
Denial.
Well, did you hear about the Cold War missile silo US passwords during the
I've heard
80s?
horror stories about missile silos. And look at the smile.
Apparently
Look at
This one's got
I know
his,
this one.
his nose.
Okay, Abigail,
During-
finish your part, and I'm sure Aidsy wants to jump in.
Yeah.
During the entire 80s Cold War era, the password to a lot of the
missile
computer
codes,
systems,
missile codes.
the missile codes, was 0000. Yeah.
There was a politician in Capitol in the Security Council said, for fuck's sake, if you got into any one of these silos, you could launch off the missiles.
You could launch. Yep.
And apparently,
You've got to
physical
fucking have
security is terrible as
safeguards.
well.
They've got to be all coded. And so the Air Force went, we've got to put electricians in fucking 60 fucking silos and go and jump and bypass and put fucking numbers in. And then the top brass said, righto, everyone, the numbers they put in, you will reset to 000000, and that will be the codes to launch. Because when we say launch, we don't mean fuck ass around looking in a safe for numbers. We mean turn the fucking key. And yeah, that was the codes. And there were so many movies based on getting the missile codes.
Mm.
And it was wonderful time in the 80s getting the missile codes and to crack the missile codes, which, you know, all the missileers were laughing at because we could tell you it's 000. And apparently so many people knew it was a joke.
But also, their physical security was terrible. And the staff on the bases were so bored, they were regularly shit-faced, high as a kite, or just asleep because they didn't do anything. It was just someone had to be there 24 hours a day and they had nothing to do. So they're always drunk, high, or asleep, or all three. And it's the stories are nightmarish. They're absolutely not.
There was
and also,
one
nightmares,
story.
look up the times America lost nuclear missiles because it happened.
Yeah, Broken Arrow. It's a great
happened
book called
more
Broken
than
Arrow.
once.
It's, about
I wonder if
there's about 67 recorded broken arrows. There was one great story. What the missileers used to do, because they'd be down there, 8 of them, 4 on each shift, like 24 hours a day, 12-hour shifts. 4 would be in bed or having dinner, 4 would be on duty, and they'd be learning the manuals. And so what they do is they either draw lots or do dice for who was supposed to be the most sober one. Not the sober one, the most sober one.
Yeah. Okay.
And of course they would get periodic checks. And then unfortunately what happened toward the end of the 80s was there was closed circuit TV came in and generals would come online. And there was apparently this one missileer who was rolling down his sleeves. And the general said, you don't have to do that. And he says, I'd like to remain formal for you, sir. and had his arm up like this. And he was perspiring. He says, you're perspiring. He says, oh, sorry, sir, I'm just a little nervous. And then the general gets off the screen and goes, oh, opens up his arm, pulls it up, and the elastic band where the needle was still in his arm finally was able to come off, and the heroin was able to go zoom straight up his arm. And his mates were pissing themselves laughing at him because he was shooting up as the general was talking to him, going, fuck, I'm in so much trouble. And they were laughing because they were more stoned than him.
Yeah. It's been a bit of a problem in the US since the Second World War when they started feeding soldiers drugs. Stay awake drugs
Well-
to stay asleep, then fall asleep drugs to fall asleep.
The other thing too is they do regular piss tests of the soldiers, and the story is you fail your piss test, you're out. No, not when 3/4 of them fail their piss test every single time they do a piss test.
Joe Biden's son,
Okay.
Joe Biden's son, Hunter, had to fail, and it was for crack cocaine. He had to fail a piss test twice, and that's because of his connections. But he had to fail a piss test twice before he got thrown out of the Marine Corps. The president's son is a crackhead who loves the sex and loves sending dick pics to ladies on the internet. It's all apparently consensual, but basically Hunter Biden is a crackhead who likes to fuck.
Well,
Do you know what?
past
though? This is
tense,
the
because he's
sorry, go
not
on.
with us anymore.
No. He's got two sons. The dead one.
Oh,
and Hunter,
okay.
Hunter is still alive. Hunter
Sure.
fucked his dead brother's widow. So Hunter is a fucking wild man. Like, and I'm not joking. He's a major crackhead. He's possibly clean now, but he
Do you
just
know
is
why?
obsessed with fucking.
Hunter had to fail
Wow.
too to get out of the military because he was the president's, president's
Yeah,
son.
it's because of his connection to Biden. Yes, it happened.
But he-
It happened when Obama was president.
The thing is, though, you usually got 4 or 5 shots at it. Because it was political, they said we can't fucking have this because
Also, he was an
He's got to go.
officer. So,
He's got
yeah,
to go.
yeah.
But you usually get 4 or 5 shots at it. So much of the US forces are fucked off their head all the time. That they've got basically programs in place to essentially make it so that they can still do their jobs as they're wasted. Because they
Yeah.
sit them out in the desert and shit for months on end doing literally nothing and wonder why these highly trained, highly fucking fit people lose their fucking minds.
Yeah.
It is suggested that the Australian Indigenous folks learned petrol sniffing from watching Australian Air Force personnel at a desert base that was used twice a year. And they had to basically be there on operational readiness twice a year they'd get used, and a lot of the time they'd just sit there sniffing petrol. And the Indigenous that were watching them went, I wonder what that's like. And apparently it went from there. Apparently that's where it came from in the Second World War. So there you go. All soldiers will get fucked up if they get an opportunity to. The Vietnam War was an interesting case study in what happens to drug addicts. 2/3 of the Vietnam War vets were fucked off the head on heroin. It was very easy to get in Vietnam. And then when they came back, they were expecting a massive heroin problem. But they found that as soon as these people connected with their family and their community, the problem went away. They also know that they give grannies dimorphine, which is the medical name for heroin, when they have hip replacements. And then when they go home, they don't need the heroin anymore because they reconnect with their family and they reconnect with their life. And it is the connections in our life that make it worthwhile to not be on drugs, unless you're a drug pig like me. And that's a different story altogether. But yeah, most of these troops didn't have drug problems when they came home. They were in a shitty war being shot at by people who were supposed to be their allies in a nasty little jungle with borer worms eating at their cocks. I'd be on heroin too.
You wouldn't need quite that much encouragement, but just saying. I am going to make a snozzberry drink now. You actually missed us talking about snozzberries, AZ, while you're out. But after having the brainwave of that name from Abigail, I'm now compelled to make it, and I'm going to do it as a cocktail video. So I'm again.
Yeah, fair enough. You're out. Beautiful. So Duke, I'm looking at you. You interest me, sir. You interest me.
I'm glad.
Salumi.
Yeah.
I'm fascinated by you.
Why?
I'm thinking there's chemistry. I'm thinking there's chemistry. Dr. Abigail, are you doubting my?
Why is
You are
Daisy
doubting
trying
my.
to start something here?
I
I
just
can't even get into a relationship with someone in the same fucking city as me.
Don't worry about that. Me and the boss of the house learned how to email each other orgasms. When I was in hospital, and we hadn't seen each other for 3 months, and then it was a further 2 months when I was in hospital because I had brain damage because I gave it to myself. Winner. I was at a particular rehab because the other rehab facility wouldn't take me because I was prone to self-harm. Motherfuckers. I have never self-harmed in my fucking life. The universe has done that quite nicely on its own. Thank you very much. I don't need to help it. I was furious when I heard them saying that call. And the doctors were apologetic because I shouldn't have heard that. And they were happy that I was able to tell them that I was vehemently against self-harm. Anyway, we said this thing about emailing each other an orgasm, and there was other people in my room hearing this. And then this one bloke comes up to me and says, so how do you email each other an orgasm? I've been here for 4 months and it's getting a bit toey. You know what I mean? It's getting a bit... Because back in the lockdown days, you weren't allowed to have any family anywhere near you. You weren't allowed to meet anyone. I accidentally met my carer as he was dropping some stuff off. In fact, this iPad. And I was giving him a certificate of carer. And I was supposed to drop it on the table. He was supposed to drop the bag, and we were supposed to get it at different times and bugger off. We just so happened to meet at the same time. And fuck, he got grilled and told to go. And he said, certainly, on his heel, and bailed. And the boss of the hospital's going, interesting. There's no protest, none of that. He just bailed. And then she says, you shouldn't have organised to meet together. And when we didn't, it was just the most random thing. It's like throwing a letter through a letterbox, 1 in a million. And then 4 security guards came and put the heavies on me, and I'm going, it's a bit much. I'm feel a bit good. They think 4 security guards need to take me down. Yeah, I'm fucking tough. Yeah, fucking take me. And so me and the boss of the house were laughing about emailing each other an orgasm. And yeah, this bloke says, how did you do that? And I said, well, we didn't. We were laughing about it. But I said, you can lucid dream. And he said, how do you do that? And he said, well, you get with your lover from a different city. Yeah. You agree on a place to meet. Right. And then when you start to dream, you look for your hands. And you look to see if you can operate your hands. And then you look either out a window and see something impossible, or you look for an object like a jade monkey that shouldn't be there, right? That you've already set up. Then you both travel to the place together and get it on. And so we did that. And fuck me, it works. You're so much better a lover when you're asleep. You might wake up a little bit tacky, but yeah, no, it's a trick for the ages, that one. Lucid dream, get together. What's weird though is there's other people astral traveling around you, and they will stop and stare, and you can look at them and go, are you right? And they go, oh, you can see me. Yep. And they'll just go, because most people who can astral travel are really quite polite. But they'll stop and check it out. Like, you know, it's like, and boss of the house said, it's not a porn show, and they just fucked off. It was fucking hilarious. But you can email each other an orgasm, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Give
The
it a
more you
shot.
know.
How's it going to hurt? You don't have to tell me it works or not. it's just going to be your thing. You don't have to tell anyone. Abigail, back me up.
I've never done it. Sorry. I've never done it, but my son tells me he can lucid dream, and I know it's a thing. I know it, like lots of people can do it. So yeah.
Astral traveling was always my thing.
I can lucid dream. I have been in the astral before. Predominantly to see, dead family and friends and check in. Because otherwise I don't get to see them, and I'm not ready to give those people up. Which is good.
Nothing wrong with that. There's nothing
still
wrong
see
with
my
that.
grandma, which
I mean,
was good.
I used to have a meeting once a month with a group of people, and we were often not in the same place at the same time or couldn't get to the same place at the same time. So we'd pick a night and we'd all pick a time. And fucking, you should see fucking 8 blokes pre-fucking iPhone trying to work out international time dates and Australian time and date. It's like, for fuck's sake. Just do it on Greenwich Mean Time. And I kept on going, do it on Greenwich Mean Time. And this is all old email. So, like, we're having to, it took us longer to email getting together than it did to have the fucking meeting. So you go, Greenwich Mean Time, this date, Greenwich Mean Time. And then you'd always have some fuckwit coming back. So is that Thursday Australian time? UTC, okay. It's on your bloody bottom of your synoptic chart on your bloody weather report. And I used to use it to meet people all the time. And I used it a couple of times to meet with lovers who were overseas. But the trick is to just coordinate time and place. It doesn't have to be a time and place in the physical realm, as you're aware. I wouldn't do it on the other side where your relatives are. That'd be a bit weird. I'd do it on the samsaric side, on our side. Like, weird though, because you go to meeting spots which are obvious, like the Eiffel Tower, and there are fucking hundreds and hundreds of astrals there waiting for people, looking at the clocks, waiting for people to show up. And it's like, oh, I might have fucked up here because I'm not going to meet him. I'll go a bit higher, and there's another 100 up, 10 meters up and 20 meters up and all the way up to the top of the tower. I go, no, fuck this. I know what I'll do is I'll go all the way up to twice the top of the tower. And there's 200 people waiting up there because they have the same idea. And I'm going, oh, this is a fuck up. We're never going to meet. And then I saw her on the way down. And I went, let's go over to Notre Dame. And don't do that because there's people just looking at art. And you fucking on a tomb while people are looking at art is no. So, yeah. Yeah, no, it's a good trick. It's a good trick. You got control of your mind. They've got control of their mind. The universe is a very big and wild place. And remember that sensations that come to you are shared sensations which go to everyone. We're all bound together by gravity so that we're all one, and we're all the different cognitions of the one thing. It's how gods are born, I suppose. You can twist reality in all kinds of weird contortions to make it work for you. So if you're in the wrong city, don't worry about it. In these days of iPhones, you can get hold of anyone. That'll be me 3 minutes then. Dr. Abigail, back me up.
I don't believe in the existence of astral projection.
That's all right. You don't have to believe in the existence of astral projection. You're not projecting anything. You're not going anywhere. You're actually just using your brain to sensate things that you normally wouldn't sensate in an imaginative format that you wouldn't normally imagine. Remember that everything that you see is simply an interpretation of electrical signals that are coming into your brain. You are making this shit up as you are going along. Always have, always will be. Happily, we've learnt to agree that a millimetre is a millimetre and that red is red and that orange is orange. That helps us a lot because it gives us standards to apply to. We can say that gravity is, 8 seconds per second squared. We can say that Einstein was right, and we can say that QED is right out to 6 or 7 or 8 decimal places. And
Gravity is 9.8 meters per second squared.
Oh, thank you. But when we are personally looking at the world, we are getting electrical sensations from our nerve endings that we are interpreting. And it's that interpretation which gives us our reality. If it corresponds with the reality of other people, then we're not put away in psych wards. If it corresponds with reality that doesn't correspond with anyone else's reality, then we're put away in psych wards. And that's a fine and good thing, because at the end of the day, we have to be social animals. You don't have to believe in astral projection. You're not projecting anywhere. And that's why they call it projection, not travel. You're projecting your ideas of sensative reality somewhere else. You are sitting or lying. You're sitting in a comfortable chair or lying in a comfortable bed. You're not going anywhere. You are allowing the sensates to redefine what you are seeing, and you can see a lot of stuff that's really real. First few times I sort of was going, this is clearly bullshit. I mean, what can you possibly see? What's there really? But no, it's actually pretty fucking impressive once you get into it. Takes a lot of sort of meditative calm
Clarity.
control.
That's what I find hardest, the clarity.
The clarity, yeah, is the tricky bit. I have been told, but I don't know about this, that you should be lucid dreaming before. And okay, but I've also been told that no, you shouldn't lucid dream before you attempt to astral travel, because it colors your perceptions.
So are you saying that you can actually perceive of places that you are not at? Is that what you're saying?
That has been my experience.
So
Few times,
if I said I would write down a word on a piece of paper and stick it on my wall, that you would be able to astral project into my living room and read what that word is.
That's right.
Okay, I'm going to put this to
shit
the
you
test.
not. I shit you
Okay.
not. However, I don't know where you live. I don't know where
If I give you
are.
my address,
That's not going to help me.
okay.
It needs to be
Right.
like a sensation normally that you've experienced to some degree.
To some
Okay,
degree,
so
Yeah.
you've
to
been
some
to,
degree, I
have you
would
been
have
to
to
Angry's
have
place then?
an idea of where your suburb was. If I was flying around, I'm going to say Brisbane.
I'm in
just pulling the
Fitzroy.
shit out of my ass, right? If I was flying around
Yeah.
Brisbane and had no idea what your suburb was or the roads or anything,
Sure.
right? I mean, I've been to Brisbane astrally and seen a couple of bridges and described them, but I didn't know what they were. And I couldn't go anywhere
Okay.
useful, right? I could go along the
So-
river and I saw stuff
So-
and I saw signs, but I couldn't do anything useful with it. And you can be escorted by friends, but that gets a little tricky because you've got to sort of split your focus a bit. And
Yeah.
unless
Okay,
you're
so
really good, that can fuck you up.
AD.
Yeah.
AD, have you been to Angry's place?
I have.
And can you project there? Can you astrally go there?
No, because I haven't got permission to project there. That would be like walking into
If I-
someone's house without permission.
Okay, if we talk to Angry and get you permission, and I get him to write a secret word on a piece of paper and stick it somewhere, like on the fridge you can see, but on the other side so the camera doesn't see it.
Yeah.
Would you do that? Would you be able to do that?
But I'd have to give myself. I have to get back into training, so I'd have to. I mean, this is not going to be a short-term thing. I'm going to say 3 months to get properly back in the zone. This is something I used to do all the time, but now I've been fucking too busy fucking, dealing with fucking the inner, pain program thing rather than the outer fucking let's go for a wander thing. So I mean,
how about next time? So
when I'm back in training, I'll let you know, and we'll do a test.
Okay, sure. Sounds great.
Sounds
yes.
Good? Okay.
Sounds great.
Because I'm not worried about that per se, and I'm not worried about I'm not going to start giving you cop-outs and what do they call it?
You're not going to shift the goalpost.
Contingencies, not contingencies. It's contingencies, isn't it? It's cop-outs and things that
contingencies is allowing for different outcomes.
Sorry?
Contingencies means allowing for different outcomes.
Yeah, okay. So I'm not going to.
I don't know what you're talking about, but that's what contingencies means.
Yeah. So, you're right.
So
thing.
Angry to set the scene here. Aidsy has made the claim that he can astrally project to a different location and sense the things around him.
Okay. Go ahead, Abigail. You had one more bit.
And I want to put that to the test.
Okay. First, I'm going to say Snosberry Fizz fucking rocks. Like, this is awesome. So good. Nettie, if you're still there, 50% Slowberry, 50% Slow Gin, 50% whiskey. You've got Nova or something, or twofold. And I actually topped it with soda and put lots of ice in and put a little mint sprig in, and it's fucking amazing.
Okay. So 50% of this, which I got from Patient Wolf, and where is it? I've got fucking some Nova somewhere.
Yeah.
Here it is. 50% of this.
Yeah.
You can tell I like it because it's almost empty. And some soda water.
I did 1.5 ounces, 45 mils of each. You can see the sort of glass. I reckon it would work just like in like a rock glass, like with a big chunk of ice, and just put the slow gin and the whiskey. But I went for the tall glass with a fuckload of ice in it and topped it with soda.
A glass, ice, 45 mil of both, soda water.
And
I don't have mint.
Soda.
Sorry, if there's any what?
Yeah, 45 mils of each, and if there's any space on top, top with soda. Yeah.
Okay, I'll be back in 1 sec.
Nice. So we'll wait for Abigail. Abigail's going to gear up with that, and I've had scene set Aidsy talking astral projection. So what the conversation when I came in, you were trying to think of the right word to describe a situation. What was that situation? You were talking about.
The situation was that that Dr. Abigail was setting me a test, and effectively she was going to say do it now, and I'm going, well, I'd need at least 3 months of training because I haven't been projecting for years. I've been doing the inner thing to try and stop the pain, not the outer thing to go playing. And because we used to have meetings when we couldn't get together, And the joke of it was trying to fucking organise the time across different time zones. And I used to just scream on the email, just do fucking Greenwich Mean Time, just do UTC. And it'd take us longer to fucking organise the time than to actually have the meeting. Stupid boys. Anyway, she said, you could come here and see something. I said, no, because I don't know where you are and I don't know anything about where you live. And I've been to Brisbane, but I don't know any of the suburbs. And I went along the river and saw some bridges which I could describe, but it's useless. And so she said, could you go to Angry's place and see something? And I said, no, because I haven't been invited. And I wouldn't walk into especially Angry's place uninvited if he didn't know I was coming, because he would hurt me very badly. And I couldn't do it now because I'm just not in training at all. But effectively, if we could sort it out, yes, I could do it. The test is basically have something written on a piece of paper,
Right.
and then I would come back and say what it was, and basically that would be known. And I was saying because there's all sorts of things going through my head to go, why wouldn't this work? And I was going, I don't want to start talking about conditions and contingencies and cop-outs now. And the other thing that I kind of got to be careful is, so I don't give a fuck if anyone doesn't think it's real. Other people's experience or bias of experience is not my fucking problem. I've done a lot of very spectacular things in my life, and I'm happy about that. And whatever. So
I see how we got there. You made what is a pretty bold statement, and Abigail wanted to go, well, it should be testable if it's real.
Yeah.
But you said, okay, there are a bunch of preconditions that need to be. That's probably what you meant more than contingencies. You meant there's preconditions, like you need to train, and it needs to be. One of the
things I said was, I can't go to somewhere in detail that I have never been.
Yeah.
Like I remember meeting someone at the Eiffel Tower, but there were hundreds of astrolers there meeting someone at the Eiffel Tower. So how the fuck are they going to meet my friend? So I went, oh, no, it's okay, I'll go up a bit. And there were hundreds more there going, oh, no, I'll go up a bit. And I went right up to the top and even further, and there were hundreds of people there waiting for their friend. I went, oh, this is fucking ridiculous. On the way down, I met her and it was just like by chance. And then we went somewhere else, and we went to the Notre Dame, and had ourselves a route, and people were astraling to look at the art, and then we're just checking us out, and we were going, are you right? And yeah, but anyway, it all came from the joke that me and my boss of the house said was because we were separated for months because of COVID, and then we were separated for months because of my special clever brain damage trick. And then we were doing the joke of emailing each other an orgasm, and so there was a lucid dream thing that worked quite nicely, and it worked quite nicely for another friend of mine in the ward. He was quite happy with it. So that's where that all came from.
That's all good. You know what? You made
it's nice. It's really nice. It's really good.
Salumi was a long way away from people who could be with that individual.
Well, I'm not saying that you're right or wrong. I'm just want to test it because
it should be tested.
Incredible claims need incredible evidence.
Credible evidence, and that's where we, in my tradition come from? You don't just say shit. It's got to be. You've got to have results. If you don't have results, it's just bullshit. It's just fucking running around in a circle with your clothes off, which is not too bad. I've been in those, and that's okay. I'm
not going to criticize. I'm not going to criticize running around naked around campfires.
I've done it. I've done it myself.
To a ceremony where the young ladies all had to get naked and run around the campfire because it was a very, very important ceremony. I went, yes, I will. I'll be one of the witnesses to this ceremony, and it was fucking awesome. And also went one where there was everybody was running around naked, and there was this smallest, shortest twink, their skinniest kid you'd ever imagine, gorgeous, like just eat him up, and had the biggest cock on it that I had seen in a long fucking time. And I've gone, and I went later to him, have you been, like circumcised? Because you've got like a little bit of your head like poking through. And he said, no, I've always had that. And I've gone, oh my God, that's a massive cock. And it was huge. Like, it was this tiny little guy with this massive dick. It was like, I shit you not, it had to be 8 inches on the flop.
Yeah. What I'm imagining is right at this point, a troll wandered in and was about to do a troll thing and just walked in on Nate to go, it was a massive fucking cock. And they just went, yeah, no, another day. And
yeah, now we're out. No, he's talking about astral travel and cocks. That's the other thing about astral traveling. You've got to remember to put clothes on. People don't. People go and they forget to put clothes on. And you see so many naked astralists because they just go with, their pure intake of sensation, and they don't give themselves a sense of visibility, so they don't put clothes on. You see all these naked people. It's funny as hell, but yeah.
Good laugh. L3, not a troll, one of our semi-regulars, L3D Tube actually came into the chat just as I was saying that stuff about coming into the chat and seeing talk about giant cocks, mate, and he's just laughed. No.
Darkers just said about, do you have to be high to astro travel? Look, it's different for everyone. In my experience, I haven't ever been high to astral travel, but I know
that it's much harder.
And that's the thing. Most people I've heard have said that they don't enjoy it. I have heard of other people who are like, this particular, if I take a certain type of mix, that's fine for me, and that's what makes it easy. It's very much an individual thing. Like AJ talking about experiences that I've never had, because that's not what I'm looking for in the astral. I'm definitely there for different reasons.
I'm like trying to remember things in my head that I have to show you, AJ. One was an old ghost horror movie with Nicole Kidman called The Others, which is not really astral traveling. Have you?
I love that movie.
That had some good stuff in it. Like you don't realize they're reversing the ghost story. That was actually pretty clever. It didn't scare me, but that was pretty really clever. The other thing I have to get you to watch is the Rick and Morty episode where they become one with the universe. Because I think you'd really like that. It's actually really well. It's funny, but it's also really well done. All their consciousnesses connect because they're going through some astral gate. Like there's flying in, and you're not meant to be conscious when this happens because weird shit happens if you are, and they end up being one with, and it's fucking hilarious. I think you'd really like it.
Is that in the latest season?
No, it's in the 3rd season, I think.
Okay, I don't remember that episode.
Rick takes Jerry for a holiday because they're saying Jerry feels left out. Jerry thinks Rick's going to kill him, and they go to this holiday location, and shit goes. I don't, because there's, even if I told you the basic thing, it would be spoiling a big joke up front. But basically,
okay. I'll just watch it. I'll just do a rewatch after I'm done with Scrubs and The Office.
It's called the Whirly Durly Conspiracy.
Okay.
and
Well, it's
yeah,
on
Rick-
Netflix. I'll just watch it after
it
the
is
live
on
stream.
Netflix. It's on Netflix. And Rick takes Jerry to this holiday location, and shit goes down. But one of the things is they end up being one with the universe. Silumi, you're busting.
It's series 3, episode 5.
There you go.
There you go.
Thank you. Okay.
Dr.
And
Abigail,
it is a very funny episode. But the one with the universe bit, I think you'd really
Yeah.
like it.
So good.
Sure. I'm looking
Dr.
it up
Abigail,
now.
I'm just interested in your short version of why would this not work?
Sorry? What?
What-
Astral
what-
projection?
what-
Thing not work.
Astral projection?
Yeah.
I have no experience of being able to sense things outside my corporeal body. And therefore, the burden of proof is on the person who is the claimant, is claiming that they can do that. The
Yep.
experience of most people is that they don't do it.
But you must experience things outside your corporeal body.
Why?
Every time you see something that is away from your touch.
No, Abigail's saying it's the receptors of the corporeal body that are telling her
Yeah.
things. When you see something,
Gotcha.
that's the receptors
Gotcha.
of your
And
corporeal.
Abigail
So
is-
astral
Yeah.
traveling goes beyond what your corporeal body can sense.
Correct.
No, but Abigail is right. Is
And
absolutely
Laura's
right.
joining us too.
Hello.
Hey, Laura.
Hi, Laura.
Hi there. How's everybody
Right,
doing?
That's absolutely true. You've said nothing that conflicts with anything so far. All of this can be explained.
Yeah. So
Okay. Well, my next question
Literally,
would
but
be
it can be
my
explained.
next question would be, can you teach me to do it?
Yes. Yes, I
Okay,
can.
because then I would
I've
like,
taught many
you know,
people to do
that's okay.
it. I can teach you
we'll
how to
do
do
the
it. We'd have to do
test.
it one-on-one. We'd have to do it.
Okay.
It'd have to be over a period of time. And there's a series of learning steps. It's not like being involved in the cult, but there's a series of
Okay.
learning steps. And
It's a cult.
do you
Sorry.
meditate at all?
I do. Yes.
Fucking get very sharp with your meditation.
Okay.
Fucking brush it up to its finest shine.
I do it
because-
most days. I do like mindfulness meditation to help with my pain, and like I do visualization meditation. to
Visualization
kind
is
of
good.
just like- Yep.
It's a
cult.
It's not a cult. It's not in it. It's brainwashing prophet.
She was just waiting for an opportunity to do that.
Damn you, angry! I had another one. It's called. Yes, brush up meditation. Your mindfulness is good. Your visualization is better, and your body scanning is imperative.
Sure.
Is
Okay.
imperative because we're going
I
to
know
start
what that is.
mixing up your body scanning. We're gonna start-
Whenever I hear the phrase astral projection, I just think planetarium.
Yes.
Well,
Projecting this-
effectively, you know what? That's not a.
Oh well, I
bad
think of
fucking-
the.
that's
I
actually
think
not a
of
bad
the-
fucking illusion. Illusion.
There's a-
fucking,
there's a
explanation.
Goa
It's actually not a
Trance
bad way to put it.
band called
Right,
Astral
you are-
Projection.
You are taking ideas from out there, turning them into things that you can experience, like dots on a wall, on a circular hemispherical wall, and looking at them. There are really stars out there. Aldebaran is really out there. Is that how you say it?
That's a really good metaphor. That is a fucking awesome metaphor. While you are in a planetarium getting a literal projection of the things, that's a simulacrum of a thing that is real.
Yeah.
That is
Right?
whoa, that is
Yeah.
a fucking metaphor right there.
That's
That is
pretty
good.
much what's happening.
That is
that
good.
You're getting the the message of Aldebaran into the sphere, because it's being projected from information that's coming from places you don't know, or places you do know, but it's coming from different forms of information. Your brain blocks out so much, and if you tell it,
Sarther's got a good one.
Traveler be similar to Dreamtime Stories. Yes.
The dreaming
And astral travel are very, very, very similar. The dreaming is astral traveling pumped up to sort of 10, 11.
That's across an entire culture.
It's really high on.
I'm glad that you can discuss that, because as someone who's just a white Australian, I have no idea about that. So it's good to hear someone who has that bit more experience and understanding of the culture to be able to talk about that.
Yeah, the people say the dreaming was stolen. It's bullshit. The dreaming has never been stolen. The dreaming is with us all the time. The dream time is a creation story, right? The dreaming is a level of consciousness. See, what used to happen all over Eastern and South Australia was that around an hour before sunset, everyone used to sit and look to the east and get into the zone. And they used to then plug in and then talk to whoever was far away that they needed to get message across to. This was facilitated by the priests, by the clever men, which was frankly a bit of bullshit. It was a little bit of who owns the power, but that was facilitated by them, and they used to be able to send. It was emailing. Everyone would email at the same time, and they would chat. They would get message across. If they had to get more complicated message across, they would put it on a message stick and then carry the fucking thing there. Or if they had to do it in secret, because when you're in the dreaming, anyone who's around you can hear what you're saying, right? So it's kind of not very. There's no pretty good privacy. There's no PGP. It's all just open channel, and you've got to pick out the voice that you want. But if you're a clever man and you can listen carefully to other people's chat, you can listen carefully to what they're saying. So
I was thinking
tribal chiefs and clan chiefs would put message sticks together to take to someone else.
Yeah.
And they would interpret it. You know what fucking shits me to tears, and I'll say this now, is that they say, writing was invented by the Sumerians, right?
Right.
30,000 years ago. It's the oldest writing we've ever had. Message sticks are commonly 30 to 40,000 years old, right? And they're dots and lines on a cigar-shaped rock or piece of wood. And they would be then, the message would get across. And I don't know about you, but I think that might be writing.
Yes, if it's communicating meaning, that's
You know, and you see rock paintings that are 30, 40,000 years old, and the French are going, no, the cave at Lascaux.
I was going to bring that up. The fucking French.
The French will fucking do anything to discredit the Northern Territory and Western Australian rock art. They will do anything to fucking the ego is just insane.
The Europeans generally are fucked with it, but the French specifically, man, fuck those guys.
They are fucking wild with black fellas can't possibly have written. They can't possibly have had ocean going boats. They can't possibly, you know what? They find Hawaiian fucking trade goods on song lines from Melbourne to Adelaide all the time.
I love that we don't know.
That's an anomaly, and they put it in the tray, and it never comes up again.
Yep.
The fact that there's, Hawaiian shit. What we think used to happen was that the Polynesians used to turn up in their fucking wonderful canoes and turn up with either trade goods or people and fucking do a taxi service across the Pacific because they were really good at it. And then there was Pacific trade for thousands and thousands of years, I tell you what, don't be
what I'm
joking about
fascinated
technology
by-
because it'll be shat on.
Yeah. What I'm fascinated by is we don't know conclusively how the indigenous population got here. Because, 60,000 years ago, we have no reliable records of anyone being experienced enough seafarers that they could have got a workable population to this fucking continent. Not
Genetics
accidentally
studies
up.
suggest that they came from the land bridge from Papua New Guinea from Southeast Asia.
No, that one
However-
has been almost universally discredited. The land bridge
Really?
theory is going. The geological evidence doesn't support a land bridge.
There
It is
has
almost
always
definitely
been-
seafarers, but how
Okay.
the fuck did they get a workable population 60,000 years ago? The nearest
So-
island to the continent are. So there's basically stuff we don't know about, is what I'm saying.
Look, what we know is they
there
had to
is-
sail 50 Ks. 50 Ks was what they had to sail. And they had to sail enough of them to get a workable population 3 times. There were 3 waves of migration, 60,000 years, 55,000 years, and 50,000 years. There's real archaeological evidence from 40 to 60, but real from 40. The records that the blackfellas kept only start properly from 25,000 years ago at the last civil war. When the last civil war was won, that's when the records really get going properly. You can see family histories that go back 25,000 years on Ayers Rock or Uluru, if you like. Basically, there's a lot of things that the Aborigines could never do that they did.
Yeah.
They did
Exactly.
have
That's the big
villages.
one. That is the big one. The European scientists saying no one knew how to do it, and someone obviously did. But I also want to go in order. Abigail had something you want to throw in, and Laura did too. But Abigail, it was the thing you want to say.
There
we were talking
was-
about the land bridge.
There's been a long-standing knowledge of how the Polynesian islanders, thousands and thousands of years ago, used to trade population, not as in slavery, but as in literally just we got to maintain our population.
Yeah.
We swap population, and there's actually a genetic
Very quickly,
algorithm
good night,
based.
Kirsten.
Oh, good night, Kirsten.
Good night, Kirsten.
No,
Good night. There's a genetic algorithm based on the Polynesian island. It's called the 3-island method. Based on that, and that explains really neatly, like how they would maintain a healthy gene pool.
Yes, but here's the thing, and I'll go to you next, Nora. I just want to throw in with particularly what European historians say. At 60,000 years ago, nobody had the seafaring technology to reach from the nearest islands to Australia. The Polynesians did island hop over thousands of years. They island hopped and island hopped and island hopped, and you ended up with, because it was over so many thousands of years, you ended up with discrete racial groups from the Pacific through to Southeast Asia. But Australian continental landmass was too far away from the nearest islands for a workable population to get here, based on what the European scientists thought people were able to do at the time. So there's clearly stuff we don't know, which I find fascinating. And I want to give Laura a chance. You were going to say something, Laura.
Yeah. Do you remember the old Galapagos tortoise thing?
Yes.
and how it took basically 100 years for them to actually get it from Galapagos to England. Because sailors that are hungry and tasty tortoise,
They would eat them.
yeah. So basically, it's like, there's this thing, but we've only got the shell. That's all they had for years, for a century.
It's hilarious to me, but anyway, yes.
Yeah, but it just makes me wonder how brilliant the Aboriginals must have been, because they went to Australia, where basically life is trying to kill you.
Yeah, and they got a workable population.
There was a thing, Laura, that was sort of tricky. When they first showed up, Australia was a rainforest. Then the continental plate moved and turned it into a desert, and the locals helped turn a lot of it into a desert accidentally. And then they started terraforming it back into a rainforest. Now, if you think this through, you've got a lot of time to think about it, and you've got a lot of trial and error to get it done right. And the climate change that happened, these guys went through 2 ice ages quite happily, and dealt with it quite fine. And they also learnt how to make a continent that was trying to kill them help them. What is always fascinating to me, and the reason I won't call Australia Day Invasion Day, is that Invasion Day suggests that your local folks lost. Now, if you've got a culture that lasts 60,000 years, 200 years is a blink of an eye. And when you've got a land that tells you, you will do as I fucking say, or I will kill you, you start to do as it says, or it fucking kills you. Even over the last 200 years, we have started more or less starting to get into the rhythms of this place and starting to go, yeah, don't go out in the midday sun, you'll die of cancer and shit. Try to eat lean food or you'll die of death and shit. Try not to overwater things or you'll run out of water and you'll die and shit. Cyclones are going to happen, which is good for the inside of the continent. You might as well go and farm there for a couple of years before it dries out. As we start to get into the rhythms, and as we start to get more wind generation happening, as we start to get more ducks going off the Western Australian coast, as we start to go, gas is way better than oil, and we can crack gas even finer to make it simply hydrogen and carbon chains from methane, and then crack the methane out to make the carbon black simply a heat maker or a nice wrapping for race cars. As we do more and more getting into the rhythms of the land, because we must, or the land will kill you. We know this. It does it all the time. I think we will find ourselves in the next couple hundred years being a lot more Indigenous than we think we are. I think we'll find ourselves being a lot more at one with where we are. There are some things that will never change. There will always be tarred roads. The cars will go along those tarred roads, but those cars won't be so shit. They won't be driven by the fuels that they're driven now. They'll be basically manufactured in a much more sensical way with resources we've already got. We will eat foods that are very easy to maintain. We will stop ploughing the fucking ground every time we want to eat something. We'll basically just throw seeds straight back in over the green manure, which will feed itself. The CSIRO are more and more and more quietly inventing plants that can grow in Australia and not die. We are busily making desalination plants all over the capital cities so we don't die. if you've got a
Yeah.
land that will kill you, you become more and more and more knowledgeable about indigeneity, and we will come to a place when the indigenous say, all right, you're finally ready to learn, and we will get taught the ways, and that will be our new glorious future. And I hope it happens sooner rather than later. We are getting this slowly, Laura, slowly, but it will happen.
I got a question. How much in Australia is there a race realism problem?
Is
what do you mean by race realism?
Well, I mean, obviously, it's that sort of pseudoscientific idea that, you know, evidence exists to support and justify racism. You know, black people aren't, you know, they're obviously, they're, you know, not designed to be as good as white people.
No.
Nonsense.
No, conservatives love it. Conservatives love it. People like Pauline Hanson, particularly, and the Nationals and the LNP say it under their breath. They other the Indigenous very extremely. They are definitely not the same as, like, Hanson will straight up say ridiculous racist shit about cannibalism and child abuse being sort of endemic to Indigenous culture. But the Conservatives generally very much other Indigenous Australians. They specifically call them more primitive and stupid. Like, they never invented the wheel.
They didn't invent the wheel.
Because they didn't have cattle. They didn't fucking need wheels.
They didn't invent the wheel.
Yeah,
they invented fucking NASA type fucking space thrown objects that would go in a perfect arc, kill a bird, and come back to you. But whatever.
The Woomera was fascinating. The fact that the spear thrower, just a thing to make a spear accurate at a distance of about 2 to 3 times what a human can actually throw it, and to fucking kill moving animals with this spear is mind-blowing. They didn't invent the wheel. Tim Flannery, a few people have said, here's why Indigenous Australians, and for that matter, Polynesians, and a lot of people over Southeast Asia didn't invent the wheel, because they didn't need the fucking wheel for their culture. They didn't need it to be happy. It's all got to do with cattle. People who have cattle invent the wheel. People who don't have cattle don't invent the wheel because they don't fucking need it.
And farming as well.
And not only that,
And farming, yes.
Farming is super important about this. So it's just cattle, it's farming, transporting of goods around the small cities that were forming, and then trade between these cities that did form. And it's there was no need for these, because these were small tribes and they lived off the land.
Well, okay, there were small villages that were made out of stone.
Yes.
With stone houses that were permanently set up.
Permanent structures, yeah.
Yes.
There was trade between those villages. Those villages had a constant stream of small pack trade. So you didn't need a cart with a shitload of stuff on it, because the deliveries did come every 2 days, not every 3 months, right? The harvest would come every month, not every year. So you didn't have to store things for a year. You had to store things for 2 weeks. And then the next lot of seasonal food would come on.
That's one of the problems that we have for the human race, effectively. The reason why we've got an obesity problem these days is because of fridges, effectively. Because in the old days, your body, our DNA, the way our bodies work, is generally designed upon the idea that you've got to fatten yourself up when you've got the good amount of food and stuff like that, and try to dry everything out so that you can eat that during the winter months, where where it's not as good. Obviously, I'm thinking.
Yeah.
I'm guessing you. I don't know. Actually, it's a question. Do you call this time of year the summer for you?
Yes.
We are in summer, yes.
Okay,
And I'm
'cause
just putting it out there. I'm prepared for the lean years. Okay. I'm just thinking. I am not a lazy fat bastard. I am planning ahead. I am ready for the lean years.
I also
I'm
ready
sorry.
for the lean years.
I'm sorry. I must have been confused. I thought you were trying to equalize your overly large head.
Look, honestly, the overly large gut does sort of make the overly large head slightly more in proportion. That is an
Laura, I
absolutely
think
fair point,
you've
Laura.
caught the boss man in something that he was trying to keep secret, and
I know.
I can guess
Cat's out
it.
of the bag. Cat's out of the bag.
Cat's
Sorry.
out of the bag.
The thing about
Nice
it
one,
is,
Laura.
it's a joke you've used about yourself for ages. So I just sort of played around with that.
Oh my God! I have to share with everyone. Like, okay, Abigail, Nettie, and Kirsten, and Kirsten's gone now, so I'm just going to shit on Kirsten while she's not here. We went out
Kirsten.
last night.
Yeah.
No,
Nice
I was
gin, Kirsten.
Kirsten got to the first venue first, and I was the next one to get there. And Kirsten goes, "There you are! Oh my God, you really are short in real life." Cool. Okay, lovely to meet you, and fuck you. Yeah, because she joked. She said,
glad I
"You
wasn't
keep
fucking
making
there."
jokes all the time in the live streams about being a short ass and whatnot," and never really sunk in. But now I see you. Oh no, you are actually only 5'8". Okay, there you go.
You're taller than I am.
Yeah, you're
I'm
taller than
taller
me.
I'm taller than Kirsten. It's just-
People fucking don't get that I actually do stand in front of Angry when we do a stand up to make sure his head doesn't look 8 times as big as it should. And we
look at our old video
perspective, so our heads are the same shape. And I'm a good fucking 2 steps. So when I'm talking to him, like that,
I'm actually
I
behind
can't
him.
see him.
Yeah.
I
That's
can
a
only see him out the
real
corner of my
thing.
eye.
We sit there with look at our old videos, and AZ is literally standing in front of me, and our heads look the same size. And I'm like pacing because I'm looking in the viewfinder. Go, take a step forward. No, one more. Okay, now our heads look the same size. And
This is not bullshit. This is real.
it's real. Go look at
This
the
is
videos.
real.
It's real.
This is real.
Oh.
And to get the looks of what he's doing, I've got my head turned to talk to him, but I am looking at the viewfinder because I can't fucking see him. Otherwise, I don't know what he's doing. So to see if he's fucking, about to throw me a hand grenade, which he's done a lot this run.
And it's like occasionally, also because I'm only 5'8", occasionally I'll have a guest who's tall, like over 6 foot. Like Corey, Mr. Safety, come in, he's like 6'2", and it's like, fuck me, dude. And we actually made the joke of it. He scrunched down a bit, and so he was only a little bit taller than me. And I'm just going, then I said something. I have no idea why I make videos with people who are taller. And he stood straight up, and it's like he just was like a beanstalk that just shot.
It was really lovely. We only got the bottom of his neck. It was
Yeah,
really
because
lovely.
I seriously only fucking come up to his shoulder. He's that much taller than me. I'm like a kid standing next to him. It's ridiculous.
I met a railway modeler person I watch on YouTube 2 years ago now because everything shut down last year, of course. And it was only when I met him, it's like, wow, that. I didn't say like you're really, really short, but I did think it, and it's kind of like, and the reason why people that size don't have a dandruff problem is because they're head and shoulders shorter than I am.
Exactly, right? Yes. No, I mean, because I've met so many YouTube people over the year, and we said the thing is because you tend to watch the videos at eye level with the person, and either consciously or subconsciously you develop the idea they're the same height as you. So over the years, I have repeatedly been surprised at people who are either much taller or much shorter than I thought. And much like what you were saying, Laura, I have met a couple people, and the first thing I've done when I've met them is go, Jesus Christ! I mean, hello. What? And I went, oh, you are so much fucking shorter or so much taller than I thought you were. And it's come out a couple of times. I've like met someone and I've gone, fuck, okay. Oh my God, look at you.
I remember in the old days of dial-up when I went to America one time, and I was going to be meeting someone who I'd chatted to for a year on, text chat kind of chat rooms, but we'd never actually met. So it's like, we're going to be meeting at an airport. How will we recognize each other? So I said, I'm the really tall one with black trousers and a turquoise coat. And my friend said that I'll be there in the cowboy hat and the tassel jacket. And I then quit back and said, will you be with your friend, the motorcycle cop, the Indian chief?
Nice. Actually, now we've got on to frivolous stuff, which I love when we get on to mad sort of political or science or nerdy shit. But Laura, for some reason, and it's never happened before, but when you popped up today, I just remember who is aware of or remembers there was this weird trend in 50s and 60s music, and it kind of even carried into the 70s. There were songs that were very popular songs that were like arguably love songs, but one party in the love song dies. There were all these songs where someone died, and with Laura, it was "Tell Laura I love her, tell Laura I need her," and that.
There's a worse one. Oh, there's a worse one than that. Have you ever heard the Billy Connolly one?
Oh yeah, but that was a joke one. I mean,
I know, but it's like
we're not joke songs.
Yeah,
they
but
were
Scottish songs. When I chose a name, my new name, she was like, and the first thing that popped into her head was that, and it's like then she shared with me the video of him doing the song, and it's like, wait a minute, this Laura gets hit by a truck.
But these were not funny songs. These "Tell Laura I Love Her," "Billy Don't Be a Hero," "Leader of the Pack."
But there was probably like post World War II. There was probably a level of the trauma of how many people were killed from that, and so we're going to write songs about everyone dying because that's what we know. And then it just became a thing. I would not be surprised if that was part of the reasoning.
I reckon that's a really good call. That's what I'd call a classic hot take. I fucking love it. It's connecting to things, and it's absolutely plausible.
Traumatized people being like, "Hey, I think this sounds like fucking trauma."
Yeah.
When I was a kid. My parents divorced when I was 6 because when he got drunk, he used to beat her up. Really, he was a pretty awful guy. He's much better now. I'm just giving you an idea of how awful he is, or was rather. I lived with him for about 5 or 6 months. And things got to a point where I sort of did a bit of cutting. I broke a piece of glass and I decided to cut myself. Not hard, not deep, wasn't really serious. And he said, if you wanted to do it properly, you should have gone up the arm. Yeah. I was 12.
Yeah. Don't go across the street, go up the road. Yeah.
But I was 12.
That is a shithouse thing to do. Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's how we come into the conversation on. It's just a little bit dark.
Yeah.
It was so frivolous for a while.
Yeah, but
I was trying to be lighthearted. Laura dragged it down. Laura, good fucking work. Sorry.
I was going to say, Laura,
Jesus,
you fucking
Laura.
peeled off the fucking joke I had ready to go. Thanks, Laura.
As always, it's the British's fault. As always.
Grasshopper, I can't hear you, mate.
But one of the scary ones for me when I was growing up, my mum used to like to listen to the record player, and she'd have a stack of songs that she'd listen to. And one of the ones that she really liked, sometimes she'd play it like 3 or 4 times in a row, was Godley and Cream, Under Your Thumb.
Oh,
and it's like, wow.
Do I sound any better now, guys?
Yeah, nice one.
Yes.
Nice one.
All good.
Nice one. Thanks, man.
It's like when you want to play Johnny Cash doing "Hurt" on a loop. You maybe need to talk to someone because I love that song. But
Like, you judge my
You did a good job of that.
If I'm doing that at home, it's fine.
Yeah,
The
I
beautiful
have
thing
a
about Johnny
Spotify
Cash-
playlist that's all my depression songs, and that is the first track on the playlist.
Yeah,
I mean, as I said to my psych, I need to live somewhere where I can shut the door to the kitchen so that when I can't trust myself with sharp objects, I just shut the door and walk away.
yeah.
It's a really good. She's just like, yeah, that's. I mean, the ideal thing is to not, but I mean that works.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like
One of the-
me and Aidsy and Abigail, like grew up with music like the Smiths and the Cure, and you know,
I saw the Cure live once.
oh, nice.
And
I
Melancholy,
almost saw them live.
Sadness, the Smashing Pumpkins.
Actually,
Smashing- oh my
a quick-
god!
Pumpkins
the
are nice,
Chickens.
but yeah.
I have a quick funny story.
In 1979.
Yep.
I have a quick funny story about seeing the Cure live. You've all heard us talk about Morpheus before, that freaking moron.
Yeah.
One of the things that he used to love to tell people was that he was indeed an 800-year-old vampire. And when we went out to see the Cure live, in order to get there on time, you actually had to get there during daytime.
Yeah.
And who should rock up but Morpheus and all of his mates? And I've turned around to Morpheus and said, "How the hell did you manage to get here without bursting into flames?"
I want to call out.
Hang on just one second,
And
guys.
his response was,
Basically, to give me a filthy look, his mates kind of giggled at me and they all walked away.
I want to call. That reminded me of the guy. Most people are probably familiar with Invader Zim, the animated series.
Yes.
The creator, Jonan Vasquez, he's an incredibly funny person, and he did a couple of things before Invader Zim. Because I was a comic nerd in the 90s, and I have something he did a few years before Invader Zim. It's called I Feel Sick, and it's trippy as fuck. But at one point, it just reminded me because there's this gothy girl character in there, and they're out at a club, and there's this guy who does like I'm a vampire, and he even has smoke capsules that he throws down before he appears. And when he's like, I'm a vampire, and she goes, "That's fucking awesome. Bite me." That just sounds like awesome. And he's going, I'm not hungry. I had some corn nuts before I got here.
One of the funniest things I've seen was a Twilight Zone, and it was one of the Twilight Zones, the new series, the one.
Oh, the new one. I haven't seen them. Yeah,
the new one's great.
And it said vampire, and so there's a security guard who works in a blood bank, and everyone goes away, and he goes right, and he goes to the bags and sucks it down. And he goes, oh, and then he goes, oh damn, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then he gets his little case and tubing and needles, and then he flies off in the night, and then he grabs someone and then thumps them up against the wall and says, "Okay, have you had any dental work in the last 24 hours? Have you had any unprotected sex in the last 3 months? Have you ever been related to an African American? Are you, or have you ever been?" And this person's going, "No, what do you?" And he'd like slap them and go, "Answer the questions." And then so this poor vampire has to go through the modern world.
He wants all the blood problems. He wants all the blood
problems and goes, "Oh, finally, whack!" And
yeah,
it gets all the blood out of this guy, and goes, "Do you happen to know what blood type you are?" "No." And then like whacks the thing in. Yeah. Whatever. And then gets the blood, and then finally gets it back, and then the day comes, and eventually his boss finds out, and he goes, "Oh God, I'm gonna get staked, and it's over. I'm fired. It's over." And he says, "Oh, you think I'm gonna fire you? You think I'm gonna get the people with the wooden stakes in?" And he's going, "Oh." He says, "Oh, I'm not gonna do that. oh, I'm not going to do that. You're going to be working here for a long time. And you've been replacing what you've been eating, right? I says, yeah. I'm looking for 2, maybe 3 times that.
Yeah.
And that's the end of the Twilight Zone. It was a
Bloodseeker.
beautifully done one. It was like, oh.
No, you see, the thing is, when with Morpheus, like that was before I was doing the bouncing work at the goth clubs, and you know, if Morpheus didn't know beforehand that I kind of had it a little bit in for him because I really didn't like him, he really knew it at that point. When I was doing bouncing. When they hired me to actually be security at the goth clubs, there was this one night, and it couldn't have been planned or timed better. But I'm out the front, I'm IDing everybody as they're coming in, and who should come up to do an inspection but a couple of police. Now, when marked cops come up, you check everyone's IDs. Doesn't matter if you know them or not, you absolutely check.
You ask them for ID.
Yep,
Yeah.
exactly. And who should walk up to the front door but Morpheus? And I'm like, ID, please. And Morpheus has looked at me and he's just gone, really? I'm like, look, seriously, there's cops inside. If you don't believe me, go check. But I need to card everyone. Doesn't matter. And he was like, well, so long as it's not just something against me, I guess. And he pulls out his wallet, pulls out the ID, and he hands me the ID. And I look at the ID and I look at him and I said, I can't let you in with this ID. Why the hell not? I said, well, according to you, you're an 800-year-old vampire. According to this, you're 27 years old. Your name's Bradley.
Oh my god, you are a fucking troll. You are
In
a fucking
front-
troll.
Everyone that was out the front of the goth club absolutely shit themselves laughing. It was just he couldn't, like, he just hung his head in shame, grabbed the wallet, made no eye contact with anyone, and just walked inside. And I must have gotten about 25 hugs in quick succession going, that was great!
That's deadly. That is awful.
Oh, that's such the best fuck you I've heard in a long time.
Oh my god. I
I
want to throw in,
Was,
sorry,
however,
AD, I want to throw in, you awakened some weird fucking memory from my bloody lizard brain. I used to read old comics in like horror comics in the 70s and 80s. And there was this vampire one, and it was called something like The Secret. And it was this weird thing where a guy's a vampire and he falls in love with a mortal woman, and he somehow keeps secret from her that he's a vampire. And they get married and they're together, and he's always like, you know, biting other people and somehow keeping secret from her he's a vampire, he's never going to date. And then finally, you know, she confronts him at a certain point and says he's obviously a vampire, and so he bites her and kills her. He doesn't turn her into a vampire, he kills her. And then the phone rings, and it's his wife's doctor, and he's saying to the vampire, like, you know, is she available? And he's like, oh no, she's not here. And she's going, I need to talk to her about the latest results. Not good. And he says, what do you mean not good? And it's confirmed what we thought. She has leukemia, cancer of the blood. And the vampire has just absorbed a lot of cancer blood. And it was great, because you think the secret is he's a vampire, but the secret is she has leukemia. And it was a really good twist. It was a really good twist.
I know of a guy on the internet. His name is Von Helton, and he is nuts. I don't know if you've ever heard of him before. He is somewhat entertaining. So he has a page on Encyclopedia Dramatica. And I'll just read out sort of the basic synopsis. You'd think that a radical pagan vampire warlock Cherokee ninja UFO conspiracy theorist couldn't possibly get any crazier, and you'd be wrong. He could also think he's a superhero. James Paul Von Helton has the dubious distinction of having cracked more insane bullshit into his head than any other human person in the world. Most online nut jobs are content to just think that the aliens are out to get to them while their surgeon wants to kill them for being a transsexual. Von Helton goes the extra mile to incorporate absolutely everything into his crazy fantasy world. However, the thing that really makes him stick out from the teeming masses of the internet is that he believes himself to be the Marvel comic character, the Punisher.
Oh,
Really?
gee.
Yeah,
God.
honestly.
Wow.
Oh gosh. Now,
Oh,
the thing about it is, I was once in a hangout, and he was in there, and someone said about, "Oh yeah, I read your profile on Encyclopedia Dramatica," and he went, "Oh, that's all lies." And so he basically went through all the things, like he invented the stealth fighter. You know, oh gosh, there's just so much. He's a vampire. Unfortunately, my joke about him is, what do you call 32 Von Helton clones in a bar? A full set of teeth.
Oh. Don't get on Laura's wrong side. God damn.
But oh gosh, some of the stuff, like I say, he invented the stealth fighter, invented the iron drive, the internet, BRB and AFK. He invented those.
It reminds me of the there's a flat earther, I can't remember what his name is, but he's on YouTube, and he swears in all of his YouTube videos that he's a physicist, an astrophysicist, an ex-military sniper, a biochemist, this and that and the other, and like all of these things that require PhDs or master's degrees or years of training or whatever, and he's got 30 or 40 or 50 of these different bloody qualifications, and it's like, where did you start studying at the age of 3? Like, where did you get all of this time? Every time, like, it's always entertaining to me when people are going to obviously lie about their qualifications or lie about their education. Is how far are they going to take it?
Yeah.
Now
it's the
That
age-old
reminds me of
story
something.
of when you see people who are stealing valor and like pretending to be military, they're always special forces. They're always Green Berets or SAS, and they're never truck drivers or cooks.
It's it's like those people that apparently go into hypnotherapy to relive their past lives, and their past lives is always something like, some French princess or something like that. Yeah, they were never the slave girl. They were never the peasant girl. They weren't the girl that died of 3 of dysentery. Like none of that, of course.
As opposed to Arnold Rimmer, who was what was it? Alfred the Great's chief eunuch.
Oh wow! That's a bit of a distinctive title.
That was a red
in Bathurst with my flatmates, and one of my flatmates had, for some reason, because he was a real prick, he had 2 mates who were SAS commandos, and one of them came to visit him, and we all went down the pub, and one of the American exchange students was down there, and this guy was a fucking prick. Another guy that wasn't in our house had found out that this guy was in the SAS, the guy who was visiting us. And we were all on the piss. And we could see the SAS guy getting more and more annoyed with the American. Just because he was giving the shits, and he was like, but he's an SAS guy, so nothing bothers him. This guy who was, admittedly, he was young and he was full of piss and he didn't really know the ways of manhood and blah blah blah. And he said, "Oh, this guy is in the SAS commandos," and the commandos gone, "Oh fuck, I didn't want to do it." And the American's gone, "Oh, well, I was in the SEALs," and the commando's gone whack straight across the table and punched him, literally fucking 3 meters backwards, and his head's fucking hit the bar, like as the chair's broken, and he's gone, no, you're not. We've gone, we need to leave now. And he said, that would be best. And we've all got up and off. And it was like, I was shitting myself laughing all the way home. Because this guy, because I couldn't see him move. He was just whack. And he's like, no, you're not.
Dude, no, let me tell you a quick story in regards to my dad. Actually, my dad was legit SAS back in the day, and he had to unfortunately leave the military after the car accident that caused my brother's brain damage. He needed to leave the military to take care of my brother basically full time, but he was still not a man to be messed with at any fucking point. But everyone got along with him famously. My dad was a truly lovely guy.
They usually are. Are.
My dad actually kind of went against a lot of his military friends in that he was pro LGBTQ rights. He was very left leaning in his political views. He,
Mate,
a
lot of the SAS are.
But anyway. Back in the day, I was 24 years old at the time. And the reason why I know this is because my dad was 40 years and 4 days ahead of me. He's on the 23rd of April. I'm on the 27th. And the only reason why I wasn't on the 23rd of April, apparently, is because the doctor didn't operate on Wednesdays and I needed to be a C-section. So, yeah, that's the story that I was told.
Bet your
I'm sticking with it.
horoscopes didn't predict that.
Well, one of the ones when it comes to Helton's is genealogy, which he said he's 25% Dutch, 25% Bavarian German, 25% Romanian, 25% Scottish, and 175% Cherokee.
Oh, sure. That makes sense.
275% of DNA. That definitely explains his.
Yeah.
Definitely explains his mental. Anyway,
the entertainment was like I say, this hangout, and that's that stuff on Encyclopedia Dramatica. That's just lies and everything. And so basically, they went through, and it's like, so you say you invented the stealth fighter? Oh yeah, that's true. And you're the Punisher? Yeah, that's true. And basically went through the whole thing. And it's like, which bit is the lies? Because you just everything that's in there, you've just agreed to it. How's it lies?
One of the
at the time,
one of the nicest things this SAS guy showed me was he was the guy who taught me that where the mind leads, the body follows. Because I was asking him about it, I was trying not to be a prick. I wasn't trying to say how many guys did you kill. I was saying that the SAS is a whole new level. It's a whole nother level of thinking. It's a whole nother level of being. And he said, look, the secret to all this shit is where the mind leads, the body follows. And I said, I wish I could be with that because I get these headaches, these fucking terrible headaches. And he says, look, let me show you something. And he said, put your hand out. I'm going to stick a pin through your hand. A needle through your hand. And it is going to hurt, but you're going to push it away. And I'm going to show you how to do it. And he's done this, and he's gone really gently and slowly. And he says, I know this hurts, but we're just going to do this for a little while. And he's put it into the tabletop. And I've gone, okay, there's an SAS guy's just put a needle through my hand. I don't know what to do now. And he's gone, I want you to understand that this pain only affects you because your mind lets it. Your mind is now no longer going to let it. Your mind is going to push it away. It's going to push it away while you do this other thing. I've made you.
Who else is thinking of Dune right now?
You're going to stir the coffee properly and drink it, all of it.
Yeah.
And that's what you're going to do. You're not going to do that. You're going to do this. Yeah. And fuck me, it worked like a charm.
Yeah.
And then finally he's gone, I'm taking the needle out. And of course it's only a tiny little thing. And he
Very
says,
fine
that
needle,
works
yeah.
for everything.
Bless you, Sajuk.
Speaking about needles, yesterday I got the COVID vaccine.
Sorry,
cool.
to get back to the story about my dad very quickly. Sorry.
Yes.
So at the time, Dad's partner didn't live with us. She had her own place and she was taking care of her mum. And every now and again on the weekend, a mum would go away for respite care. So Dad and Beverly would have the house to themselves, basically, for the weekend. And at that time, I didn't have a license and I didn't have a car. Now, where I live, you need a license and a car in order to get anywhere. So what I would do is on the weekends, I would get a lift to the train station with my dad before he went over to his girlfriend's place, go and stay with a friend that lived out at Westmead at the time, and stay there until the Sunday or the Monday, and then come home on train.
Yeah.
It's the Friday night. We're heading out. Dad gets a call from Beverly, and she's like, "Hey, we've run out of Malibu. We've run out of Jack. We've run out of this. We've run out of that. Can you call into the store, get this and that and the other, and blah, blah, blah." And Dad's like, "Yep, sure, no worries at all." So we've gone into Campbelltown Mall. Now, anybody that knows New South Wales knows Campbelltown. It's bogan, low socioeconomic. Okay. Yeah. Pretty horrible neighborhood at times.
Special place.
So we've gone in. Dad's gone to the bottle-o that's right next door to Coles. I forget the name of it. Coles Liquor or whatever it is. Liquorland. Thank you. And he gets what he needs, and he goes to the tobacconist and he gets himself another packet of smokes, and he goes to Coles and he gets a few things. And at that time, I was already outside sitting down on a railing waiting for Dad to come out. My dad was a heavy smoker up until he got very, very sick, and you could almost time your watch to it. If he came out of any place that was non-smoking, first thing he would do, pull out his smokes and light up. Now, to give a little bit of context to this, you have to understand my dad's fashion sense. It was always a polo shirt with that pocket on the chest.
Yes.
Yep. And that's where his smokes always were. Yeah. And he had some people call it a fanny bag, some people call it a bum bag, whatever. Dad never wore that around his waist. He always wore that over his shoulder, and in that were things like his car keys and his wallet and all of that. So I called it his man purse.
Yeah.
Dad's come out, and first thing he's done, of course, he's pulled out his packet of smokes and he's lit up a smoke. Yeah. Now he's got the bag of grog down by his feet, and you can see clearly through the bag that there's grog down there. And the bum bag is open, and you can see my dad's wallet, and poking out the wallet, you can see a $50 note. There's this guy that comes over. The guy stands a little bit taller than me, bit shorter than my dad, fairly well-built fellow, shaved head, goatee, rings on each finger, tattoos up and down each arm, wearing leathers, looks like a pretty mean customer. And there's a couple of other guys with him. And he comes up to my dad and he goes, "Hey, mate, can I bludge a smoke off you?" Now, my dad was always happy to give anybody a smoke if they asked for it, provided that they were old enough. And the way that he would do it, he'd go, "Yeah, mate," and he'd do this. Right? So the packet's like partially open with one smoke out, and you can grab that smoke. Yep. Yeah. So that's what he's done. He's, "Yeah, sure, mate." And the guy's gone to reach in and snatch out the whole packet of smoke out of my dad's hands. And my dad's kind of like this. And there's that couple of seconds of awkwardness of what's just happened, what's happening now type thing. Yeah. And Dad's like, "What the fuck?" And the guy turns around and he goes, "Listen here, you old bastard. I'm taking your fucking smokes. I'm taking your fucking bum bag. And I'm taking the grog down by your feet. You try and fucking do anything about it, I'm going to fucking kick the shit out of you. And my mate's back here will fucking kill you. You got it." I've gotten up where I'm sitting. I've just gone, "You fucking reckon, mate?" And my dad's turned around, looked at me, and in a tone of voice that I understood, and anybody with half a brain, if they heard it, paid attention. He's turned around, looked at me, and he's just gone, "Sit down."
Oh, no.
Ass has just gone straight back down.
No. Fuck. Oh, that's the word of God. That is the fucking word of God right there.
Yep.
Jesus.
And he's turned around and he's looked at this guy and he's just gone, "Sorry, mate, what was that?" And the guy, a bit perplexed, he's gone, "You fucking heard me, mate. I'm taking that. You fucking do anything about it." And Dad's just gone, "Mate, with all of this fucking talking," crack!
Oh.
You have never seen a 64-year-old man move so fast in your life. And the guy didn't go backwards. He didn't go sideways. He went straight the fuck down. He knocked him clean the fuck out. He's just gone crack. You could have just done that and walked away. Looked at his mates and gone, "You got a fucking problem?" "Nah, man, we're good. Good, get you, mate. Fuck off."
I was going to say, grass,
You know,
suddenly evaporate.
I have a thing that I did when I was young, when I was still at school. So the deputy head didn't like me. I went to a boarding school. And so I'd had a fight with some other kid. He pushed me too far. And so effectively I was in trouble and I was outside the headmaster's office. And, he grabbed, he basically pushed me against the wall and I banged my head on the back. And I said, "Don't do that," or whatever it was, something similar. And he basically said, "Oh, you think you're a big man?" Because I was a guy back then. "You think you're a big man? I'll give you the first shot." That was a really bad mistake to make when I was angry still.
Oh, shit.
I hit him in the gut and he went down. And, for the last 2 weeks of school, I was a hero because everybody wished they could have done this. But he made my life the last 2 weeks. But
Real worth it.
Yeah. I need to throw in a few things from the chat. I love the synchronicity of Mr. Grant Gregory and Aussie ASMR basically saying the same thing. Mr. Grant Gregory comes in, 4 hours and still going strong. 4.5 hours, my brother. And Aussie ASMR saying, "I left 3 hours ago and AZ was talking. Come back, he's still talking."
Wasn't me.
I have been very, very good tonight.
AZ's been fucking good.
With us talking about different stuff, it just made me think of when I was at the Bullet for My Valentine concert. I reckon it had to be 2010, 2011 because it was when I was living in Melbourne.
Mhm.
I think it was the end of 2010 because it was after Slash had come out. And they toured with Bring Me the Horizon, which Bring Me the Horizon were always controversial to put into the lineup because some people thought they weren't metal enough and that only teenage girls liked them because Ollie Sykes was hot. He's also a really nice guy. I wasn't even that big of a fan of them. And when I'd met them, just because they were around the venue and I was waiting to get in, they were lovely. They were just like, "Oh, who are you here for?" And I was like, "Just Bullet." And they're like, "Oh, okay." And I was like, "But I'm excited to see you guys live. I'm just not a huge fan. I'm sorry." They won me over that night. But Cancer Bats were also opening. They were the first band in the lineup. Cancer Bats tried to threaten an entire Melbourne crowd that they were going to spit on us and try and start fights. I have never seen a band leave the fucking stage so quick because they had the entire crowd turn on them. They were trying to come down to us and be like, "We're going to spit on you because you're fucking beneath us. You're from fucking Melbourne." And we're just like, "I will end your life. I don't care." They,
you know what this
grown-ass man.
This reminds me of something I saw many, many years ago now. So when I first discovered I was trans, I used to go to these gatherings in Pennsylvania, up in the Pocono Mountains, a place called Rainbow Mountain Resort. Wow. And, they had different, because it was a gay resort, basically.
Yeah.
And, it was like a restaurant, a dance hall thing, and, a bar and all that kind of stuff. Anyway, so what happened was a bunch of us used to go to this, but they'd also have a few regular guests and the people going to the bar and stuff. And someone had done something, looked at their boyfriend or whatever it was. I can't remember. But this guy was really pissed because someone had gone and popped his tire, put a knife through it,
Oh, shit.
And he was ranting. And there was a trans woman that worked there. And she was like a bodybuilder. She was really, really big and strong. And to stop him, she basically, she was like, "You need to stop." And he started ranting. And she basically glared at him. She said, "Do you know who I am?" And he stopped immediately because that "do you know who I am" is akin to, effectively, it's a synonym for "do you feel lucky, punk?"
Okay.
Sorry, very quickly. Aussie, yep, Lena's backstage. There we go.
Yep,
Hey, Lena.
sorry, hello.
Hey guys, how are we all doing?
Good. No,
I
I always
finally am on here, and I'm not Grasshopper.
okay, both Grasshopper and Laura had to wait for a while. Grasshopper in particular. Okay, just to explain, A, I have been drinking. B, the way StreamYard is set out, if lots of people join, I see it in rows of 5. So once we get past 5 people, sorry, no, it's 6. Once it gets past 6, I have to scroll down to see the 7th. And Grasshopper, you were the 7th, which is why you had to put a thing in chat, so I noticed you were there. And Lena, I did actually see you, but I tend to like to wait for a breaking conversation to bring someone in so we can say hello. And also, ideally, I can say something absolutely weird. Personally, AIDSy's my favorite to say it to. Like, well, speaking of perverted Nazis, AIDSy wants to join.
You see, the problem is that description fits Lena so well that it's.
We're in a public chat zone. I said that behind closed doors. You are not meant to say that aloud.
Lena,
Lena,
we weren't behind closed fucking doors, Lena. We were on fucking Swanston Street. You and I were both naked except for our fucking swastika fucking lipstick on.
I don't want to sound perverted or anything, but
in the
we should
middle
kill all the
with
Jews.
the police that were trying to arrest us. There was nothing fucking private about it, Lena. Wake the fuck up.
God.
If you're gonna
I joined the
fucking
chat
do
and I did
benzos
not see
and
this
fucking
coming.
amphetamines at the
Oh.
expect fucking things to get wired. I mean, I only know this because fucking Grasshopper was kind enough to film it and then put it on live stream.
So that's where that 48 hours went.
I wanted to bring it back to the SAS thing because I read a book a few years ago because it was I wanted to understand from an SAS person's perspective for something I was planning on doing, and there was just this trashy book, the expose written by the SAS guy, and it had some incredibly interesting stories in it. And this was a dude who was in the SAS in the 80s, so he went to the Falklands War, and one of my favorite bits was this SAS battalion who were going into the Falklands covertly. So they actually went across on a merchant navy ship, and they were on a ship, not on a plane, not on a helicopter. So it took a while, and they were like, "I'm keeping amped." So they were like below decks and their thing, and they were like running laps of the hold. It was a cargo ship with no cargo in it. So they were running laps of the hold. And what they didn't know is there were security cameras in the hold. And the SAS guys were basically doing laps in their shorts or briefs and just running laps. And at one point, the captain of the ship is going, "Could the SAS guys please stop running around in their underwear? The crew's getting agitated." And essentially, the merchant navy were living up to the stereotypes in the story. And basically, they were all gay as fuck, and they were all crowding into the security room just to watch the SAS guys run around in their underwear. And the SAS guy goes, "What's the problem?" He said, and at one point, because I was basically running around in briefs just doing laps because it was really hot in the hold, and I was just trying to keep fit, and we were running laps. And one of the sailors came down, and he was this big, literal bear of a guy, body hair, and he just came down in his briefs and opened the door and said, "What are you gonna do about it, big boy?" It's like, cool. I'm gonna listen to your captain now and be fully clothed from now on.
I
my goodness.
won't say that I haven't looked at SAS men before and gone, okay.
Yeah.
But one of the things I was going to say to Dr. Abigail was I was very good friends with an SAS medic. And he was a medic first, and then he was an SAS medic, and then he got out. And he was in the army at all because he wanted to learn how to organise large groups of people because he started Greenpeace in Australia. And he looked around to see how to organise large groups of people, and he realised, the army does that. And he didn't want to kill anyone, so he joined up as a medic, and he was a really fucking good medic. And they said, "Why don't you go into the SAS?" And he went, "I can't go into the fucking SAS. They're good." And they said, "Try." And he did, and he got in, and he was an SAS medic. And he went, "Now I have to fucking shoot people and shit." And he went, "Yes." And he said to me, because this was after I met the guy who said, "Where the mind goes, the body follows." He said, "Look, meditation's your go. The SAS are deeply into it because when you're in the shit and you have to think of a way out of your problem because no one else is coming to get you, you are not getting rescued today. It's not going to happen. And if you've got lots and lots of incriminating equipment, you have to learn how to destroy it quickly, and you have to get exfiltrated quickly with no help, and you have no options. So you've got to create them. And the way to do that is to put your mind into a state of total and total thinking and total organize my problems in a line and knock off each problem at once and do it in 10 seconds. And the way to do that is to get into a meditative state in a compartmentalized way, to push away everything that's extraneous and to meditate your way out of a problem. It's called a waking walk. You've got to be totally focused on the now and totally focused on the calm of now, on the beauty of now, on the perfection of now.
AZ, sorry. After you finished off this story, I just want to have 2 minutes to geek out with Abigail. She'll love what I've got to tell her. Continue.
Absolutely. And I'm saying to Abigail, one of the things that they taught these SAS guys is when you're sneaking up behind someone, never look at him in the back because he'll turn around, because a guy will always turn around when he thinks he's being watched. Always look at him in the back of the knees. And
Angry, you can sneak up on me anytime, baby.
Hell yes, I can. Hell yes, I can.
I'll even act surprised for you.
You have to make it weird, don't you, Grasshopper?
When you're
That's what I'm good at.
about to get killed, know the way in which you're going to survive, overcome, and re-kill the guy who's about to kill you. So a guy's got a gun on you about to shoot you. Work out now how you're going to turn that around. And it's ridiculous because he's got a gun on you right now. He's going to kill you now. And he says it'll work 99 times out of 100. And he said a lot of the guys would astral themselves around corners to see around corners. And they didn't like to advertise that much, but he said, yeah, we did it all the time. So this is also part of what I'm telling you that this thing's good for. Grasshopper, please.
Okay, so Abigail, you'll like this. I just finished spending $2,200 odd on computer parts for myself that are nothing but cosmetic.
Oh yeah,
Nice.
That's
Nice.
I
I
saw
want
the
to see
check.
parts
Holy
of this.
crap.
I need this.
So I got
need-
the
I
I've
need to
ordered
see
the
this.
I've ordered the Lian Li 011 Dynamic XL RGB black case. With that, I ordered the rear reflective distro plate that's got full ARGB in it. I got a vertical
Okay.
mount for the GPU, but I had to get another water block for the GPU that was ARGB as opposed to RGB. And of course, with that, I had to get the ARGB for my CPU water block as opposed to the RGB
Of
for my
course.
water block. So I had to get another water block, of course.
What's the
So A is
It's
addressable.
addressable.
Okay, yeah.
So
So you
on
can change the
RGB,
colours.
yeah, on RGB, when you change a color, all of the LEDs go to that color. With ARGB, you can individually set each individual
LED.
LED.
Yeah.
And you can have
You
all
can
sorts
even
of
make
different
patterns.
effects.
And,
Yeah.
it's really cool.
So I got another radiator. Instead of just having one 360 rad, now I'm going to have two. And
Cool.
of course, with that, I had to get ARGB pressure fans for the new radiator and ARGB case fans for the rest of the case. And yeah, all up $2,200 fucking dollars.
Just
And
yeah.
Just to
And
make
it's
it look
all
Well, in
and it's all
fairness,
cosmetic.
a case is kind of more than just cosmetic.
Yeah,
Yeah.
true. No, well, I mean,
Jesus, Abigail,
Holds your
Abigail,
computer parts
here you
together.
go. Here's another one. That's another straw to clutch.
I want okay. No. Okay, Abigail has said a case is necessary. What I want is like someone who kind of looks like Michelangelo's David, but they're just holding all the computer components.
Okay, so
Okay.
on the topic. On the topic of a case being necessary, Lena could back me up on this one. One of my best mates in the world, a guy, everybody calls him Chi. His real name's Ian, but everybody calls him Chi. Chi never had a computer case, ever.
It's so
He
weird.
always runs his motherboard and all of his bits and pieces completely free air, up to the point that he like needs to get
Okay.
like a screwdriver or a set of keys or whatever to short the pins on the motherboard in order to start up the computer.
Yeah, it's like the
Jesus.
Amish version of an IT guy. I swear to God.
Okay.
That's brilliant. An
To each
Amish
their own.
IT.
Well,
Yeah, no,
has he
he's-
heard of like test benches? Oh, LD
No.
Tube
LP said
just
that
touched
too.
on
You're on the same
open air
wavelength.
test benches. Yeah.
Yeah, no,
So it's
that's
actually just-
it's just the way that he does things. Like he is just the absolute MacGyver. This is true. One of his old PCs was an old AMD Opteron system back when they were the bee's knees, where you could have two CPUs on the same motherboard and all of that sort of stuff. He had one of those.
I've had two of those boards
Oh, wow.
before.
They were
The
fantastic.
VP6 and the VP6. One was the Celeron, and the second one was the Pentium 3 motherboard.
No, his were
dual
both.
CPU.
No, but both of his were the AMD Opterons. So they
Okay,
were
cool.
both 6-core 12 threads, I think. But
yeah, well, mine was back in like the 2000s, so
yeah. No, well,
before multi-core processors were a thing.
he needed to run two separate PSUs in order to run everything on this system. One PSU was
Yep.
dedicated to the motherboard by itself. It had the 24
Yep.
pin and the two 8 pins for each of the CPUs, and that was its entire purpose. The
Yeah.
other one was for the graphics card, the hard drives, the optical drives, etc., etc. He had gone inside, made himself a cup of coffee. He'd come out to his computer and noticed that the 24 pin that he had in his motherboard was melting and flaming
no.
and smoking.
Yeah,
As
because too
he's
much
come out.
voltage. Yeah.
And he has absolutely shat bricks and upended his coffee onto this thing to put out the flames.
Fire out.
Now, you would think that would be the death of an AMD Opteron system, considering that it was turned on at the time.
Yeah.
2 days
Yeah.
later, he had it up and running again.
Jesus.
Jesus.
Like it
Okay.
never happened.
Props.
He,
Like the time I
no,
broke Shannon a bent motherboard.
oh God, you're okay. So when I first met Lena, all of our friends were like, "Oh, you know, your PC's not running that well. You've got to hand it to Shannon. Shannon can fix up your PC for you." Yeah, no worries. So Lena finally brings a PC over for me, and it's been thrown together by some hack, and the motherboard in the case was not flat. It had been jammed down so that the motherboard had done that.
Oh,
And
Yep.
when I've unscrewed the
they've
motherboard
broken
because it no, it was still running, if only just.
Okay.
But when I took the
Yeah,
motherboard out, like I took out all of the fucking screws, when I pulled out the motherboard, it stayed bowed.
Oh no.
Like I
Yep.
was not willing to pop out the CPU and make sure everything was okay because I was honestly afraid that the CPU wouldn't have fit back in
Would
there.
never go back. Yeah.
It
Yeah.
was just absolutely mind-boggling that PC still fucking ran. I was beyond amazed.
I was looking
Well,
at it
if-
earlier this year because my friend is disabled like me, but I'd managed to get I'd managed to win my claim effectively, and COVID happened for him. So what happened was he was struggling financially, so I helped him out by giving him £100 a month, and he knew he was going to win his claim, and so he's a gamer. And he has some pretty good stuff already. I mean, he's got a 3090 graphics card.
Nice.
So it's like, okay, when I get the money, I'm going to be buying a new computer, bits of a new computer. Would you be interested? So it was for £900. I was going to get his 27-inch 2K monitor. and his 2080 Ti graphics card for £900.
Nice.
I mean, the graphics card alone, you can still buy them in the shops, and they're like £1,200. So it was an absolute bargain for just the graphics card.
Oh,
So what
that's
happened
mates
was-
rates right there. That's awesome.
Yeah, so after several months of lending money, it was I'd given him half the amount, £450, and so he said to me, "You know what?" Because his tribunal was going to be in a couple of days' time. He said, "You know what? Because you lent me all that money, you can have it for what you paid for, what you've already paid." So it was £450. And then he said, "Oh, and I'm going to buy a new processor as well, so you can have that one for free." And it's a Ryzen 9. I forgot what it was now, 5700, I think, something like that. I can't remember what the number was.
Okay.
Well, yeah. I was going to say
A friend of
completely
mine-
unrelated. Sorry, I was going to do something completely unrelated because I was going to, while you were talking, I was going to do an Instagram post to one of my cocktails. Some of my friends are maybe a bit dark with their memes. There's this one that says, "There's sex without love, and there's love without sex. Then there's you without both." I'm like,
Reminds me of that joke that was on I think it was Reddit or 4chan, and it was, they say that sex with 4 people is a foursome, sex with 3 people is a threesome, sex with 2 people is just sex. Now I understand why they call you handsome.
Okay, yep.
I'm just going to throw in, I think masturbation is underrated. I'm just putting it out there. Into the universe.
In my experience, a foursome just naturally devolves into 2 twosomes.
Yes.
Hang on. Deets off angry, and we'll chat.
It's just me. It's just me.
Okay.
Don't worry about that.
No worries. What is it? The sex book for freaks is to sit on your hand for 10 minutes and have a wank. It'll feel like somebody else is doing it to you. But the sex book for
That's an oldie.
But the masturbation book for real freaks is to sit on your dick for 10 minutes and have a wank. It'll feel like you're doing it to somebody else.
I like that.
Oh, jeez.
But the whole lie on your hand so it goes to sleep. That's the welcome stranger. There's a pub in Melbourne CBD called the Welcome Stranger.
Oh, of course there is.
Walk past it and just shout, "Are you for real? What the fuck?"
Safa, I am not into any form of sports ball whatsoever.
See, unfortunately for me, after what Abigail said about the foursome, is that I've got the mental picture of it just splitting off like cell groups, just into like 2 separate groups, and then splitting off into 4 again, and just being like, "Ow."
Well, it's in the same place, but you just like 2 twosomes, and then you might like swap around a bit, and then swap around a bit, and it's
Just get bored, and then you just play Uno reverse card and see what happens.
yeah.
No, what was it? No, I don't want to have a threesome. If I wanted to disappoint 2 people at once, I'd go out for dinner with my parents.
Oh.
I don't like how accurate that is, but okay.
Yeah.
Hey, can I divert to something else? Sort of 2 things, really. So the first one is that yesterday I had my COVID vaccine jab, and I struggled with it at first because, so I have agoraphobia. I don't like going out. And when the first UK lockdown happened in March, everybody and their mum suddenly wanted to get their groceries delivered, which meant I couldn't get any slots to be able to get my food. So I had to go out more, thanks to lockdown, than I normally would.
Yeah.
And
irony, if ever there was.
Yeah. So what happened was I got in contact with my doctor, and I got on the clinically extremely vulnerable, which and they've got a government scheme where basically the supermarkets home delivery system, they keep a few slots available for people that have got to shield, and so that put me on that list. Well, several weeks ago, about 3 weeks ago, the government basically said, right, the 80-year-olds have been vaccinated now. We're now going to move on to the 70-year-olds and the people who are clinically extremely vulnerable. And that left me with sort of a quandary because, in the clinical sense, I'm not extremely vulnerable. But on the, the need sense, I am. So, and it was just basically the way to get food delivered. That's all it was. So, and it's like, well, I felt like I was cheating because, everybody else has to wait. And here I am jumping the queue. That's how I felt.
Well, that's fine. You can be the guinea pig for see if we develop superpowers or not, according to the internet.
But what happened? So some people like, yeah, just get it, better to be sure. And of course, there was that, sense of security of like, I'm going to be vaccinated, which means I'm not going to get it, and so on. But someone gave me the best argument for accepting it, and that was that none of us know how COVID would affect us if we were infected. And the £15 for the 2 vaccine doses for immunization is considerably less than the cost of what if I got really sick and ended up, in hospital, ventilator, any of that kind of stuff. That's going to cost the NHS a significant more amount of money. And so it's like, yeah. So I had it yesterday. Last night I felt awful. I got the shivers. I was like literally shaking. I went to bed, 2 duvets, and I'm still shivering underneath and couldn't sleep. And so I ended up getting up and having a hot shower for an hour, and that made me feel better. And then eventually I was able to go back to bed and sleep. But my joints ached in my hands and wrists, my thigh. They ached, and today I've got a lot of muscle ache going on. So, and of course, vaccines they give you a mild case of the thing that
disease. Yeah.
Well, that's how they work. They trick your body into thinking you have the thing.
Yeah.
Depending nowadays, because mRNA vaccines work a little bit differently.
Yeah.
Okay.
Basically the way the body works. Do you remember watching like World War II, movies with like fighter pilots in the crew room or whatever, and on the wall they've got the pictures of the enemy planes, so you can tell what they look like. It's basically that, isn't it? That's what your body does. It's like, right, if you see anything like this, they're the bad guys. Go get them.
If you see a Focke-Wulf, then you get 2 medals for shooting it down.
Mm-hmm.
If you see a Spitfire, leave that alone. And that's how your body works. And cancer cells basically sneak in as a Spitfire, and they've got very badly marked roundels on them, and you go, that's dodgy, but I'll let it go. And then you get lots of Spitfires with really ugly paint jobs, and they're in the same space, and you go, I'm not sure. And then finally doctors come in and go, you're a dick. It's a false flag operation. And yeah, that's how it works.
Yeah. The second thing, which has been wonderful for me. So you've probably heard me say that the trans system in the UK is awful, that the waiting times are really, really bad. So I was put on the Leeds General Identity Clinic list in December of 2018. In February, I had my screening call, and I asked them. I said, "How long is it going to be for my first assessment?" And usually on the second assessment, you get hormones and stuff.
Yeah.
And I was told 18 months. And you might think that's bad. Well, unfortunately, since then, before COVID happened, the waiting times got longer. A good analogy, they've got a budget for 27 people, but they've got over 100 referrals a month. So if you can imagine a store with the vaccine, with the COVID stuff, we can only have 27 people in the store an hour, but there's 100 people joining the queue an hour. You can imagine what that queue is going to be like by the end of the day. So So what happened was a new gender identity clinic, a trial one. They got 3 pilot ones, one in Merseyside, one in London, and one in Manchester, where I live. And they're starting a new one. And so I had a phone call last Monday, or Monday just gone, from someone with this new Indigo clinic. And it's like, we'd like to move you from the Leeds books to Leeds list onto ours. And ours is only for Manchester, as opposed to Leeds that does Manchester and Liverpool and everywhere in the north, pretty much. So, and so I was, on Monday, I'm going to have a Zoom screening call. And 2 to 3 months after, I'll get my first assessment. And 2 to 3 months after that will be my second assessment.
Oh,
That's so awesome.
It is. I mean,
Cool.
bear in
That's
mind,
really cool.
So,
I'd already been on the list a year before COVID happened.
yeah.
COVID shut
Oh,
down the
jeez.
clinics. Now, the thing about it is,
Yep.
I can't really get angry at them for that.
No.
Because,
but the major changes.
yeah, I mean, it's the equivalent of the TV break, the fridge breaking the week before Christmas. It's
Yeah.
not one's fault, but you're just going to have to accept, well, we're going to have to spend a bit less money on Christmas presents this year, kind of thing.
yeah.
So, yeah, the idea that, instead of waiting, I'm sorry, I missed out a little bit. I was told 18 months. At the end of 2019, it had gone to 27 months. And a few months later, it had gone from 29 to 30 months. And today, their current one, which was from November, currently says that they're taking people from May 2017.
Jeez.
And I was put on the list in December of 2018.
That's like I compare that
And that's
to
the first assessment. That's not to get hormones. That's just the first assessment.
no.
And then you got
Like
to wait for who knows
Yeah.
another year after that for the second.
I compare that to my experience coming out as non-binary in the last
Oh gosh, I can imagine that. Awful.
year. Oh well, shit, it'd be over that. 18 months or so. But in Australia, it's such a different process, and particularly like even my experience as someone who was like 27, 28 coming into this versus someone who was, 18, 19. I know I've talked to some of my friends who have been that I've met in the community who are younger, and they're like, I found it really hard. And I'm like, I didn't, but also I went in with a lot of, here's all my trauma and this is why. And they went, fuck, okay, here's a referral. COVID did delay me seeing my specialist. So I see the state's best endocrinologist for trans health, which was weird because I think he's also the endocrinologist that I saw when I had a benign cyst on part of my thyroid, but that's so long ago now, and there's been so many other health issues, I'm not totally sure. But yeah, like I was fortunate that I was able to get a referral straight to him to look at starting.
I'll be back in a sec.
Can you also check your phone, Abigail?
To look at
Sure.
starting low dose
My
T,
phone's
and then
locked away somewhere. I have to go get it.
No worries.
I'll be back in a sec.
No worries.
How do you pronounce your name? Is it Sia?
so it's Sia, yeah. And that was like to get in to see Dr. Roberts. I was referred to him in like April, and because he, for the first contact, wants to do face-to-face over telehealth, I didn't get to see him until November, but I saw him. It was actually really good. I saw him on my birthday, and so for my birthday, I got testosterone. Yay!
Yeah.
Happy birthday.
Your voice is really coming into yourself as well, Salumi. Again,
I
having
got
known you
teenage
as long
boy
as you
voice
do.
now. It's really funny.
Yeah, you've got
It's
major
a-
boy voice.
There's a lovely deep growl to your voice these days, and I'm loving it.
Yeah,
It's been really.
it is
Yeah, I
really
reckon
good.
there's room for
I
fucking
actually
improvement
feel
there,
we-
mate.
I feel really
Sorry,
sorry
you
for
go.
non-binary people because they're kind of like the unseen group, and also people like pigeonholes. They like to
Yes.
group people, and it's like, wait a minute, we don't have a box for a bit of both.
No.
We live in a
Or
binary world.
none. And
It's a very, very binary world, and it's very, 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 very pervasive.
Yeah,
It's
and the problem behind it all
Really
is
fucking tricky
you know,
to get past it.
Like-
we have a range of things, don't we? I mean, let's just take women for example. Some women are tomboys, some are really girly. There's a range in the sexual attraction, gay, straight, bisexual, and
You
that can
know-
kind of blend
I'm
in
not
there
gonna-
as well.
I have to go. I love you all.
Love you too, AZ.
Love you,
I,
AZ.
Au revoir.
I'm starting to see Aztec symbols around the place, and that's never a good sign. I'll catch up with you soon. You got my
It's
message.
only 1 a.m., you little bitch.
Angry, we've
Sorry.
got to talk. I'll call you in the morning. Love you all. Bye.
I'll
Bye,
say
Andy.
Good night, AZ.
Oh, he went.
But yeah, it's really weird. So on International Day Against Homophobia, Biphobia, and Transphobia, so May, whatever it is, last year, I came out at work and sent an email around basically saying, these are my pronouns. And we're in February the next year, and I still will regularly have to correct people who work with me on a daily basis.
Oh, yeah.
Because they don't get, to them, they're like, I don't mean it offensively. And I say, I don't care. It's offensive. If you can get a woman who's been married 6 times and get all of her surnames fucking correct, guess what? You can get my pronouns that use every fucking day correct.
Yeah.
I have
Yeah.
2 friends who identify as they, them, and I do my level best to adjust my pronouns whenever I'm referring to them. And I will still have the occasional mix-up, but it's not that I get away with it, but I'm forgiven because the effort's being put in.
That's the
The
thing,
understanding is being put in.
Yeah, if you have that accidental slip up here and there, totally fine. We're all human. But when people like I had someone who had gone to me, I'm just old, I'm never going to get it right. This is for someone who is younger than my dad. And I just said to them, I'm like, no.
That's
And
the
if you
excuse.
continue to not refer to me correctly because you are making that choice, I will just not talk to you at work. I don't care. And they just went, oh. Suddenly they've been making an effort because there's real world concept. Like, seriously, I'll just report you for bullying if you're going to be that much of a dick about it. Like, I don't
See,
care.
Yeah, and that idea of like, oh, I'm old and I'm not good, that's just an excuse to not try.
Exactly.
Yeah, in a lot of cases it really is. I have a speech pattern where I call a lot of people darling and sweetheart and stuff like that. For me it is a genderless term. And I call all of my male friends and all of my female friends and all of my non-binary friends and all of that hello darling, hello sweetheart, all of that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
But
You
I
better never stop, is all I'm saying. Is
You
if
got it,
ever
darling.
stop calling me darling, sweetheart, we have an issue. Sorry?
You've got
And
it,
that-
darling. I promise you.
All right,
But
good.
no, I've
Most
got
non-binary people are fine with that. Yeah.
I've
where
got
it's
some
illegal.
friends. I've got some friends that find it very uncomfortable having
Yeah.
me refer with darling and sweetheart and stuff like that with them. I do everything that I can to correct that speech because it's not an infringement on my free speech. It's not forcing me to change my ways and all of this sort of stuff. It is about not making that person feel bad.
Yeah.
And I think that's what a lot of these, like, oh, I'm old, therefore, you're asking a bit much. I think it's just one of those. They don't want to recognize or admit that what they say can have real world consequences against people that they're saying it to, because I guess when they were 20. They could most likely drop the N-bomb, or they could probably drop some other type of racial slur. And even in a professional setting way back then, people might be kind of bit like, oh, don't do that. But they wouldn't get in real trouble for it. And they still want that freedom, is what I think it is.
Yeah,
I
they don't
think
want consequences. That's what it is. They don't want consequences.
Yeah,
I think you're going to enjoy this. So, I took part in the Pride March for Manchester in 2019, completely by accident, by the way. What happened was some TERFs decided that they were going to jump out in front of the parade at the start and do this tiny slow march thing. And I basically called them out on it. And when the Sparkle people went by, I told them the reason why everything was all clogged up.
Yeah.
Because normally they end up going by at a sort of walking pace. And instead it like go and then stop and go and then stop, because then they caught up with the bloody turfy arseholes. Anyway, so I ended up taking part and went round a corner, and it's they got like a little bit where the bigots can go, the religious people, and you couldn't hear them at all, because in front of them was like 7 deep rows of people, shouting their love and support and, all that kind of stuff. Couldn't hear them at all. So afterwards, I ended up chatting to a trans man outside a cafe, and a guy went in and noticed that it was the religious bigots. And so I decided that I would go in and give them a hard time, because they'd, tried doing it to the LGBT people out that day, And of course, these are the people who, Jesus said absolutely nothing about LGBT stuff, but he had loads to say about adultery. And you don't get them hiding. You don't get them hanging around divorce court, So it's just using Jesus to hide their bigotry. Anyway, so I ended up talking to this guy.
Hold on, just 1 second. Lena, while you're having a conversation there, darling, can you please mute your mic? Thank you, darling. Go ahead, Laura.
Anyway, so the funny one was, so I was chatting to these people, and there was one guy in particular, and I know the Bible really well, so I was kind of running rings around him, but anyway, the funny part was he kept calling me sir, and I said, "Can you not call me sir? I'm not a sir anymore. Look at me." "Oh, I have to, because that's what you are." And I said, "No, you're choosing to. You believe in free will, right? You're using your free will to insult me. Please stop it." And so he called me sir another couple of times. I said, "Right, look, here's the rules now, okay? The next time you call me sir, I will call you something you don't like. I will call you asshole. Now those rules are set. It is entirely up to you how much I have to call you that." And after 15 times of me calling him arsehole, he said, "You're being offensive now." I said, "Oh, I'm sorry. I gave you the rules here." I mean, you're now getting upset that I'm calling you a name you don't want to use, but you're happy to do that to me. You ever read Matthew 7? That's the bit about hypocrisy.
I still say one of the best insults that I've ever heard recently was from a friend of mine that is a post-op trans lady that went to Thailand to have the gender reassignment surgery. There was a fucking TERF that was basically telling her that she was mentally ill, that she was going to regret a decision, that everything that she was doing was wrong, and all of that sort of bullshit. And at the end of one of his particularly fucking horrible tirades, her response was, "I tell you what, you can get on a plane, fly over to Thailand, and suck what's left of my dick." It was absolutely beautiful.
There's a thing that's so it was announced yesterday that the court case in the UK for transgender kids is going to be reheard, because and this is how shitty it is. So there's someone called Kira Bell, and she basically went through the transition system and then realized that she'd made a mistake. And so she was suing the NHS and things like that. And it was basically children aren't able to take hormone blockers. They're not able to make that adult decision. And they sort of gave these statistics about how, that it's not fully reversible and things like that. And the NHS had changed their website to reflect that. The problem is that was something that was decided arbitrarily by someone in the NHS digital department. But the worst part about it is that the claims about hormone blockers not being fully reversible, and they can lead to bone calcification or something like that. I can't remember what it was now, but basically saying that they're not harmless. Came from a Christian think tank in America who is anti-LGBT, anti-abortion, all that kind of stuff.
Not real.
And it's just lies. And this was brought
Oh.
up. So now in the UK, the NHS is not treating, giving hormone blockers to children. They've got 6 months of this.
Can we just take a moment to recognize the struggle for a lot of people out there, such as yourself, Laura, Abigail, and others who need to deal with this sort of bigotry and lies about who you are and about what you're going through and all of that. If we could just take a moment just to kind of shine a little bit of a light on Lena there. Sorry to do this to you, Lena, but why don't you tell them about your dad?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
That's an excellent lead in, Lena. I'm already.
All right.
Okay, quick question for you, Lena. Are you transgendered yourself?
Most certainly. In fact, I actually came out a year ago last weekend.
Oh, hey, happy anniversary.
Happy anniversary.
Yes.
And how do you associate yourself?
Poorly.
We've never met before. Sorry.
Oh my god, the dark humor! I love it so much, Lena.
Oh, that's Lena personified. But tell us about your dad, Lena.
Oh, what part? There's so many.
Okay, so every single conspiracy theory that you can think of.
I got you covered. You want to go down the wackadoodle road? Let's go down the wackadoodle road.
Wackadoodle road. Let's do it.
All right. There is not a conspiracy theory that I have not heard him spout out of his mouth. There is not a single piece of propagandary BS you have thought of that I have not witnessed to myself. 9/11, inside job. The Taliban, funded by America. COVID-19 will give you autism.
The COVID-19 vaccine.
Yeah, no, even COVID-19, 5G will get COVID into your skin cells via. Just you name it. I have heard it.
Lena grew up with this.
Far out.
Oh, we can't forget flat Earth theory, which combined with hollow Earth theory, which
Oh, fantastic!
But he has both at the same time. So,
hollow.
simple. I just say it's cylindrical Earth theory.
Shit.
It's cylindrical Earth theory. It was ridiculous. And then don't even get me started on his outlook towards LGBTQ. Like, he's like, on one hand, he's like, I don't have a problem with it on the all. In other words, he's like, it's big corporations are trying to take away our identity and stuff like that. Like, and turning the freaking frogs gay, Alex Jones.
I was going to say,
that is like one of his messiahs is Alex Jones. It hurts.
Shit.
Do you know what's actually funny? I've got
lions in Africa.
I've got a video on my channel where so Alex Jones was having a divorce thing with his wife, and he was put in a really difficult situation where he had to basically throw his TV followers under the bus or his kids under the bus. So it was basically, that's just an act, that I'm not really like that, because she was using his crazy stuff to say this guy's unstable. That's why I have the kids.
He did the same thing when he got confronted about the Sandy Hook massacre, because he was sprouting that whole fucking false flag bullshit and whatnot. And his ardent followers were calling the fucking parents of the victims of the fucking shooting. Yeah. And, there was one case where the parents had to move something like 8 fucking times and ended up having to move into a full-on security gated community and all of this sort of shit. This, of course, brought on a massive lawsuit against the fucking asshole. And when he got confronted about that in the initial hearings and whatnot, he said something along the lines of he was suffering from a form of psychosis when he was saying it.
Oh, really?
And that he had been open about this psychosis, and that if his followers were taking what he said seriously at the time, then it's their own stupid fault and whatnot. So completely threw all of his fucking believers and whatnot completely under the bus in the hopes of trying to save his own skin.
Oh yeah, no, they're the worst for it. It's I don't know. Like my father is no better. He doesn't understand the weight of his stupidity, especially in the age of the internet, where he can reach so many people. There are so many people that are looking for something to attach to. The gray blob of stupid that is conspiracy theorists through and through just seems to grow, and it's insane. Like,
You said earlier, Angry, that I was a fantastic troll. Just to kind of add on to that, Lena's fiance has been a friend of mine for decades now, a lovely, lovely, lovely lady by the name of Volpe. And when Volpe and Lena are going to get married, I'm going to be either a bridesmaid or a breast man, however it's going to work during the time. And I've already promised.
Yes,
maybe.
I heard breast man.
That is now his new title. Thank you for calling me Abigail. honey dearest. Shannon is now to be referred as breast man.
That is oh goodness gracious, thanks.
I'm gonna roll tonight. That's
see, some of my friends have got a perverse pleasure out of inviting me over to their place when they know a conspiracy theorist is going to be there. And when I'm in the same room as them, they're going to turn around to the conspiracy theorist and go, so what do you think about 9/11, or what do you think about vaccines, or whatever, and get them started and just kind of sit back and start eating popcorn. Because it's very easy to go fishing with me on that sort of shit. I'm always going to bite. And Lena and Volpe have both asked me to give like a breast man speech or a maid of honor speech, whatever it's going to be. And I've already promised them what I'm going to do is I'm going to deadlock eye contact with Lena's dad. And I'm going to say something along the lines of, as sure as we landed on the moon, as sure as it is that vaccines don't cause autism, as sure as it is that the earth is an oblate spheroid, these two were destined to be together. And I'm just going to dead eye contact him when I'm making that part of the speech. And I can't wait.
Yeah.
Oh
It's
god.
literally like
I wish I could be there. That sounds amazing.
You know,
it's going to be amazing. It's like the boss fight of a video game. I'm just sitting there waiting for the epic music in the background. It's like, come on.
I was quite active in the sort of debunking stuff back in the 9/11 stuff, truth of stuff, and I wasn't making videos about it. I was just like in the comments and leaving explanation why those arguments were awful. Things like, for example, steel. Aluminium planes can't penetrate steel buildings, and it's like it's not a big lump of metal here. It's waffle-shaped panels that are bolted together. And if I got a Coke can, an empty Coke can, and threw it at a car, I bet I could put a little dent in it. Imagine if I could chuck it at 500 miles an hour. Something like that. But the funniest one I ever heard, and it needs to be prefaced by it's building number 7.
Of course.
Wow.
Yeah.
So the BBC knew it. They were in on it all, and so what you've got is the Jane Stanley, who's the BBC lady in New York at the time, and she's standing and looking from Times Square down towards the Battery area where 9/11 the World Trade Center area was. And so she's saying about, there's this third building that's collapsed. It's the Solomon Building one. And, and she starts off with details of sketchy, which is newspeak for unconfirmed story. But over her shoulder, you can see the building there. And so this person made a video saying, see, the BBC were in on it. And the reason why they announced it too early before it actually collapsed was because of the clock change. And I left a reply saying, there's a bit of a problem. The clocks change in October. This happened in September, of course. So and of course, I'd leave a message one day and wake up the next day and there's a reply. So it's like 3 days worth of things. So the following day I wake up and they're insisting it was because of the clock change. And I was sarcastic. I said, it's a good conspiracy with only two problems. One, the clocks change in October. And two, the clocks change in October. Now, I know that strictly speaking, it's the same problem, but I thought it was such a big one, it was worth mentioning twice.
Douglas Adams.
The following day, I wake up and they changed the story. The reason why the BBC announced it early was because they were using European time at +1 hours. So the BBC at 0 hours GMT will talk to, will use European time at +1 hours to talk to their New York office at -5 hours in a room full of clocks. Because BBC Television Centre news centre, where all the stuff was collated before it goes to the studio and then gets sent out as the news, it was a circular room at BBC Television Centre, and all the way around it had different clocks with signs underneath with different time zones. And so what happens is, they want to know what time it is in Delhi because something's going down. They look to their right and they can see what time it is in Delhi, and look further to the right where it is in Australia, New Zealand, or you look to the left, it's New York. You look further, it's LA. Things like that. And it's like, never let reality get in the way of a good conspiracy. It's
never let reality get in the way of a good story is the fucking motto of anything Murdoch controlled.
Yeah.
Also, completely left field, just to say, because I did mention earlier, I think maybe some of my friends are getting a bit dark with the memes they share. Kelly, aka Invisible Chicken, who's always in the chat, she shared one I love on Facebook, and it's respect my trans homies, or I'm gonna identify as a fucking problem.
I love that one. Yeah, I've seen.
I saw that today.
That's nice. I like that.
But when it comes to 9/11 truthers, some of the shit that they come out with, they weren't planes they were edited in. Okay, what about the New Yorkers who saw them? Holograms, because Star Trek technology is real somehow,
Hey, Laura, there are people out there, this is true, there are people out there that do not believe that the moon is real. They honestly believe that the moon is a holographic image that is projected onto the, what do they call it? The dome that goes over the earth. There's a biblical term for it. Firmament, thank you. Yeah, they say that it's a holographic image that is projected onto the firmament. And they try to... there was a couple of videos that I found of it ages and forever ago. They try to prove this by watching a plane fly in front of the moon, and they're like, because the light is this way and it doesn't do it this way, and this whole, and you just kind of like, that's a new level of what the fuckedness. And you know what? The thing is, I've got more patience for somebody who says that 9/11 was an inside job or that the moon landing was fake or whatever. I've got more patience for them than people who are Holocaust deniers. Yeah. They are a brand new breed of fucking offensive.
Yeah, anti-vax.
They're not new, unfortunately.
And the anti-vaxxers, because they have actually cost people lives, but also a emerging little fucking conspiracy shit that's starting to come out of like the QAnon fucking type of place, where there's a group of people who believe that all trans people, doesn't matter if you're man to woman, woman to man, or non-binary, all trans people, in some sort of worldwide plot to facilitate, create, and encourage child sex trafficking and slavery.
Oh yeah.
For anyone like though, all Democrats are fucking in child sex abuse.
Yeah, no,
it's just their go-to.
That's QAnon.
That's
right
that's
there.
my father to a nutshell, Shannon. Actually, funny enough, my dad believes that. And my dad is like, it's ridiculous. Like Christmas Christmas was just was rather interesting when you've got my 90-year-old grandmother who is a tradie and survived and lived through World War II, getting my name and my pronouns correct. And then you've got my father, the conspiracy theorist dickhead, fucking it up on purpose to annoy me. It's just like, what is mentally deficient with you?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, some people are just fucked up.
Amen.
It made my life better, my mum disowning me by the sound of it.
Yeah, like my father is...
Sorry, Lena.
It's all good. Yeah, my father is like a massive, massive fanboy of Trump. He's like, he's getting rid of the pedos and shit. Like, he is hardcore QAnon to the point where he endorsed the Capitol. Like, he is like skirting the edge of Proud Boy. It's dangerous.
That's crazy.
And I'm like, how did I come out of his nutsack? Like, what the ever living shit? And then
Yeah.
But see, the underlying thing is that I've noticed, because being a prodigy of my nutjob father, a lot of them have the same underlying things. Because I've met a ton of conspiracy theorists. I've met countless, literally countless. They all have the underlying thing of they all have mental health issues that they're willing to ignore and believe they aren't real. Because believe me, I have ADHD, and my father to this day believes that it's all just a conspiracy to control people. But he has his own problems, but they're also all heavy drug users, and it's rampant through conspiracy theorists. It's like, why, how, what, huh? Where like, because a conversation with them can go from talking about a penguin to there's aliens living behind Jupiter and the moons. It's like, how the fuck did you get that connection?
Sorry, Angry's been trying to say something for a while now. Go ahead, Angry.
Oh no! Wow. I bought this randomly at a supermarket, frozen cake decorations, because I thought I could use them as a cocktail garnish. I think I'm going to eat Elsa's head. I'm just going to say.
Okay. I thought you were trying to do his head for a second there, Angry, just throwing him at the screen
I would eat Elsa's out any day.
Oh, okay. Of course you would, Abigail. You had to make it weird, Abigail. You had to make it weird.
Make it weird. I agree with her. You're the one making it weird by saying it's weird.
Frozen can just disappear into the ether. I hate it.
I've never seen it.
You should just let it go. Hey.
Lena, you horrible, horrible woman.
I didn't hear that.
Lena said, you should probably just let it go.
Oh, no.
I am a Scorpio. I let nothing go.
Thank you, Abigail.
Cake decorations. I have some Cars cake decorations, as in Pixar's Cars, and I'm determined to use them as a cocktail garnish at some point, but I haven't worked out how to yet.
But Angry, don't you want to build a snowman?
Oh,
I just want to.
You cannot.
It doesn't have to be a snowman.
Hate it so much.
Do you want to hide a body? Have to be in one piece.
I still say my favorite little mashup of that was the girl coming up, do you want to build a snowman? Cut to Breaking Bad, and Jesse going, this is my own private domicile and I will not be bullied. Bitch!
To talk about the conspiracy mindset thing again, I find it really interesting how they manage to sort of square the circles that they do. Like, for example, one of the 9/11 ones. What about the, I forgot what it was now, but it was a beam, an I-beam that was supposedly thrown like way, way, way away, and it was a stupid height as well. It was like, what about the 200-foot tall beam that was thrown 200 yards away? And it's like, wait a minute, that would be going in the Hudson. You can't, and not only that, the beam is 2/3 of the height of the building. How the fuck did they actually get it there? I mean, think about it. Can you imagine a big, massive I-beam on a truck that's like trying to?
I think somebody had noticed. Yeah, I think somebody had noticed.
Don't overthink it.
Yeah,
that's the whole point of conspiracy theory.
Just to be clear as well, if anybody is interested, there's a guy on YouTube by the name of Miles Power who done a fantastic teardown and complete destruction of 9/11 truthers, and it is absolutely brilliant. Then, Angry, that just looks a little bit frightening up close.
Is that supposed to be like Anna or whatever?
I think that's meant to be that went from Anna to Thailandese. Never mind.
If anyone, I don't know if anyone else on here listens to Obsessed with Disappeared, which is a true crime podcast where they watch Disappeared Without a Trace series and then like recap the episodes. But Ellen Marsh, who's on that's who that made me think of. So now I feel the need to find an image of those and post a fucking meme in that discussion group on Facebook, and Ellen Marsh is gonna hate me.
See, all they remind me of is like when you go to like flea markets and stuff, and you get like the really knockoff Disney stuff, and they got like the creepy ass smile to them. And it's like, oh my god, how are you showing the kids and they're not having nightmares?
Some of the names for the Chinese knockoff of various things out there have been absolutely great, but my favorite one of all time, and I use it as an insult to this day because it's so great, there's a sex toy for men called a fleshlight, which I'm sure everybody here knows what it is. If you don't, look it up. There was a cheap Chinese knockoff of the fleshlight, and they literally named it the toss socket. I use that as an insult. When somebody cuts me off in traffic, yeah, toss socket. It's great. It's absolutely great.
So good.
Should be absolutely adapted as a common insult.
One of my favorite things I find with sort of, I don't know, Chinese stuff, and they just like, it's almost like they put things together where they're not connected at all. And there's a rather famous picture of a bag, and it's got a picture of Sonic the Hedgehog on it.
Yes.
And above it's got Harry Potter, and alongside it's got Obama. And it's like,
I've seen
get
those.
all these things together? What is this?
And they're not even all American either. Like if they were all at least in the same base country. Nope. No.
No. It's
before when we were talking about the joys of parents who are batshit crazy. My mother I've had to go no contact with. So this Christmas was the best Christmas I've ever had because I didn't have to deal with her at all. In 29 years.
You know it's a low bar to set when you say the best Christmas that I had was the first Christmas that I had without my fucking family. Like that's a fucking low bar to set.
And like I spent Boxing Day with my dad, stepmom, and my younger siblings. They came over, and that was fine. But yeah, I just was like, no, I hate Christmas. It's always been like associated with my mom and her toxic family. Particularly like my mum let her dad beat the shit out of us as kids. So that's always good fun around Christmas.
I have not been to a Christmas with my family in over a decade. And it's been actually great. It's been
No, well, I think it's at points like that for people such as yourself, Abigail and Sir. Like your family becomes the people that you pick. There's nothing biological about it, and you know that it's one of the. I remember going back about 15 or so years now when I met my first ever trans person, and I had adjusted my pronouns and all of that where they were concerned, and
you met a trans. Whoa.
I did. I did. I found one out in the wild. I got to know her and she was quite lovely, and I went to a family get together, and at the family get together, of course, my brother-in-law was there. So I've got three stepsisters, or three half sisters, sorry, I should say. And the youngest of my three sisters is married to far right-wing, fucking blue-collar, racist type of typical Queensland conservative dickbag, basically. And I was talking not to him, but to other people there about meeting this lovely trans person and what they were going through and how I was helping them to go through it and all of that. And I wasn't helping much, to be clear. I was doing silly things like giving them a lift to the train station from their apartment or something like that, you know. And he overheard that, one, I had a trans friend. Number two, I had no problems with referring to them as, she, her. And that, I had no issues with getting in the car and giving him a lift to this place and all of that. And he turned around and he goes, but why are they forcing us to call them this? And why are they making us do this? And why are you, facilitating this? And why are you doing that? And all of this. And I turned around to him and I said, look, the only thing that you need to fucking do when you meet a trans person is change your pronouns. That's it. If that is all of the fucking effort that you have got to put in to not make a person feel like shit, feel like as if their experiences are complete bullshit or whatever, just so that way you don't make a person feel like a complete nut of piece of shit. All you got to do, change your pronouns. That's it. If that's the worst fucking thing that you've got to do, what the fuck is your problem?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
This
is
the modicum of respect.
Yeah, it is the literal fucking least that you can do as a half decent human being is all that's fucking required.
Yeah.
And people
You-
will do
you
it for
put the
pets
bar
and
literally
animals.
You put the bar literally on the ground, and
Yeah.
these motherfuckers start digging a hole so they can say the bar's too high. It's just
100%. Yeah.
It's so frustrating. Like, I know I was chatting to a few friends about this recently because when I went through like not wanting to use my dead name, so using a shortened version and then finding my preferred name, and this is a name that I like now when I go to things that, because I still haven't gone and done the legal change of name yet, whenever I have to go somewhere where they have to use my legal name to double check things, I'm like, oh yeah, that's
I
a
still do that too.
that I
See,
don't deal with.
That's,
For-
an,
for
old,
me-
that's an old
for-
photo.
For me, that's a big thing because Shannon isn't actually my birth name. Shannon is the name that I had my name changed to, because I absolutely hated my birth name. It had nothing to do with the gender surrounded by it. It had everything to do with the name and me just literally hating it and getting it changed to Shannon. So
Yeah.
when people like when Lena came out as trans, I don't use her old name anymore. I refuse to.
Exactly.
And
It's
if somebody
like
would if somebody were to say to me, what was her name before she was Lena, I'd turn around and go, none of your fucking business. That was her
Yeah.
name.
Yeah, I don't give
Yeah.
her my old name.
No.
Ironically, my
Oh,
internet presence was Cliff Jumper for a long time, and I had more people who called me Cliff.
Transformers.
Yeah, I had more people in the world that called me Cliff than called me my guy name. It was kind of weird. But
Are you on the phone angry?
No. I'm just going to show something. I don't know if Toby is still in the chat. He was a little.
I
while
thought he
ago.
was trying to stick it in his mouth for a minute there. I'm like, are you trying to eat your phone or?
Maybe.
he is a bit drunk, so
I am. But I want to say to Toby, if he's still in the chat, and I said it because I keep saying about memes my friends post. Toby just posted this, and it's like tips. It says
On how-
tips for how to fall asleep in a living room chair. 1, be old. 2, sit in a chair. And I'm just going, I didn't come here to be attacked, mate. I did not come here.
I'm only 26 and I fall asleep in a chair. What the fuck does that make me?
I know, right?
Uh,
question.
Fine. That's just, it's called like having illnesses.
Yeah.
Like, seriously, if you've got a comfy couch, if you don't sleep in it, there is something wrong with you.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I've got a question for you. Australians, that is. How easy is it to change your name, or how
Oh,
hard?
God, Jesus fucking
it's easy.
Christ.
It's pretty
Changing-
easy.
Yeah, changing your name in and of itself isn't a difficult process. The thing is, I was
Really?
born in a different state to where I reside, and I want to change my birth certificate to also reflect that I'm non-binary. And the requirements for the state that I was born in mean that I need someone who's known me for 12 months or longer to sign a stat deck saying, yes, this is legitimate. And my dad is willing to be that person. However, because of COVID and because he lives in the state that I was born in, it's not been easy.
yeah, no, there's a friend of mine who recently came out as trans. She's trying to get her pronouns changed on her driver's license and all of that. Getting her name changed was dead simple. And she's already got her new license with her new name on there, but it's still got her original birth gender. And what she's trying to do now is to fight that, and that's where it can become difficult, from what I understand, Laura. I've never helped somebody go through that process, so I can't speak with
What
any kind of
state
real.
What state
New-
was she born in?
New South Wales, sir.
Shouldn't be. New South Wales isn't as fiddly as some of them. I know Queensland, they're just trying now to change theirs because if you're born in Queensland, it's still, you're only allowed to change to a binary gender option if you've had full medical transition, which is a load of bullshit. So they're fighting that now. Victoria, which is where I was born, only changed that in the last. That law came into effect 1st of May last year, which was the problem. I was looking at going over to Melbourne mid-semester break from uni, and then lockdown happened, and it's been shit ever since.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I have a very good friend who was supposed to go overseas for top surgery, and they were scheduled for literally March last year, and they booked flights, they'd booked hotels. It was in Los Angeles, and then lockdown happened, and they still haven't been able to have top surgery a year later. And they started organizing it a good 2 years ago.
Oh, that's painful.
Yeah.
If you ever talk to them again, tell them a complete random stranger honestly wishes them the best with it, because that sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, here in the UK, it is incredibly easy to change your name. Literally, I did it in a day. Because what happens is you basically write your own legal document. It's basically new name, I'm relinquishing my old name, and you put the name. And I will forever use my new name for, legal purposes, writs, deeds, things like that, how I present myself effectively. And then you sign your new name, you sign away your old name, and you get a couple of friends to, be a witness to it. And that becomes a legal document. And so the following day I went into to the council and to the doctors and dentists and, everywhere that had a thing. There's only one place that has been a complete shit, and that is PayPal. So their system is you need 3 forms of ID, picture ID, to change your name. You've got to either you got to have a driver's license. I don't drive. A passport. My passport became invalid when I changed my name.
Yeah.
Or state ID, which literally doesn't exist in the UK. We don't have an ID card system. So it is impossible for me to change my name unless I'm prepared to spend £75 to buy a passport.
Wow.
I must be doing something wrong here in Australia, because I feel like it's just an absolute screw around for me to change my name. It's like they want documents, but in order for me to have those documents, I've got to have my name changed. But in order for me to have my name changed, I need those documents. It's like getting a job, you need experience. But to get the job, you need experience.
Yeah.
Lena, what state are you trying to change your name in?
New South Wales.
I can't
To give you an idea, sir, Lena is literally about 5.5 meters down the hallway from me.
I could prove it right now. I'll go bonk him on the head.
No, stay there, because Eleanor is asleep, and if you wake her up, I have to clean up the mess, and then she'll go and cry on Abigail's shoulder, and I'll have to hear all about it from Abigail again. So just don't. Okay, the last time I did that, I barely got it back.
This influences me, Annie. I think this is just funny.
Thank you, Lena. This is why I love you. Thank you.
This chat is like Days About Lies soap opera. I love it.
Oh goodness! The person that has been the most silent throughout all of this is you, Sejuk. Like you've not said anything. You've just been sitting there, just listening to everything. Like, you just enjoy just sitting there and listening to people?
No. Well, I don't actually say too much, I guess. But I'm actually doing something, and I don't want to take it off topic. So if you want to know, I can talk about it in a bit.
No, look, I'm working in the background while I'm in the chat as well. Like I do this all of the time when I'm in these chats. It's like when I'm working, because I work from home predominantly. 9 times out of 10, I've got Netflix or YouTube or music or whatever playing in the background, just as something to fill up the white noise. But if Angry's got an Angry Bunch going on, I love being in this because my work's running in the background. I'm in here, and occasionally I could just alt tab back to it, do what I need to do, come back, and it's a great way just to kind of pass the time while the computer's doing its thing.
Sejuk has some shit going on tonight.
Like if you saw while I got up and used this. This is
we noticed that earlier.
So as you might know, that is my recumbent bike, right? And it has no hard point on the back for a rear light. So I want to. So I've been measuring stuff up, and I've been doing a thing. Can I get it up? Yeah, there we go. Look at that.
Oh, are you using Autodesk Inventor there?
Yeah. So I'm not actually a mechanical engineer, so this is taking me a lot longer than it should, and my geometric mathematics is quite crappy. So I had to confirm all the things because I don't have a 3D printer. My work does, and yeah, and so that's what I'm working on. I'm just trying to loft. Is it loft? I see. I don't even know the word. Yeah. No, sweep this around, but only a little bit. But this has caused me problems because it'll do it the whole 90 degrees around, and that causes problems because I don't want to do that. I just want it to be like partially like that. So I have some sort of.
You need to change. You need to create a new plane, and you can use that as the brake.
Oh, really? I guess.
If you look at, I cut your screen's very small, but at the top you've got plane.
Yeah, I'm with it.
And on that you can create a plane that is based upon another plane. So you can set it off, or you can change an angle as well. So in certain ways, I'm not brilliant at it, but I do use Autodesk Inventor.
You just demonstrated way more knowledge of it than I'll ever have.
I've been using the planes. It's maybe I've been doing it the wrong way around or something. I think that's probably what I could do is I don't want to take up too much. Like I hate hogging the conversation. It's not really my thing, I guess. I could do it like this. Do a center point up here. And could do it like that. Could do. Oh no, haven't included this piece of crap here, and then this, and
it's small. I can't see it.
And then we can go.
Man, how do I get so many nerds on this live stream?
13 degrees there, and blammo. I don't even know if that's a right. Like that might be too big for I don't know. I just want to make sure it's like long enough so that it doesn't rattle around and snap whilst I'm riding, and I'll lose my $160 rear light.
Dead. Sorry.
The other day I was binding this book. I've shown a few people this book, but it uses a Japanese binding technique. It's really quick glueless binding technique. And I was reading the instructions how to do it, and I was like just muttering to myself, that goes around there, that goes there, and that goes around there. The classic Japanese reach around, go there, there. and just unconsciously said it. And I didn't, my son's in the room and he just like, what? And I'm like, then I had to explain it and laughter ensued.
I was telling the guys in the live stream earlier about this, Abigail, but you weren't there. But it's an insult that I heard from a trans lady the other day to a guy that was being a complete fucking turf with her. She's full post-op.
Yep.
And after trying to get him to shut up and change his pronouns and all of that, and him basically not listening, it got to the point that she turned around to him, and it's just the best insult that I've ever heard. It was, you can get on a plane, fly to Thailand, and suck what's left of my cock.
Well, to be fair, they do use most of the outside of the penis to create the vagina. So it's more, I get it. I don't want to ruin the joke. But that is great.
I thought it was the best thing.
Yeah, the useful thing about such things, they prefer people who are uncircumcised. And also, I'm fortunate. I'm 6'4", and you know what they say about people who are tall: big shoes.
Absolutely,
big shoes.
Yeah,
I had significant shrinkage over the couple of years that I was before surgery. Unfortunately,
I just want to be like George Costanza on Seinfeld.
Does she know about shrinkage?
Speaking about dicks, I've got a screen share picture for you, which I think you'll appreciate.
I'm not sure. We've just been talking
look.
about penises, but you know.
That's not what the picture's going to be.
I don't know why, but I'm just now curious at it.
Insurance,
It's not a graphic picture in any way.
okay,
Oh,
thank
you
you.
then you've completely lost our interest, Laura.
Oh, I just lost my Y boner.
Oh, yeah.
That's very,
great.
very good.
I
What's
like
this called,
that.
the little dumber boy.
Yeah, but it's just the batteries, which are Twitter and
Batteries.
Facebook. You know,
It definitely like it is one of those things. Like I remember not long after Trump.
Oops, what happened
Oh.
there?
I don't know
Ah.
what happened there.
I
Oh,
turned off my
we
screen
lost
share and
Grass
then
Hopper.
suddenly
Oh, I believe he died.
No,
Oh,
I'm
sorry,
not.
there he is.
Button. Things kept moving on my fucking screen. Also, I've had several drinks, so
I've forgotten what I was going to say now. Oh well, doesn't matter.
what I'm going to say is it is 2 fucking a.m., which means a 6-hour stream, which is probably enough for a stream. So there's going to be a last minute chance for anyone who wants to after party. I just put the link there. I am going to end the live stream, but of course, anyone who's sitting here on Cameron or Voice can chat for as long as you fucking want. And so I put that link there. So I'm going to end the stream. So anyone who was not keen to be on during the stream but wants to come on and chat can. And I'll give you a couple minutes because I'm going to go to the lavatory and then come back. But the live stream is officially over. So thank you. And thank you everyone who's come on for the
Yeah,
fucking
guys.
conversations tonight.
Good night,
I will be
everyone.
back shortly.